to the top 2, but I'm ready for those last 4 matches of the day. I want to see some teams go home.
Oh, it's going to be intense. I mean, makes eliminations, they are happening. Zyro's right, but how are you feeling knowing that pressure is on the teams today?
I mean, it's going to be very exciting. I personally hate the elimination. I'm always like, I wish they could all move on. And I'm also never hate watching. So I'm not with you. I'm not going to be associated with this club.
Okay, well, unfortunately we all have to share the deaths, but I think that it's going to bring harmony and balance, much like Light and Void. I think we can balance it out here with this love and hate energy. But everybody, Season 1 kicked off yesterday, but for our teams, of course, the MDI began back in April with our time trials. So let's go ahead and take a look at the roadmap so we can see where they're coming from and where we're headed. Now, of course, like we said, those teams had to qualify through time trials, which are open sign-ups, so get in there next time. From those, the top 24 teams made it into our groups, and we will also have a China region competition that you can keep an eye out for in an upcoming weekend, May 29th through 31st. The top 2 teams from all of these groups will move on to the Season 1 finals, where they'll vie for $100,000 in June, and then the top 4 teams crossing those regions will come over to BlizzCon, where $300,000 will be on the line in our global finals. Now, I mean, Tettles, with BlizzCon on the line, there's no doubt that our teams are feeling like they have to pull out all the stops to get there. So what did Group A show us on day 1?
Yeah, so yesterday, I kind of called this the Group of Death, and I really felt like it kind of played up to that expectation. We ended up having the first matchup of the series between CARLA goes BRRRRR and Mandatory, and I think that Warnstone was probably the big thing that stole the show here. Augmentation Evoker being able to, do some very unique skips, some really unique time saving, potentially pulling mobs up the hill in Pit of Sauron, and just how you can play around the Wernstone. It really made this Augmentation Evoker look incredibly sweet in a lot of the dungeons. And Mandatory, we didn't really know what to expect out of them coming into today, and they kind of played up to that name cachet that all of their players have. We didn't know how they were going to play as a new 5-stack, but they looked absolutely phenomenal, taking down their first map 2-0. Then we had Cook Is Gone versus I Do It, in what I would describe as honestly a pretty pure 50-50. Unfortunately, Cook Is Gone did end up losing that matchup to I Do It. There's still points in time, though, where Cook Is Gone looked like they were going to be 2-0ing I Do It, to the point where Cook Is Gone even one-phased the Core Warden in Nexus Point Zenith. That was a really huge deal, and I think that matchup is quite close. Then we have Polish Mountain. Their first map, they looked a little bit shaky. Their second map, I don't really know how they can go much faster in Magister's Terrace, to the point where they were even lagging our observer because there was 200 mobs on the screen with both of the Void Callers spawning a bunch of ads. Like, this Polish Mountain team, we never really know what to expect for them, but they really came to play. And then we had Sin Spellbook versus FIRMAWAND. FIRMAWAND honestly kind of had Sin Spellbook a little bit on upset watch, where I think that FIRMAWAND had faster strategies in both of the dungeons that we saw from them yesterday, but their execution was just a little bit worse. And I think if you end up running that series back probably 10 times, FIRMAWAND probably wins somewhere between 3 to 5 of those. So I think for a team like Sin Spellbook that was the 7th seed, you kind of expect that matchup is supposed to be more automatic than maybe it was.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like so many of our teams have so much potential that we can just see, like, waiting to be brought to the forefront. And then teams like Polish Mountain are delivering on that right off the bat. Mandatory as well, huge presence, even with their new team players and everything else with the configuration. But I can't wait to see what the teams are going to do. But of course, they have to contend with our spec variety rule. So, Zyro, this rule has been adjusted this season with our return to speedrunning. How do you think the teams handled that on day 1?
Well, there were varying degrees to which they handled it. But as a quick refresher for what the rule actually is for people who may not have tuned in yesterday or are still a little confused on how it works, it is blindingly simple. After every map that you play, you ban out 3 of the most played specs. So after map 1, you played 5 specs one time, you get to pick which 3 of those specs you want to ban out. After map 2, if you have played a spec in both map 1 and map 2, those 2 will be your most played specs, so you have to ban those 2 out. And that's what went wrong for Cook Is Gone yesterday. They didn't realize that's how it worked. They played LE Shaman and Aug Evoker in both map 1 and map 2. They didn't know that they had to ban that out for map 3, And they didn't have any other characters prepped, so they had to forfeit in map 3, which is a real shame because they looked really, really strong in their matchup against I Do It. They should have 2-0'd that matchup and it wouldn't have been an issue for them whatsoever, but unfortunately they find themselves in the lower bracket. But in general, I think this variety rule has worked out really well. Just yesterday, we saw 4 different tank specs, 4 different healer specs, and 14 different DPS specs. Out of the 39 specs available in the game, we've seen more than half of them on day 1. And we still have so much more competition left to go, so many more pocket picks to pull out, so many interesting choices based on what players are comfortable with. I think highlight for me yesterday was seeing just a whole bunch of different specs in Windrunner Spire. We're seeing Arms Warrior on screen right now, that's a Dan special. But also I like seeing the Rogue head-to-head matchup in this dungeon as well. Looking forward to more of those picks today.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's so many different ones that we got. I mean, Megs, you were really hyped about this, right? Just like, it's great for us to see such a huge representation of different specs in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for some of these, we didn't really have...
Great for us to see such a huge representation of different specs in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for some of these, we didn't really have that on our mind to see them at all. And yet here they are. The question is, of course, can we fill out all of the specs? That's always the one thing I would love to see. I don't think we'll get there all the way. There's a couple of these that might not show up, but certainly very exciting.
Just jumping in a little bit, I think that the 3 specs that I have kind of picked out as like the premier specs, so that Guardian Druid, the Augmentation Evoker, and that Devoured Demon Hunter, those seems like the specializations that pretty much all of the teams were playing in some capacity. And I feel like those specs were incredibly polarizing whenever they were showcased, just because how much damage they actually do. I think it really just comes down to damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to see across this spread of specs how strategically teams can kind of use them. Like, we want to use this specifically on this dungeon. We can get the most time here. But then also pulling out some of them that it's just been great to see run, that they're still doing a lot with, and playing that whole series with them so that it can hopefully keep moving ahead and get victory. But, of course, while they're juggling this spec variety rule, our teams tried to nail their runs yesterday and put themselves in a good position for day 2. So where did they end up? Let's have Makes go ahead and take us through the bracket so that we can find out.
Yeah, let's take a look together, because normally on day 1 we expect a lot of 2-0s, and we had a couple. There's one outlier that I quickly want to mention. When you're looking at Cook Is Gone and I Do It, that last map was forfeited. So Cook Is Gone voluntarily moved down into the lower bracket due to not having the classes ready for the dungeon that they would have needed to play. So they didn't even try it. Instead said, okay, we'll need to just do that lower bracket run. And that is where they're going to find themselves against the 24th seed in CARLA Goes BRRRRR today. However, they looked pretty good against Mandatory yesterday for how big the discrepancy between the seeding was in that matchup. So I'm curious on who's going to take it, but if you were to ask me which matchup you can absolutely not miss, you'll need to be here. You need to like tag your friends, tell them that it's happening. It's the Polish Mountain and Send Spellbook matchup. Both of these teams looked really good yesterday, and Polish Mountain might be in the best form we've seen them in yet at all. So I'm really, really excited to see them again, and I hope they can keep that flame high and lit and keep that consistency.
Yeah, no pressure, Polish Mountain. You played amazing yesterday. We expect that quality for the whole rest of the competition. But honestly, there were really amazing plays across the board, like you were saying, Makes. And, you know, Tettles, yesterday I asked you what you thought our big matchup of the day was going to be. So do you agree with Makes? Do you think that's going to be the big one to watch today?
Yeah, I think that is certainly the big one to watch today. I think realistically, so Mandatory is the #1 seed from time trials coming in the weekend, and until they give me a reason to doubt them, I'm going to continue to operate under the, you know, expectation that they're going to be the #1 seed coming out of this weekend. And I think for me, it's that who is going to be vying for that 2nd seed. Polish Mountain and Send Spellbook seem to be positioned really well to be able to make it to that upper bracket finals. And I think that the team that ends up winning that puts themselves in a much better position to be able to make it to our finals.
Definitely. I mean, Zyra, in your opinion as well, we've heard from Makes, we've heard from Tettles. Is that the big one? Do you think there's a lot on the line for them?
I think that's probably the most likely matchup that will have that, and I think it's going to be the closest matchup we have of the day. But I also want to keep an eye on some of the lower bracket teams, right? In my mind, I think both Cook Is Gone and FIRMAWAND are teams that can go on one of those lower bracket runs, potentially just playing better with more matches. FIRMAWAND looked really good yesterday. We talked about that a few minutes ago. I mean, I feel like they could have won that series against SPELLBOOK if they played just a little bit better, a little more consistently. So I'm looking at those two teams to win their lower bracket matchups today, go to tomorrow, and potentially upset some of our other teams.
Excellent, excellent. I mean, I agree. I think, honestly, yesterday just showed me that some of these teams this season, it feels like they've really just learned, if they've been in past ones, if they have new configurations, and we're seeing these moments of just incredible runs, even from our lowest seeds, even from like 24th seed, right? Where we're going, their times aren't actually that bad. I would definitely think they could even be higher based on previous seasons. So the teams, I think, have a lot on the line. They have a lot to prove. And of course, BlizzCon is the thing that they all want to try and make it to. But we've been predicting across the board what we think is going to happen. And you all can also do so along with us. So as we go through each day of the MDI, we'll be asking all of you to make predictions on matches in the chat. So keep an eye out for polls as they go up at the start of each new series. Let's see how accurate we all were, though, at the end of yesterday. Okay.
Nice. Very nice.
Wait, who is the coin? What's going on here?
The coin.
A coin flip situation? It's literally a coin. All right, we have a coin flip that's anybody's RNG flip guess. But I'm happy to say, chat title Zyro makes and I 100% accurate. Only Dratnos, who's not here on desk to defend himself, is falling behind. But I mean, today I think we'll see some things shift up, Tuttles.
Yeah, I think that I'm going to be surpassing chat, of course. That's what's going to be shifting here.
That's impossible. You
No,
cannot.
it's certainly possible.
All right.
It happened last time that we had the MDI as well, whenever we were speedrunning. I dominated chat that season as well. I'm back to win again.
Okay, great. So
Great
Tuttles
choice.
is vying for the BlizzCon crown against chat in predictions. So, okay, chat, you're gonna have to beat Tuttles. This is your mission, your task. I'm giving it to you now. Take him down. And the rest of us will do our best. But, I mean, Zyro, we have our first series we know is on the horizon. Most of chat down below right now is vying for mandatory. They are our top seed. And it seems like a bit of a long shot for I Do It to get in here. But what do you think about this matchup between our first two teams today?
Yeah, I mean, this is a rough one for I Do It, right? Because yesterday, they played solid. They didn't play perfectly. They had a couple deaths here and there. They ended up winning, but it was kind of on a technicality, right? Because Cook is gone, literally couldn't play the third match. They just didn't have the specs ready for it, and that team also looked pretty strong. I Do It's going to have to play a lot better today if they even want to take a map off of Mandatory. We had questions about Mandatory coming into yesterday, right? It's a new team, lots of different players from a whole bunch of different areas, right? Obviously a couple players from Holy Method, that was a powerhouse team. But they looked great. I mean, they were the cleanest team. They were super strong. They brought strategies that nobody else was doing in the dungeons they played. They made no mistakes. So it's going to take a perfect run from I Do It to even compete with them. So if we're doing predictions, I'm going to go 2-0 mandatory.
Okay.
Wow.
2-0 mandatory coming from Zyro makes. How are you feeling about that? You agree?
Listen, I love that lower third that just said, so you're saying there's a chance?
No.
I'm always one for the underdog. I'm always a believer in miracles and mysteries, so I'm going to give it my probably most copious 2-1 yet in favor of mandatory.
Okay. It was very spiritual of you, Makes. Believers in mysteries and the mystical. It reminds me of Tuttles' like mystical crystals from last season.
Oh, I still have those.
Just manifest.
Oh yeah,
manifest
bring them
the
out,
win.
bring them out.
Get those crystals going. But I mean, Tuttles, you said you were hate watching, so are you rooting for the underdog or are you going for mandatory?
Yeah, so Shindig, he said that basically their goal is to end up getting top 2, to end up qualifying for the finals, and then they set up and practiced in a way that they practiced for this bracket setup. Realistically, I think the best thing that they can do is try to be as consistent as possible, and if mandatory makes any mistakes, you know, I Do It is able to capitalize upon those mistakes. And with that being said, I'm going 2-0 mandatory.
Ooh, 2-0 mandatory. Okay. I'm going to have to agree with you, but, you know, we're taking a look here. Yesterday, when we were talking about mandatory, right, they're so strong. There's a reason a lot of us are leaning 2-0. But Miras, who's actually on mandatory this time, we've had a lot of roster swap, is tanking for the first time in the MDI. So, Makes, yesterday we had some questions about how he would tank, but do you think he delivered?
Oh. I mean, If you know Maris, you just know that that guy is a beast, and whatever you give him, he will ace it. Not once in my life have I ever doubted him, and I think he has once more shown that he can do anything in the World of Warcraft. I was actually a little bit worried about how this conglomerate of players was going to work out for Mandatory, because of course we all know the old Mandatory around Skylark and Mode and the old Holy Method, and now both of these teams have kind of come together, and both of their shot callers have come together. So not many people are aware of this. Maystine and Gingy were doing the shot calling for their teams each, and so when they came together in this constellation, they had to do a little bit of figuring out who would end up doing this shot calling, and it is Gingy now that is responsible for the stops, for the interrupts, that kind of stuff.
Zyra, I have a question. So you talked about the spec variety rule earlier. I do it. They were playing really unique stuff compared to what Mandatory were. They played a lot of rogue, which was not something that the rest of the field even seemed like they were on. Do you think that I do it? Is there an edge there for them in terms of like spec variety, or do you think it's Mandatory's got the read?
I mean, you would think that there could be an edge there, but on the side of Mandatory, these guys have players on their team that have been playing for 12 seasons. There are certain players on that team, I mean, Gingy obviously, who have won like 12 of the MDIs that we've had, and he's played pretty much every single spec across the board, so I'm pretty sure if there's a tech pick that they want for a dungeon, they'll have practiced it and can play it. This team is just like so complete, it's really hard to envision a team beating them with the way that they're playing right now. I'm not saying it's not possible, there is a chance, but it's really hard to find an edge over them. I mean, something specifically from those clips that we watched that was really impressive that we were talking about because it was the first matchup of the day was how strong the Guardian Druid looked. But then we actually didn't see that much of it yesterday afterwards. We saw it in maybe a couple dungeons. I thought it was going to be something, I mean, you talked about this all the time. We thought this was going to be something that the teams would want to hold on to for as long as possible because it just does so much damage. It does so much more damage than every other tank. But teams have kind of opted for more utility roles for the tank rather than just doing raw damage in the keys that they're doing. It's interesting.
Practice, maybe? Like, Bear got really buffed this week, right? Like, Tuesday, it got giga buffed. Like, if you didn't have a ton of time to be able to, like, reroute your dungeon around it, maybe that's why.
It's true. I mean, when those changes come in and you're trying to adapt, we've seen a lot of the teams over the recent seasons with spec variety rule, like, really purposefully expand out the specs they could play. But you never know when one thing that maybe you did or didn't prep is going to kind of pop up that suddenly you're going, wait, hold on. Do we risk it on this? Do we try this? Is it worth it? Can we maybe polish this up fast enough? So we've seen a lot of the teams, I think, alternating between picks that are kind of comfort picks, like that rogue with Shindig, who obviously is phenomenal on it, versus some of these other things that now they're bringing in that we're just seeing tear through a lot of the dungeons. But, you know, we are going to be going into this first series of the day. This is going to be Mandatory versus I Do It, and makes... It seems like it's not in I Do It's favor, but they did say they were vying for top 2. So do you think they can go the distance?
So listen, if there's any map that is crazy, it's Seat. There's so much lethality in that dungeon. We saw a glimpse of it yesterday with those champions just trucking tanks like there's no tomorrow. There is some really crazy pulls, and of course, from a team like Mandatory, I'm expecting them to really go hard here. And in the MDI, those massive pulls, all it takes is one little oopsie and that threat could unravel very fast. Now, I'm not hoping for it, but I'm saying if there's a dungeon, this first dungeon, this Seat, that's what you're looking for.
What is it, like the first pull of Seat wipes you to the
Yes.
quad subjugator and you just like completely... I do think if you wipe to the quad subjugator, you lose your run. Like, it's in practice, you zone out and reset that key. We're not even continuing, so...
What was it that you were talking about, Tuttles? The last time we saw Seat of the Triumvirate in the MDI, like 7 years ago, we had Simple Math throw like 80 deaths at the first pull of the dungeon.
Yeah, there was there's a 79 death fiasco. Maybe for tomorrow I'll bring that clip back for just to let the chat know.
Just so everybody gets perspective about how dangerous some of these polls are. Like, genuinely, when you see things go right in these polls, even when our observer is lagging, like with Polish Mountain, you're like, oh, look at them handle that. Surely that's not so hard. And then when you actually realize all of the things that are perfectly aligning that they've planned out, like, down to the T for these polls. It is so impressive. And then when you have 79 deaths, it also just hammers home that, yeah, probably this is some really difficult content. But our teams, they have to be able to rise to that challenge. And yesterday, I'm happy to say we did not see anywhere near that many deaths. But today, we're going to have even more on the line. I mean, for whoever makes it down to the lower bracket here, Zyro, like, what's kind of your strategy if you're looking at today and you're trying to avoid elimination? What do you think our teams need to be planning between the brackets?
So I actually have experience with this when I played in the MDI, a few years ago. My team lost in the first round, and we actually ended up making it all the way through the lower bracket. And it's really, you kind of just have to play consistently, right? If you go for a crazy strategy and lose against some of these better teams, you're done. So you really just have to make sure you have the cleanest runs possible. And we'll have to see if teams can pull that out today. This is do or die today. We're going to send half our teams home.
They are going to have to go the long distance, whether they're in the upper or lower brackets, and today we'll kick everything off. This is going to be our first series of the day, Mandatory versus I Do It, on Seat of the Triumvirate. Tettles, let's see what they have to show us.
All right, so the first pull of this dungeon really starts out at 100 miles an hour. That is what we were going to be looking for. Yesterday, we saw both of the teams pulling 4 subjugators at the exact same time with the void callers, with the caster mobs. And if you end up having just like one minor mistake, you can just immediately lose your run. We have to be able to see the teams make sure that they press all their defensives in the right order, make sure that bloodlust comes out. And a tank death here is also especially scary because you can have these champions charge your tank, putting a bleed on him, and that can also cause a lot of problems if not taken care of. And we see here, or I Do It, we have this bear druid. Look at Quasi, he's doing a million DPS here. This is absolutely insane just how much damage this Guardian Druid is able to output. And for Mandatory, Maris is on that Protection Warrior, Zyro. What do you think about the Prot Warrior pick? Oh my god, the entire team of Mandatory is dropping so low.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the thing about the Prot Warrior, yeah, it does a lot less damage on the AoE pulls, but we saw this yesterday when we saw this dungeon done. Like, the Prot Warrior really gets a lot of key spell reflex in this dungeon. It does so much damage on that third boss, and that actually means you don't have to use that Bloodlust in that section of the dungeon, which means you can go for the one phase on Lure later on. So we'll have to see. I think Mandatory is going to slowly fall behind over the first few pulls of the dungeon, but they'll be able to catch up at the end. That's assuming both teams have a clean run.
Yeah, dude, this is on 16, by the way. So, something that we didn't talk about at the top of the show is the fact that keys range from the 15 to 17 level. Like, these keys are relatively high compared to some of the gear that the guys have. Like, what everybody's like 289 item level, but like there is still a lot of worlds where just one minor mistake and then you end up having a death, especially at these critical points of time. So now we're seeing both Mandatory and I Do It onto the first boss. The main strategy that we are going to be seeing are these coalesce voids either being CC'd or the boss is just going to be kited around the room for its entirety. I actually really like the strategy that Mandatory is deploying on these coalesce voids with the banish and the entangling root on the first set of these voids. What it does is it allows you to actually move your boss significantly less. Oh, we have a death for the Retribution Paladin on the side of I Do It, accidentally getting ticked by that ground effect on Zarul. That ground effect, it insta-ticks you, and it will do 100% of your health, even on a 16.
Yeah, I saw a 550k tick, so that's 100% of anyone's health without DR on it. That is pretty brutal. I will say the other thing I like about Mandatory's comp, I think they have a lot more of a single target-focused comp. I think the Demo Warlock is a lot better at that than the Red Paladin, especially in Mythic Plus build, because Warlock, you just single target all the time anyways. It's kind of your pets that are passively cleaving, so the bosses should go down more quickly for them. So, I don't know, I kind of want to redact what I said earlier, because I felt like Mandatory should be behind at this point, but due to the death and also the better single target? Does it?
I think Red has some funnel this season. Yeah, I think
okay.
I think their funnel damage is a little bit better than it has been in the past. That is historically expected as just complete pat spec.
Yeah, it has been. Okay, different strategy for Mandatory.
Going?
Yeah. Normally we see teams go to the left here to the first Void Warden, but they're heading off to the right across this upper platform and jumping right on down to the very first Rift Warden. Okay, a little different routing than we saw yesterday.
What else is in this poll? It looks like it's one of the Rift Wardens and it's a Subjugator. So this is a large amount of group damage. You actually see Genji slamming down that rescue. Maystein, he ports it. Kush presses Vengeful Retreat to be able to remove those chains off of the entire party. The second set of chains, especially if the Rift Warden is continuously AoEing, that's where things can actually start to get pretty dangerous. Mirez also has that Iron Bark on him right now. So this pull does have some of those champions that I kind of called out in that first area, where if any of the champion charges go off, your tank is in a lot of trouble. And Ryzen, I think, is actually playing long Iron Bark. I think that's a 16-second Iron Bark right there.
Do you think there's ever a world where they play Time Spiral so that like the Warlock can port again whenever the second chains come out? Or do you lose too much taking that as an Augavoker in Mythic Plus?
I think that Time Spiral and Spatial are both relatively takeable. It's pretty common that you actually take Time Spiral if you don't have anything else that you want to take this season.
Okay, interesting. So maybe they could have run that there. I didn't see the Warlock got rid of it, but it wasn't actually a port the second time around that got rid of it. So I'm not actually quite sure what it was to remove that. Either way, we're on to the second Rift Warden. Again, pulling more trash on top of these. The name of the game in these speedruns is to try to spend as little time as possible just doing pure single target damage. So we're going to see trash on top of bosses whenever you can get it on there, on top of mini bosses that are mandatory. Not the team that we're watching,
mandatory?
but that you have to pull. So yeah, we're just going to try to AoE as much as possible. And you can see that, I mean, mandatory is almost an entire mini boss ahead right now. This Rift Warden is about to die as I do it is pulling it.
Yeah, I mean, look at this for mandatory as well on the left side. They actually ended up having that bound void color banish. That's one of the advantages of Warlock just in this dungeon in general, especially if you're doing this dungeon on live. Anytime you see a bound void color, it's something very notable about those mobs. They do not give count, and they pulse on your entire team for a significant amount of damage. So you should just like slam down the banish, first global, rebanish that thing on CD. And even in these 16s, mandatory is banishing that mob. I think that is just a testament to how dangerous and how much damage it can actually do to you.
Yep, very, very clean gameplay from them so far. Now, the thing about these pulls is they're kind of capped, right? You have to kill each of these Rift Wardens.
Right.
They're in static places. You're kind of just trying to get any trash nearby that you need for count in order to, you know, make it so you don't have to do just extra trash pulls later on. Once we kill this third Rift Warden, it kind of opens up a little bit. So we get into that second boss room. There's a whole bunch of trash in that room. You can go for a massive pull if you have the cooldowns for it. We'll have to see what Mandatory is gearing up to do. But you can see the pathing here is actually so much faster for Mandatory. I knew it has to run back to that Rift Warden.
Ryzen is cranking, right? 85,000 DPS on a Resto Druid.
Dude, Resto Druid can crank when it needs to. I actually watched Dorky do a lot of keys where he was trying to do as much damage as possible. I mean, his teammates are dying a little bit, but he was cranking.
Well, I mean, they're playing the JB build, the Call of the Elder Druid. I mean, it's kind of a unique build that's popped up recently, but with that Elder Druid, it just seems like it does so much damage from Starfire spamming and can heal. It's kind of similar to the Mistweaver Monk. You know, just spinning crane kick, do infinite healing setup.
Is this kind of the same like gameplay style as it was back in Legion, where you kind of just hot your teammates up and then go into cat form and swipe a bunch?
You're like Moonkin now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Same concept though. You're just Moonkin instead of cat. Interesting.
It also looks like Jinjia's spatial paradox. So I'm interested in seeing like what that ends up being used for. It's obviously pretty good on like the third boss for the pushback. Is there going to be anything that we get like 100-yard range Resto Druid tagging mobs to be able to gather stuff faster? I think that's also something we have to be on the lookout for.
Really important for Mandatory there. They killed off the Rift Warden as quickly as possible to spawn the boss, so they still had that boss RP happening while they were dealing with the remainder of the trash pack, and that only just now dies as they start dealing with the boss. I do it are only just now engaging that fourth and final Rift Warden, so that the gap is really opened up here between the teams here. Mandatory probably in the realm of 30 seconds ahead, not counting the death timers as well, as we had a second death on the side of I Do It as well now. So they have a lot of room to make up here. I think the big thing to look at is where the second Bloodlust is going to be used for the teams. In the Seat of the Triumvirate we saw yesterday, we did see a couple of different choices on where to use the Bloodlust. FIRMAWAND ended up using it on a big trash pull in the third boss room, but we also saw the other team use it. Since SPELLBOOK, they just used it on the boss in the first damage amp phase, and they ended up one-phasing Lura, so that looked like it was in general the faster strategy. But I mean, it's only one run of the dungeon that we've seen. Maybe there is still a faster strategy.
Dude, something that we forget, though, is that we normally measure how far ahead an MDI team is by how many times they can wipe and still win, right? For Mandatory, while they are pretty considerably ahead, they're pretty considerably ahead by 45 seconds or something, right? If anything goes wrong in the Viceroy Nazar third boss room, there is still a lot of possibility for I Do It to be able to catch up. That while they have the 30 seconds of death penalty, none of their deaths are insanely consequential for their timer yet.
That's true. I mean, and again, we have to remember that these death timers being 15 seconds mean that you have 2 deaths on a pull. Yeah, I mean, you can like throw a res out and have someone run back, which costs you more time, obviously, but that puts I Do It right back into it. So they still have to be clean from here on out.
So something that we need to look at after this map, remind me, we need to look at this Resto Druid DPS. I'm really interested in seeing what his overall damage is. Obviously, he's bringing Mark of the Wild, which is 3% versatility. Fantastic. It is the best buff, raid buff in Mythic Plus. But what is his individual damage contribution looking like? Because Resto Druid was known for a while as like fairly low damage, but I feel like every single time I've seen Ryson, he's been doing a lot of damage.
I don't like this character as much as his Mistweaver. He has a much better name on his Mistweaver.
What is
Ryson
it?
Sunkick. It's actually so good. It's actually so good. That's a banger name.
Oh, Mara's there with the Warrenstone, Meld, being able to pull that Void Destroyer off to the side. I feel like the Void Destroyers are fairly slow mobs, just in general.
Oh,
in this
gateway
dungeon.
skip.
Yep,
Very
gateway
nice.
skipping. So, man, I think they have to get all of the count in this room.
Yeah, I believe they're going to need to pull literally everything, and they might actually even have to back pull the 2 destroyers. But
That's
that's
what I'm
fine, because
wondering.
that means you can pull them with the boss, right? That's just free cleave.
So, this entire room is 18.5%-ish. So, what else are they going to need is kind of the question here. Because I don't think it's not just the 2 Void-infused destroyers that you're talking about back pulling. I wonder if there's going to be more.
Well, they can have a Warlock port back up there and tag them down pretty easily if they need to. So we'll have to see what the plan is.
I think it's the 5-pack that they miseried as well. I think it's that 5-pack
Okay.
that they miseried and the Void-infused destroyer looking at MDT.
Okay. We'll see when they plan to bring those down. For the time being, we do need to just deal with this trash before we end up spawning the boss. You can see they do have that Conjurer imprisoned off in the corner. That's going to be something they cleave down. And something you need to keep an eye on. Every time this boss casts Mind Blast, we're going to see a spell reflect from Mirez here.
Dang.
2% of the boss's HP gone every single time that happens. It's so much free damage, and it's really going to accelerate them even further ahead than I Do It here.
I think that the thought process for mandatory for this actually makes a lot of sense. The boss, after you end up killing the Tsar, before Lura spawns, there's about a minute of RP downtime. So, of course, MDI teams are going to try to think about, okay, what can we do to actually be able to make the most of this forced 1 minute of downtime? And I think that back pulling that 5-pack and those 2 Void Destroyers, that is something that just makes sense. Is like, where are we going to be getting our count from?
Ooh, and there's actually some other tech on Lura that we kind of saw a team try to do yesterday, but they didn't actually end up pulling it off. We'll have to see if they end up pulling it off whenever they get there. Remind me, because I don't want to like forget about it. Talking about it now wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, but whenever we get there, I'll talk about it. For the time being, though, into the first intermission phase here on Viceroy and Nazar here for mandatory. Everyone made it to the center of the room. They dealt with all those Void Tentacles, which can be a problem, right? They're kind of spread. It's a little bit of a difficult DPS check to make sure you're not taking extra damage during that phase, but mandatory are able to get through it. But they still do have to get that count, so we'll have to see where that's going to end up coming from. I Do It also are in that situation where they still need a little bit of 10%-ish count, so they're going to have to back pull as well. But like you said, that RP really gives you a lot of time, and they actually do have a pack off on the side here in this room that they can pull later on.
Yeah, I think for them it just makes sense to like pull this pack that's in this room. For mandatory, it is a question of like, what are they going to get? But they do have to down this boss, and I think that it makes sense that they are full focusing downing the boss first to be able to get that RP started, and then they'll figure out the trash after that. And oh my gosh, dude, Viceroy Nazar is a 2-minute boss fight on a 16. What in the world is mandatory doing?
They're absolutely destroying this boss, man. I'm telling you, this might be one of the best single target group comps for this particular boss. Even Ryson filling in with a 30k DPS. Mirez, I wonder do you think that details meter also includes spell reflect damage?
It
I
does.
don't think it does. Does it? Okay, I mean,
I
it's
think
still
I think the base
pumping either
game.
way.
I think the base game meter includes it now.
Okay, but like you said, boss dies. We're in about a minute of RP here, where we're waiting for the door to open, and then also once the door opens, someone needs to go in and actually spawn Lura. So Ryson will probably run and do that in just a moment here, just to go get that boss spawn. For the time being, though, we're just dealing with the
He's already gone. Ginji, we saw him. He hot swapped the Wernstone off of, because it was on Mirez earlier. So they moved that Wernstone so Ryson can actually get back to this pack a little bit faster. And it's basically just, if you end up getting targeted by the Void-infused destroyer, press every single defensive on it. If you end up getting bled by the Riststalker, cauterize the first bleed. Ryson will be here for the remainder of this pull.
All right, and there we go. We're waiting on Lura to spawn right now for the time being, finishing off the remainder of this trash. This should be 100%, like we were talking about. It was the 2 destroyers plus that 5-pack that they miseried earlier on, and there we go, 100% trash count. They have the Bloodbless saved and ready for Lura, so we'll see if they're going to be able to complete that one phase of this boss. So the tech that I was mentioning for Lura, if you pull the boss to the edge of the room, we actually saw SPELLBOOK attempt this yesterday, but they didn't actually end up pulling it off. You can actually have one of your lines hit 2 of the chimes if the positioning is correct. Now, it's a little bit RNG, right? Because the chimes, they port whenever that happens, so you can just get bad RNG and have them not port in a position where you can get 2 of them. That doesn't mean you can phase it 1 phase earlier, like 1 line earlier, but it does mean you get less debuff, so it's less healing your healer has to do, which means Ryzen can be in Moon Conform a little bit longer. So let's see if they're able to pull it off, or if they're even going to attempt it here. Looks like they're not trying it, because they just have the boss in the middle of the room.
Yeah, I think that this comp also is actually really chill for the strategy that they're going for. There's basically 2 different strategies that you go for in Lure. You go for one of the strats where you intentionally will miss one of the relics that's off to the side of the room, and that allows things like a Death Knight to be able to press like 2 minutes on pull. However, we're playing Devour Demon Hunter. That guy's got Void Meta. Our Augmentation Evoker is going to have his Breath of Eons on time, and then Warlock has 1 minute cooldown. So for mandatory, they would never want to actually miss any of these relics. So they're gonna be getting all 3 relics here. They're going to press the Bloodlust, and I would not be shocked, Zyro, if within the next 30 seconds this run is over for mandatory.
There's the Symphony of Eternal Light cast here. At the end of this cast, we get 20 seconds of, I believe, double damage on the boss. It's a
200%.
Damage. 200% triple damage on the boss. And look at the timing here from the team as well. Kush has been in meta for about 20 seconds, so he's going to be getting the tail end of the meta where you're doing the most damage in that specs window on this damage up. And look at the health bar for Lure Milt. 10 seconds left of that 300% damage, and this is going to be easy for them. They might have to do a couple percent after the fact, but either way, the 1 phase will be complete, and mandatory are just absolutely crushing it. They're back to their winning ways. There's no difference from yesterday. This team is going to be a force to be reckoned with in this competition.
Mandatory is basically securing these mandatory wins here. They come in and they confidently smash these dungeons. Incredible to see with their routing here, and in our first map of our first series of the day, Mandatory will emerge our victor. But now, throughout that entire run, we got to see, I think, a lot of fantastic performances, but I know, Tettles, you were highlighting Ryzen and the huge numbers that were kind of going out there with that Resto Druid. So, with the DPS meters, as we get a chance to look over them, how do you think the numbers panned out for both of the teams this time around?
Yeah, I'm really interested in seeing like how much DPS he's doing. Okay, look at this. He's doing 58,000 DPS. Yeah. When you compare that to Norcom on the Shaman, Norcom was doing 38,000 DPS. Right, that feels like a tangible, damage gain whenever your healer is doing what, 50% more damage than the other healer.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. It's pretty significant, especially in the speedrunning format. I think you both highlighted that really well during the map, that really a lot of the ways you approach this, trying to gather up those mobs, trying to burn as fast, trying to just condense it as much as possible. Damage makes a huge difference in that, and we even saw that on the final boss there. But it's amazing to see how these teams have just already hit the ground running. Makes, as you were watching, what were you seeing from this run?
Man, listen, I got into this run, and I do it. We're on Zoral first with a little bit more trash than mandatory as well, and I'm like, hold on, what is happening here? Is it really happening? And then Skilly ends up being a little bit not so skilly as the Void Puddle takes him down, not once, but twice, unfortunately. It's a little bit... Listen, I play melee. I know these puddles are so mean. They grow under your feet. You need to watch where those voids are dying, but it just cannot happen from here on out. I do it having a really rough time in this series. And we saw this little bit of a routing difference. I know you guys were talking about that as well. Mandatory electing to go right side here, just saving on pathing time. I really like this because, of course, if you walk back, then forward, then back, that just adds more second to your run. So just a minor adjustment on the overall dungeon path. We also did get a clip because we were talking about the Ryzen damage as well. So if you would just look to the damage meter on the left-hand side, that's Resto Druid damage. Yeah, he's chasing Gingy, and yeah, okay, Gingy is an augmentation evoker, but he is chasing Gingy. 120k DPS on a Resto Druid, certainly something that you have to be aware of. And then I saw a lot of questions in chat as well on why are they playing Prot Warrior? And here's a nice little clip of that. That Spell Reflect just took the boss's HP down by like 2%, so useful here on this and the last boss. And here's Ryzen, just triggering that RP while the rest of the team finishes out on the last 11% that they needed. You can see he's taking this job very seriously. He's not wasting any milliseconds. He's ready. And then something really cool as he walks back, he also uses that Wernstone to be reunited with the team just a little bit faster into this really, really nice blast on Laura. So all in all, just chef's kiss, perfect run.
That was amazing to see. I mean, Mandatory, again, every time they jump into a dungeon, I feel like our eyes are just glued to the screen, and this was no exception. But, you know, I do it, while they had some of those deaths, I think they still managed to get through. There are moments where you see them doing well, and especially up against Mandatory, that's a difficult thing. So, I mean, Zyro, as they're looking ahead to our next map, which is going to be Magister's Terrace, what do you think I Do It needs to keep in mind, and how do you think the teams are going to approach our second dungeon?
Well, I mean, again, like I was talking about right before the matchup here, like, you just need to play clean if you want to have a chance of beating the top teams, and that didn't really happen for I Do It there. I don't think it would have helped if they had 0 deaths in that round, because Mandatory was just like, they were playing in another universe there. But I think that's a good place to start from. Now, the question for me is what the bans are going to be here, and they just popped up here. Yeah, I was curious about Mandatory, because they actually had a lot of really strong picks in that key. They're getting rid of the Demo Lock, they're getting rid of the Resto Druid, and they're getting rid of the Prot Warrior. So that means they can swap to any one of the tanks that they're comfortable on. There's a lot of good other DPS specs, I'm not worried about that. We might see like the Mistweaver come out for them in this key. It's a lot of AoE that can just spin the entire time. On the side of I Do It, yeah, Rep being gone makes sense, Resto Shaman being gone makes sense. Guardian Druid being gone? It's a little bit of a question mark for me, because like, we've seen the strategy for this key from Polish Mountain yesterday. It's just massive pulls. I feel like Guardian would just crank on those pulls, right?
It's one of the few uncapped tanks. I think that, especially since a lot of their damage is baked into Thrash now, I think that mob, 40, 50 mob pulls is the sweet spot for Guardian Druid, where the other tanks are going to be a little bit struggling.
Yeah, interesting choice, especially when I think that this next map is so huge for them, Makes.
Yeah, it is, and it's the first time we're seeing a different tank in Magister's Terrace at all. We were seeing those crazy pulls from Polish Mountain yesterday. A big thing about that new change on Druid is how well they can keep the aggro of those massive pulls, so I'm very interested on how I Do It will do it here with our Brewmaster.
Absolutely, we're going to see how they do it. Mandatory versus I Do It. Map 2 coming into Magister's Terrace, Tettles.
Yep, we got Ryzen's Sun Kick coming back, Zyro calling out the name. And yeah, I mean, for Mandatory and I Do It, I think the first Bloodlust of the dungeon is going to be pretty interesting. We saw the teams yesterday, they were Bloodlusting on Custos. Is there going to be any unique Bloodlust timing? Is this dungeon ever 12, 13 minutes maybe? You need to press that Bloodlust earlier? I think that's going to be something that we're going to have to be watching out for both of these two teams right now.
Yeah, it's kind of a rough start to the dungeon, right? Because I feel like the first couple of pulls are really on rails here, right? You have to do this first pull the same as always because it unlocks the door to get to the rest of the dungeon. This next pull, I guess you could pull down to the Pyromancer if you're okay with casters lagging behind, but generally speaking, a lot of teams have kind of just been line-of-sighting around the door here. Is that what Mandatory are going to do? No, they're just going straight to the Pyromancer. Okay, so they are going for that. Yeah. Casters are going to be lagging behind. Gotta get someone to tag that Pyromancer, though. But again, at this point, you're kind of blocked by the Pyromancer. You have to wait for the Pyromancer to die in order to move on to the first boss. But this is definitely the most efficient way of doing it, and I Do It are going for the same pull on their side as well. So both teams going big in the first section of the dungeon.
I think this is what you need the DK for, right? You need to be able to grip these Magisters, grip these healers in to make sure that both of them are getting stacked on top of this Pyromancer. And for the teams, while the trash, the additional trash mobs, not the mini-boss, is the most dangerous part, these MDI teams, they need to be focusing down this Pyromancer because that's what unlocks the door to continue to allow them to progress further through the dungeon.
Yeah, and I mean, they kind of want to AoE the rest of it down as well, because you want to be able to just kind of get the buff and move on without having to deal with these casters behind. So even if the Pyromancer does go down early, they're going to finish the AoE regardless. That being said, it's a clean run for Mandatory. I Do It just a little bit behind. I think their comp does have a little bit less damage. That Guardian Druid that we called out is definitely coming in clutch in these first couple of pulls. Maris is just doing a ridiculous amount of AoE damage here.
I mean, I think that the Guardian Druid's really OP part is going to be in the hallway going into that second boss area, and the first pull after the second boss. Oh my gosh, mandatory here. Going ham in this Custos pull. This is so many mobs. They ended up grabbing the double familiar pack that's in the corner as well. Those familiars have a non-telegraphed leap onto players, and that in conjunction with the Pyromancer ignition and the Custos knockback AoE, there's a lot of players that can go down and die. It looks like Mandatory are front-loading all of their defensives. They end up slamming down that Zephyr. They end up pressing, everybody pressed to personal. You can even see that the blur and the scales are still running for the Mandatory DPS. That is an incredibly scary pull, but it looked clean and effortless for them.
Dude, Maystine was doing 2 million DPS on that pull. Mirez is second on the meters, just thrashing away happily. Kush wasn't even in Void meta at the start of that pull. That's why he's lagging behind on damage. So Mirez is like, all right, yoink, I'll take all that damage, buddy.
All right, Augavoker needs to start buffing the tank again. That way we can see these real the bear numbers.
Can you not manually prescience them?
You can prescience them, but you can't give them Ebb and Might. Which,
you can't give them Ebb and Might.
Yeah. Instead, we're buffing this Devour Demon Hunter outside of his Void meta while my Bear Druid's doing a million DPS.
Listen, it might be the right play to manually prescience your bears on some of these pulls, man.
It certainly was there. There was a question as to whether he did, because like you don't really think about it, but like it definitely was worth right there.
Just an absolutely insane pull here from Mandatory, just crushing Arcanatron Custos down. I do it a little bit behind. They're also missing out on the Mark of the Wild buff. They've got the double Monk, which can be useful if you need to do a big pull where you want to double paralyze something, but I can't think of anything in particular that you'd want to do that in this dungeon for it. Maybe it's just like a comfort thing. They didn't want to ban anything else out. Either way, Mandatory are going to be moving on here, pulling a bunch of Bright Scale Worms. They're not going to kill them off just yet. They're going to wait until they're ready to go to get that buff stacked on themselves, and then they're going to go into the AoE pull. They're actually going to pull them with them here. This is actually huge min-max potential for them here.
Yeah, what you also saw on the screen right there is Macy ended up clicking a crystal. He ended up getting a 10 stack of a debuff. What that debuff is also it's 1% damage per stack. It does end up, resetting like Iron Fur, so those stacks are individual. But Macy now having a 20% damage amp right before pressing his Army of the Dead, right before being able to blow up all of this trash, and those worms are going to be coming in a little bit later, allowing them to refresh that, or not refresh, but like stack up that damage amp as well. Now, something about these worms is that they do explode on death. So while these Spellbreakers, they have the Runic Glaive on our entire party where, you see Ryson with multiple stacks of that Runic Glaive. With those worms exploding, there's potential for a death here. That's why you're seeing the anti-magic done. That's why you're seeing everybody pressing defensives. You can see on our defensive tracker, everybody's pressing defensive. Zephyr's coming out. Every single button is being pressed. You're like, all right, this is the only time that we can even die.
Blur a little late for Kush there, but he did have 2 stacks of the debuff on him there, so it was probably a good defensive
He's got
puzzle
leech
as well. Maystine now actually gets to press the AMS. He didn't want to use that and accidentally null the application of the worm buffs. We saw that happen to one of our DKs yesterday. They were very sad when it happened. But, I mean, that massive pull, just perfect execution once again from Mandatory. Nobody really ever even dropped low, and we're already on to the second boss. I do it have only just now dealt with the first boss. They're not even in the hallway yet.
I do it is going +1 pull here. So while Mandatory did all of the trash with the worms into the hallway, I do it electing to just grab the stuff in the corner. They're playing a little bit of a safer strategy, and it kind of makes sense. The Runic Glaive is incredibly dangerous. Honestly, both of those packs of Mana Worms, just that random damage from those mobs, it really can end up causing a lot of problems, especially if you have 2, 3, 4 stacks of the Runic Glaive, and I think that's what makes Mandatory special.
That was interesting. So they did actually find a good use of the double para plus an Imprison. They just skipped past that caster pack at the top of the stairs there. Unfortunately, we do lose our Augavoker here. Runic Glaive debuff taking him down. They have the Battle Res available, but now that's gone for the next 4 minutes. There's no backup.
He released.
That happens. Oh, no, he released. Okay, so they saved the Battle Res. That's probably smart. They still have the CC up on those mobs in the back. But they are losing a bunch of damage in the meantime, and that means this pack is going to live longer, which means there's going to be more time in combat with these glaives going out on the players. That means Snorkum's going to have to do more work to keep everyone alive. He himself is under a lot of danger right now with the 2-stack of that debuff.
I think that's something that's actually kind of important to know about the meta compositions that we're seeing this season. Devour Demon Hunter and Augmentation Evoker are very heavy momentum-based specs where they need constant combat, they need constant damage, and any death. It's kind of like we talked about a little bit last season with the Beast Mastery Hunter. If you ever have a death on your Augmentation Evoker, your Devour Demon Hunter, you lose the entire world. Like, the house, the kids, everything's gone if you end up having a death. Like, you've lost all of your buffs. It is tragic.
Well, that battle res does have to be expended now, as the pack that they skipped past with double paralyze in prison has come out of that, and it's in combat with them as well. This might have been something that they were trying to do to get the trash on top of Serenal's Sunlash later on, but because they didn't have the Og Evoker for the first 20 seconds of the poll, the trash pack lived longer than it was supposed to, which means the trash wasn't available for the boss, which means it came earlier than they expected it to, and it just holy fired the Og Evoker, who was already low due to that Runic Glaive debuff. So, a little unfortunate for them here. They now actually don't have the battle res for another 2-ish minutes, so if there's any mistakes on this boss, they're just not going to have that player for the rest of the fight.
A full boss ahead. That is massive.
That's a lot. What we do know coming up is a potential for
how big?
Some insanity. Do they go for the Polish mountain pull? Do they go all the way to the third boss room and pull literally everything? Are they going to lag our observers out again?
Yeah, I mean, getting this pull set up is a little bit tricky as well, because there is that caster that's in that hallway. There are the skirmishers that leap onto random players. So there's a little bit of like random group damage that can happen. And then, of course, there are these Void Terrors as well, which spam an AoE fear cast. Whenever we saw this yesterday from Polish Mountain, what they did is that's where the Augmentation Evoker kind of comes into play. The upheaval, the stops. They don't even actually go for the kicks on the Void Terror. They just know that enough stops are going to happen, that Terror Wave is never going to be going off. What's going to happen for Mandatory here? Look at this. All the offensive cooldowns are coming out. The defenses are going to need to be pressed here in just a couple of seconds, as the Void Caller AoE, that Consuming Shadows cast, is not only healing the Void Caller, but doing an insane amount of damage to the entire party for Mandatory.
I mean, the Guardian is just helping so much here, thrashing these mobs down as well. Our observers, fortunately, aren't lagging this time. That's nice, but this poll is, again, just clean. Not a single fear anywhere near going off on the group. I don't believe that was as big as the poll we saw from Polish Mountain yesterday. I believe they got a little bit of a bigger poll, but still, just super, super clean from Mandatory. They're going to be spawning the third boss here in just a moment. And only moving on quickly here. I do it just now, still dealing with the last 30% of Serenal Sunlash on their end.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this is clinical for Mandatory. I think that this is the fewest pulls that you can do Magister's Terrace in. This feels insane. This route that they're playing here.
I mean, let's think about it. They did the 2 pulls at the start of the dungeon that you have to do.
Yeah.
Third pull is on top of the first boss, so it's not an issue whatsoever. They did everything in between first and second boss in 1 pull. They did everything in between second and third boss in 1 pull. Can they do everything in between third and fourth boss in 1 pull?
Is there a possibility of getting somehow more trash into the second boss where you're fighting that with mobs? Probably not. Like, I don't see how you would. Maybe there's something there, but like, you don't need the count either with how they're pulling, right? I feel like there's no breaks in combat that aren't forced by doors being locked, right?
Yeah.
Or a
I mean,
boss.
this is kind of just what these players have been known for throughout the years. Is just pushing these dungeons to the absolute maximum. They've put in just some ridiculous times throughout the years. And I think one of the things that we've kind of talked about when it comes to players like Jinji and Mirez, even Maesty and Rice and all of these players, is when you play against players like this, you kind of, I think this is a JB tweet, JB moment that I'm talking about here, where he said when you're playing against these guys, you're not really thinking about what your best run is. You're trying to think, okay, is the run that we've put together good enough to beat these players? And it's kind of a crazy mind game that you have to deal with when you're going up against them, because it's like, they're going to play their game. They're not going to make that many mistakes. What do we have to do to beat these guys? And teams either will come up with insane strategies that maybe they can't pull off and they end up wiping in pretty crazy fashion, or they pull off their strategy and it's still not fast enough to beat them.
I think if there's ever a weekend, though, that Mandatory could be on upset alert by other teams having either a better meta read in terms of like meta compositions or coming up with really unique and innovative strategies, it is this first weekend, though. I think that is something that you kind of have to always be aware of. It's like, when did the time that the most innovation happens? It was the first week whenever the teams have the least amount of information, and they haven't had the opportunity to actually see what the other teams are cooking up.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the interesting thing about week 1, right? We don't have a lot of extra info. Like, we literally, all we had coming into this weekend is whatever teams had streamed, which wasn't a lot. We didn't see any of the Mandatory guys streaming their
Since
practice.
SPELLBOOK was streaming, right? I think that was probably the top-seeded team that was actually streaming their runs.
Yeah. But even then, I mean, that's just extra info for everyone else. Let's see what Mandatory have cooked up here as they've dealt with Gemelus and are heading up to the final platform here with Degenetress. Are we going to be stopping here? Okay, it looks like we are stopping here. It makes sense. There's 3 Void Terrors here. They don't want to accidentally have a Fear go off. They're just playing it safe. They're so far ahead. I don't think they need to do anything crazy here.
Is this... Are they gonna... Okay, so I guess the kind of question for me is, like... Every other pull has been basically every single mob that they possibly could grab. I'm surprised that because they end up pulling this, I think it's a Tyrant that's on this platform.
My guess would be that they're going to run up to the boss platform, they're going to quad Shadow Meld, and Gingy will just Wardstone up, because this is right below the platform, right? This should be within range. Oh, it's not Countdown.
Yeah, so I think they're probably going to be pulling some trash on the boss, is what I expect to be happening next.
Okay.
Rop's coming out, Sigil of Misery, push shifts up. Yes, that'll do it. It was Verdant Embrace, Human Form Wild Charge. We rescue the DK. Or we rescue the Mistweaver Monk and then the DK Wernstones.
And then those Shredders Shadow Step up to you. That's not a snap. That's a Shadow Step. That's one of their abilities. They grip the other two mobs. So we're good to go. We're on to Degenitress. We have the remainder of our account. We're going to be cleaving this down. This is where that second Bloodlust is being popped as well. Mira is only briefly topping the meters for a moment before their DPS cooldowns are online. And we are once again off to an insanely fast run from Mandatory. How does this compete with the run we saw from Polish Mountain? Hopefully Mix has that info available for us, because Polish Mountain's run was very, very impressive in here yesterday. Want to see if this can compete with that or even surpass it.
I feel like the Polish Mountain route, in terms of like the composition of the packs, were very similar, and the number of pulls, I would not be shocked if it's the same number of pulls. Then it kind of comes down to this interesting question of like, who is just doing raw DPS, right? Who is doing the most damage between Mandatory and that Polish Mountain route? Or maybe there was some edge that could have potentially been gained from the Polish Mountain route that we didn't necessarily pick up on.
Dude, Devourer gameplay is so degenerate, man. Like you're in a Void Ray, you have a ball going right towards you. This isn't going to kill me. I'm just going to take it to the face while I'm
That's my
casting
sixth
this
star.
Void Ray.
I got to get to my 7th. Please heal me.
Yep, that's how it works. Listen, when you can't kill your entire group with a crystal exploding, like on, the real Lura boss, you can get away with that stuff.
DK and Demon Hunter are both, I don't say unkillable, but for all intents and purposes unkillable this season. Just the passive tankiness on both of those specializations, or both those classes rather, is such that it's really hard to get them killed off. Especially if they have defensives available. Even if they don't have defensives available, normally it's just like the Leech and the passive Veteran of the Third War stamina that's able to carry them over the line.
Dude, I mean, Devourer Demon Hunter, if you can't get one shot, one collapsing star in Void Meta is going to heal you back to full. So, like, you're almost never in danger at any point. Regardless, Mandatory, a sub-15-minute Magister Terrace are going to be sending them into the upper bracket finals with yet another 2-0. It's just been non-stop perfect gameplay.
Wow. What an absolute masterclass.
Absolutely incredible here. Mandatory, honestly, I feel like just seeing how well they've played already, and we're only on day 2, literally leaves me speechless sometimes. And while there's a long road ahead of them, it is phenomenal seeing what they're able to accomplish so early in the competition, let alone where they'll end up by the time everything is said and done. And while Mandatory takes that series 2-0, they are challenging their competition to try and reach new heights. And it was a long shot against a team like Mandatory, but I do will be heading down to the lower bracket, where they'll be vying for a comeback run. Now, Zyro, as we look over everything here, I mean, this was a phenomenal run of Magister's Terrace. What did you see with the stats, with their numbers, with the routing, everything that they brought to the table in this one?
I mean, you look at the DPS here and you're like, wow, the players on Mandatory did so much more DPS than the players on I Do It. It's just a route difference, right? Mandatory did bigger pulls, they did less pulls, and they were in their cooldowns for those bigger pulls. So it was just a lot easier for them to have those higher numbers. This was just a full routing difference. Like, the routing gap was insane in this key. I Do It, they're not out of the competition just yet. I think that they have potential to be one of our top 2 teams still if they can play consistently, if they can play clean. But they're going to have to play as well as they did in this second map, or even better, to make it out of this group.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know I Do It was saying that they didn't feel like they'd had as much time to prepare as they hoped. A lot of them were raiding. But when you see how a lot of that preparation, or a lot of these thoughts and strategies that go into these routes can make such a huge difference, I'm sure they're already going, okay, how can we tighten up? How can we continue to push through so that we can end up in the top 2 like we hoped? But Makes had even more perspective on this as we went through, and I have no doubt you have a lot you want to highlight from the run.
I do. So the first thing that's very different to the Magister's Terraces that we've seen so far is the fact that they don't go 1-2 into Pyromaster. Instead, they play the first pack to unlock the door, and then they take everything down here into the Pyromaster. And just a quick note to no one in chat in particular, the book that moves here, it can clip through the shelf on the left-hand side. So just make sure you're not too close to that shelf. It can end up badly for you. But then we went on, and I want to put your gaze towards the player names as well as their damage meter, because on the player grid, you can see that they're really stacked up on those energy infusions, up to like 20 stack. That's 20% more damage. And Maystein reaching a full 2 million damage there. It's just absolute insanity on that Unholy DK. Unfortunately for I Do It, the run wasn't as clean. Not only was their pacing not as fast, but also they had a couple of issues here and there. And then we saw what we kind of were dubbing the Polish mountain pull, but I think Mandatory has claimed the right to this dungeon by nearly underpacing them with a minute timer difference. It's just an insane timer diff. It was 37 for Polish Mountain, and Mandatory just locked in 14:46, I think. So it's really fast. A little bit of routing difference here as well. Usually teams like to just walk on by this Voidwalker Terror Pack. Mandatory electing to play that, and then I know you guys were talking about it as well, but I want to highlight it one more time. The way they got up there is just so cool. Normally you only see this with Warlocks, and the fact that people use that gate, and instead the team here using that Werenstone, using their racial, using that double jump. It's just really cool to see them get up here, and then the mobs of course port up with their Shadow Stab. Very nicely done by Mandatory, and probably the cleanest done run we have seen in the MDI in quite some time, I have to say.
AUG is super OP. I do wonder, like, at that many mobs, if something else would maybe be more damage, like a Demo Warlock or something. Like, obviously it was banned, but like
You're losing a lot of stops though, right? When you drew,
okay, you know what? That's a good point. That is a lot of stops.
Yeah, it's a trade-off, right? I mean, it's amazing to see what they're able to do even just with what they have, right? And some of that tech, let alone makes, when you highlighted how much shorter that run was than Polish Mountain, which yesterday we were like, can this dungeon go any faster? Probably not, and here we are, and it did. But this is going to set our bracket here with Mandatory moving on in the upper bracket, and of course I Do It going down to face whoever in the lower bracket will emerge a victor from our first of our lower bracket series. But looking over everything, I mean, Tuttles, what do you think about what we've seen and where we're headed next with Polish Mountain versus Sen Spellbook?
I think that, you know, for me, where we came from, Mandatory, they're continuing to play like the #1 seed. I said at the top of the show, until proven otherwise, I'm going to continue to believe that they're going to be the #1 seed, and they just proved why they are the #1 seed. So everybody else in my mind is playing for that #2 seed. And that's what I think the stakes are on the line for the rest of the day, is like, who is going to be coming out of this Polish Mountain versus Sen Spellbook matchup, which puts them in a really good position making it into that upper bracket finals. And what does the rest of the teams look like in that lower bracket? Is anybody going to be able to make a miracle run? Those are kind of the things that we're looking forward to now.
I mean, it's really anybody's game. Although we have these big powerhouses like Mandatory, like Polish Mountain, we have a lot of teams that are still putting up very good times, and I think can just continue to learn and continue to try to get that bit faster so that they can make it up. But Polish Mountain versus Sen Spellbook is going to be one of our biggest matches of the day. We were already talking about it at the start of the broadcast, and we cannot wait to see what these two teams are going to have in store. In truth, it could be either of them that continues on. So be sure to stick around. You won't want to miss it. In just a few minutes, we'll have that Polish Mountain versus Sen Spellbook matchup. We are back, and up next is Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. So chat, get your predictions in now in the poll that you can see put up. Now, we're going to talk about this match up here that we have for Series 2, and we already were kind of foreshadowing that this is going to be a big one. These teams are both heavy hitters with a lot of experienced players, and really, it's going to come down to whoever can just execute at the highest level. But Zyro, with this being kind of the premier matchup today, most likely our number 2 team is going to come from this group. How close do you think it's going to be?
So, based off of what we saw yesterday, Polish Mountain clearly was the better team. They had 2 lights-out runs, 0 deaths, they played insanely well. Since Spellbook looked a little bit iffy, right? They actually could have lost that series against FIRMAWAND if they made any more mistakes or if FIRMAWAND was like a little bit more clean. So, in order for Sin Spellbook to compete in this matchup, they need to play a lot better than they did yesterday. We know they're capable of it, though. They have a lot of really, really strong, talented players that have been in the MDI for a long time on their team. Just have to play a little bit better than what we saw from them yesterday.
You know, I feel like this is something that can kind of be said for both. Polish Mountain, we see them so strong in a lot of seasons. These moments where like, oh my gosh, they're going to be a top contender. And then consistency has gotten them in the past. Send Spellbook, same thing, where we just like see in a moment when all of the, whatever configuration the players are in that season, they come together and it seems like they're going to make this big breakthrough. And then they just can't quite get there. So, I mean, makes, knowing though that we've seen Polish Mountain ramping up, we've had Send Spellbook with these experienced players like Zyro was saying, what do you think are these teams' strengths that they're going to bring to the table?
Oh, I mean, I think both of the teams have a lot of competitive pedigree just across the board. But both of the teams also had some roster changes. Polish Mountain had 2 replacements coming in, arguably players that they have worked with before in their very first MDI. And then for Send Spellbook, the story is very similar. A lot of changes on their roster as well. We've been calling it the Royven Shella team. I think that's pretty fair because usually these 2 are in combination and then whatever's around them rotates. The big question is how consistent are they, right? That's always the thing with teams. How consistent can they be? Will they be the same that we saw yesterday from Polish Mountain, for example? Or is Send Spellbook going to be able to be even better than what we saw because they look a teeny tiny bit weak around the corners? Or are we going to see big surprises in routing and class choices? I think class choices in particular this MDI so much more relevant than before. We just saw it there with that Prot Warrior once again just showing off. So I think there's a good chance that this could go a little bit wider.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see. I mean, amazing to me that chat is so all in on Polish Mountain, but seeing how they played yesterday, I'm not surprised. I also am just like, this is time for them to climb. They're going to make it to the peak, finally. Oh, hello, kitten. But Send Spellbook, you know, like we said, chat's not backing them too much, but maybe some of us here on the desk will. Let's go ahead and get our predictions in. Duratnos, if you have to predict, how do you think this next series is going to go?
I'm going to go with a 2-1 for Polish Mountain. I do think that Send Spellbook is being underrated here. They looked really good yesterday as well. Not quite as good as Polish Mountain, but this is probably a series they prepared more for. When you look at your bracket, you can sort of identify which series are going to be the most important, and I think both of these teams are going to have this one very high on that list.
I agree. Migs, how about you? What are you thinking? What's your prediction? And please feel free to give us your cat's prediction as well.
I'm going to say 2-1 Polish Mountain, and Miss Ari over here is going to say 2-1 Send Spellbook, but I just want this to go to the 3rd map.
Yeah, I'm hoping for a 3rd map as well. Zyro, how about you? What's your prediction?
Well, I just want to say, you see that Twitch prediction at the bottom there? 66,000 of those points are mine. That's my all-in.
Wow.
On Polish Mountain. Polska Gorom 2-0 Send Spellbook. They're about to just continue that perfect play from yesterday, send themselves into the upper bracket finals.
You know, I would love to say that I'm with Ari, that I'm leaning towards Send Spellbook, because I honestly love seeing them come back. I always feel like they learn a lot as individual players each season, but Polish Mountain, they looked so good yesterday. I'm with you, chat. I'm going to say 2-0. I'm leaning towards Polish Mountain. I think they're going to take it, and I think it's going to be a very intense sweep. But we'll find out what exactly is going to happen between both of those teams as they enter in on their first map, Nexus Point Zenith. Now, with what we've seen and what we know of the map, I mean, Makes, do you have any thoughts about what the teams might bring to the table for this one?
Okay, listen. Here's one thing I would like to see a team do. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing it in this particular mashup, but I just want to see a team go right and make that work. It's one of those things where if there is a dungeon that has the openness, I would like to see a variation of it. I think the left side has established itself as the main thing to go to, but it would just be fun to see a team do something different.
All right, well, we'll see if anybody does. I mean, we like shaking it up. We like when someone innovates as well, Make, so I feel you. But this is going to be our second series of the day, Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. This is a close one, as both of these teams have a history of excellence, of incredible plays, and the players to back it up. But Polish Mountain has been blazing a trail through day one and into day two. No doubt they're aiming to do the same. Here they will face off at Nexus Point, Zenus, and Duratnos. We'll see which one emerges on top.
That's right, here we go. It's one of our fastest dungeons. It's one of our 3 boss dungeons. And like Meg said, you do have 2 options at the start. Overwhelmingly, we've seen teams running to the left at the start, but look at Polish Mountain. They're all on the right half of this halfway point, so I think they're going right.
Oh, okay, hold on. It could be that they're just going central first. Don't... Actually, we're gonna see it. That's so cool. I'm so excited.
So interestingly, they don't have the Shaman either, whereas Send Spellbook do. When we've seen this dungeon, that Shaman has looked so good for making the one phase possible on this right-hand side boss in the dungeon. But maybe if you get there fast, you can just lust it and still get another lust later in the dungeon.
Listen, this is exactly why I wanted to see that right-hand side. Polish Mountain is still going. All gas, no brakes. They're on to the area where that first boss stands, and that is a pull that is 100% enabled by that last. There's so many interrupts they will need to hit here. This is just gigantic. So you see Somax dropping really, really low here, presses IBF and AMS at once to make sure he is safe as they are chewing through that pack. That is insanity what you're seeing right now.
We have had a death for Send Spellbook. Roybin going down and consuming that battle res. Looks like they've been able to stabilize, though. A lot of different people in this group have the option to cast that battle res, so nicely done by Send Spellbook to stay alive as they move on to what will be the second and last pull of this side for them. Meanwhile, Polish Mountain, the danger looks like it's mostly passed for them as they're now on this required trash gauntlet before spawning the boss here. They are pressing the lust, though, so they aren't going to be using it to try and one-phase this boss. Will they be able to, with their composition, have enough damage to do that? Or is that going to be a strategy reserved for the Ellie Shaman comps, is a question that I have.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm still just giddy about what's happening on the left-hand side of the screen. This is so cool. The fact that they got through this is an insane pack to do. And now I'm, of course, also curious on how they're going to be dealing with the other side, because that's usually where you elect to use that lust like you've seen on Send Spellbook, and that is certainly something we'll need to look out for. But my guess is the time crunch that they just got out of doing essentially 1/3 of the dungeon in one swoop, one pull, just has to be insane.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Again, it's going to be hard to compare until both teams have both of these bosses dead. You do see Send Spellbook already in boss combat, but it's not really a fair comparison because the left-hand side of the dungeon where Send Spellbook are, you only have to kill that one pack before the boss to spawn it, whereas on the right-hand side, you have to go through a gauntlet of several waves of trash before you can actually fight that boss. And you can see they've just spawned it now. Tankier's going to run over and grab some of these sentinels to take onto the boss here.
Yeah, that's certainly the one thing where you're like, if you could do that entire dungeon side into one pull tech on the left side of the dungeon where Send Spellbook are, it would be even crazier because that's like more count to go into boss directly. But still, I think it's a pretty tremendous pull that we saw them do just now here. And then on Nasara, they're of course also going to get that boss burn, so we'll have to see how that is looking. Looks like cooldowns will be available for that as well. We did see one team that, like you mentioned, was able to just PI, Ellie Shaman, just nuke that boss within one phase. I'm not sure if Polish Mountain is going to be having that access here, so let's see as that phase does come in, can they actually one-phase her?
It doesn't really look like they're going for it here. Yeah, you can see that flare already half done, and the boss still at 40% HP. So I think they're committed to doing this in 2, which is okay. It's something that it might be a time save to adopt the strategy, but it probably does require, like you said, that Ellie Sham and maybe even the power infusion as well are both required for that to work. But it's okay. It's only another 45 seconds until they get to that next burn anyways.
In the meantime, since Spellbook has finished out their boss, 357, they're now back in the center area. Now, some teams have been just going wing and then straight down the middle. Since Spellbook are electing to take both of these shades and then running all the way into the right wing. Let's see how much they're actually deciding to add on to that. The pack in the center of the dungeon by itself is already pretty tough, and there's not so much I would imagine teams can add on to that. But let's see how it goes as everything does come together for them here on that nullifier.
Yeah, we've got some of those lingering images chasing after Send Spellbook. Now, Incarnation is up for Sky, but even with that, you can see the health bar dropping pretty quickly. The rest of the group is in some danger as well, and Send Spellbook don't have a battle res either. They've already used that on the first pull of the dungeon, so if somebody were to go down here, they would be out of commission for at least 20 or 30 seconds while they run back. That could be the end for them if that were to happen. You can see Shelly getting that large healing absorb on him, but easily dealt with by Roybin. The rest of the team able to start dodging these last couple of abilities, and the trash is starting to die here. So I think Send Spellbook have made it through the worst of this. Meanwhile, Polish Mountain, they are gathering a huge pull over here on the left side of the dungeon. This is one of those pulls that is typically done with Lust. So I'm going to be pretty interested to see how Polish Mountain are able to make this one work without it.
Every time I look at this team gather a pull, I'm like, okay, now we're done. Okay, now we're done. Okay, we're still going. It's like it's the gift that keeps on giving for Polish Mountain, as they have gathered all of these engineers. That also means we're going to be having a lot of mana batteries to deal with, but look at that short process of the pull all together as everything is melting in front of our eyes. Since Spellbook, however, have also made it through that pull, and I think a big benefactor for them on that pull is the fact that even with that Unholy DK that kind of cosplays as a melee, they got a lot of range with Midnight in particular. So that area of denial that was going on with all of those shades, with all of those AoE spots, with all of those orbs that pulls out, they can just stand a little bit further away. It makes their life a lot easier. So I really like the fact how they were dealing with that.
Yeah, it's one of the nice things about the Unholy, like you said, is they can play from range, and they're not too unhappy about it, especially, if they're not out there for too long, they won't lose much at all. But yeah, we can see both teams are now about to be getting into combat with the second boss for themselves. Of course, different bosses, but in both cases, it will be boss number 2. Polish Mountain using that Ring of Peace to just keep the mobs tightly controlled here, and then actually knocking them forward too. So they should be able to just go straight into boss with the remains of this, and that's exactly what they are going to do. Getting straight into boss combat and then having a new focus target and just letting everything else die to that cleave so they can just keep the single target on the boss as high as possible, because that is going to be the thing that slows them down the most here.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing to keep in mind while those teams are finishing out that second boss, normally you'd be like, oh, now we can compare their 2 routes once that second boss has died. But since Spellbook has played that middle of the dungeon pack that Polish Mountain has left up still, so that is something that I think we're going to be seeing reflected here in the count as soon as Send Spellbook have finished out the trash that they're currently gathering to add on to the trash that spawns from Nazara. And that will be the difference maker. So once they're actually on the bridge, that's when we can tell. And I'm curious how big Polish Mountain is deciding to go there as well. Of course, before that, they need to get through Kazreth here. As of right now, that is looking pretty solid. It is a boss that can have, some trickery, some foolery, depending on how things spawn. So I like how they're kind of just stacking together, making sure that all of these spawns are in favorable positions for themselves.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those important things to check. So there's two big questions, basically. One, will Send Spellbook be able to one-phase this boss? If they can, that will make a huge amount of time up, and that will probably make that death that they have not important. They'll probably be in the lead. Two, will Polish Mountain, with 5% less enemy forces, need to do a slower pull to make up for that? Or can they just pull extra and be totally fine and get it done in the same amount of time? Those are the things that I'm going to be looking out for in the next minute or two here. First up, the question for Send Spellbook. As we can see, Polish Mountain actually having a little bit of a laser beam incident. That's going to need to get answered with the Life Cocoon. They're trapped in a bit of a corner, but they are able to finish off this boss fight. Here comes, though, for Send Spellbook. You can see that lingering image now jumping down from the left over there. And going to be applying the damage increase to the boss. Oh, Shelly needing to actually dodge the initial hit. Does get the Stormkeeper off, though, and we're going to start seeing that elemental burst that is so famous here. No power infusion to pair with it, though. Will it still be enough to get this boss dead during this flare? It's going to be close.
It is going to be close, but I think...
11%.
So I don't think we'll see another burn, but they're not killing within that burn is also a little bit slower than what you thought. So
the power infusion looks like it was
if they
really
were
big.
able to do that. Yeah, I think the power infusion really was doing a lot of lifting for that one phase. They're still not going to see another burn. You can see the Warlock portal already being placed here by Looney, saying, well, I'm basically already done with this boss fight, but Polish Mountain is back in the center of the dungeon. The lingering images have been gathered. 1, 2, 3. How many more are we going to be adding onto that? The entire bridge. Keep in mind, everybody, once you pull the boss, the bridge despawns. So whether or not you're standing in the correct spot, you will know if you're on the bridge and the boss has been pulled, because it will fall. Let's not have any repeats of that from yesterday, but this is looking good. They're having everything together here. Now they need to make sure that they're not misstepping into all of that area of denial that is coming for them.
Yeah, once the two lingering images that started down here, in Polish Mountain's case, there was one marked with an X that's already dead, one marked with a skull, and as soon as that skull-marked one dies, they will be able to go straight into the boss here. Now, they do still need to collect a bunch of count from this area, but they are going to just get into boss combat, and the plan is just going to be this rolling cleave attack, where they'll be able to keep getting all the count as soon as they've killed off the previous trash. But I don't think they want to go into the other side trash until they've dealt with most of this, including that light rot caster that's there. That one can be really lethal. A couple of those holy bolts start going off on people, and that is a lot of extra healing that will be required.
So just to give you a little bit of an idea on how fast Polish Mountain really is, the fastest Nexus point we've seen from teams throughout yesterday was 15 minutes 27. As of right now, Polish Mountain is in fight with Lothraxion, and we're not even past that 12-minute marker yet. It did have 2 deaths in their run, but they're so fast. This team is so impressive, and the fact that Mandatory was able to basically shave off 50 seconds in the Magister's Terrace that we saw from Polish Mountain already, this group is just insane, Dratnos.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting as we move into the later parts of today and into tomorrow. But we can't lose sight of Lothraxion, the boss that is directly in front of us right now, as this is going to determine who goes up 1-0 in the series. Right now, it's Polish Mountain with the advantage. They're lower on the boss HP. They are in Bloodlust right now, but Send Spellbook will get theirs soon. They'll be able to press theirs whenever it's convenient, probably after this next Divine Guile phase. But the problem as well is that Send Spellbook not only need to do a lot more damage, they also are behind by 15 seconds from that death they had. But both teams do still need to finish collecting count. However, Polish Mountain actually have just finished doing that, so it is just now Send Spellbook that will still need to run around and gather count, whereas Polish Mountain only have to burn the boss, and they'll be able to stop the clock here. So substantial advantage for Polish Mountain if they are able to avoid any catastrophes here in the final 20% of this boss.
Dratnos, you wouldn't be cursing our teams, would you?
No way they could wipe from here.
This guy, we cannot escape this one. Divine Guile comes in one more time. Find the right fractured image here. It takes them a couple of seconds as we're looking for the one that doesn't have horns, but Lothraxion has been identified. We're into the single digits, 7% still remain as Polish Mountain clock their way towards that 1-0 in this best of 3. But it's not won yet. SPELLBOOK has something to say about that. But for now, you're taking this map.
Putting them one ahead here in the competition here in our second series of the day. But incredible seeing that run. And I mean, Makes, you got to see the right-hand routing that you were hoping for. Getting a look at it.
That's crazy.
How do you think it panned out? Do you think it's a good strat?
I love it. I'm so happy we got to see it. I was kind of just thinking about the fact that, like, it could make sense to go there because obviously it's a little bit simpler to pull everything together. That boss takes a while regardless, but I wasn't sure if it's possible. And Polish Mountain just said, how much do you want to pull? Yes. So I love it. I'm so here for it.
I love seeing it too, honestly, so impressive. And Polish Mountain, they are just playing at the top of their skill. It's amazing to see, or maybe there's even more yet to come. I wouldn't put it past them this season. But Zyro, with everything that we saw from both of the teams there, how were you kind of taking in this incredible map from both Polish Mountain and SPELLBOOK?
Yeah, obviously I want to highlight the right side pull, right? That was absolutely insane. There were question marks about how that pull would look. Are you worried about accidentally spawning any of the nascent dreadfalls? No issue for them whatsoever, and they're able to get this RP started so much faster than any other run that we've seen so far. This was just a super, super impressive pull. The thing that's really difficult about this pull is these Hollow Soul Scroungers, whenever they fixate on the mobs and they start channeling their ability, you have to actually stun them off, otherwise they're just immune for the entire time. They have enough stops to deal with that, and of course with the comp that they're running, they have so much AoE damage to burst through that. Of course, the question mark for the teams coming into this dungeon is, how is the damage amp going to look for the teams, right? For the comp for Polish Mountain, they don't really have any classes that are super great at burst damage. Obviously, Demo Warlock and Unholy DK are solid at doing that damage, and Og is going to top the damage for them, but they don't really have an LE Shaman in their squad, so they only got the boss to 24%. They were kind of committed to the 2 phase. After that, going to the right side and going for that big pull, of course, a big question mark is, okay, what does the left side look without the Bloodlust for them? And they went just as big as they would have gone even if they have the Bloodlust. This pull was absolutely insane. And the thing to keep an eye on for that pull is not only the cast on the mobs, but just circles on the ground while you're dealing with all of that AoE on the screen is difficult to deal with. This boss was a lot scarier for Polish Mountain than it really needed to be. They fortunately had a tiny bit of a safe spot there for that detonation. That could have looked a lot different if they didn't have that safe spot there. And then there was a scary moment here where Juras is actually not able to get rid of that line for just a moment as the team is slowly trying to get away here. Highlighting also this tech here from SPELLBOOK.
Yes.
Spamming the sigil is actually faster than just channeling it. So they make up a little bit of time here, only a couple seconds, but hey, in the MDI, every second counts. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for them. They were too far behind due to the superior routing from Polish Mountain and probably just overall better damage. The AUG is just so strong in this dungeon. I'm a little surprised we didn't see the AUG Ellie combo from SPELLBOOK, because that seems like it would be good enough to just one phase that Core Spark boss during the damage amp, but unfortunately it just wasn't the case. SPELLBOOK actually, if they got the one phase, might have been able to come back in this dungeon, but getting the boss to like 10% isn't enough. You still have to do so much extra damage to the boss to get through. So yeah, I mean, Polish Mountain, I'm not surprised. They had a very, very clean run, but SPELLBOOK, they did look a lot better today than they did yesterday.
You know, it's good to see from them. I think, again, we know that SPELLBOOK, they have the players and the talent. They can do this, but how they can bring it together and really execute it is the big question. And we'll be heading into Pit of Saran next. Of course, we'll have some of our bans for the Spec Variety Rule coming into play. So, Dratnos, with that in mind for both of our teams, what do you think they're going to be looking at for comps?
Yeah, so looking ahead, we used the Guardian Druid and the Mistweaver from both teams in Nexus Point Zenith, which means if they both were to elect to use it again in Pit of Saron, they would A, need to be banning out all of their DPS specs, and B, they would then be losing those tanks and healers for Windrunner Spire when we get there, if we were to go to a Game 3. So it's a very interesting spot here where you're thinking about, do you want to save those tank and healer options for a potential Game 3 in Windrunner Spire, or do you just want to send them right now?
I mean, you have to keep the Augavook for Pit of Saran, right? Like, you need that spec in this dungeon. The Wernstone is so valuable here, so that's something that Polish Mountain is going to have to use here, so they don't have the option of banning all three of their DPS specs out. So we're going to see either the tank or the healer gone for them here for sure.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, it'll be interesting. And I mean, with Polish Mountain, we talked about in past seasons the fact that they really can play incredibly well and very competitively, but that sometimes their consistency or little errors or things like that can compound for them. This speedrunning format, though, it just seems to shine for them. And obviously, they've been getting a lot of good experience. So, Mix, what do you think is like maybe clicking for them this season versus when we've seen them in the past?
That's interesting, because they were saying that Somax, the player we've been seeing on DK for them, for example, has been their 6th man before, so he's very used to the team, as we're seeing the spec bans come in. I'll talk about it in a second, but he's now joining the roster as a player, and I think that might just be a difference maker where he is in the moment, he knows the team very well, and he might be able to adapt to that. So but I think that's really cool. But yeah, spec bans have come in here as well. They're already gone because we're ready to go into Pit of Sauron, but you guys probably looked at them more than I did.
Yeah, so we did see that bear gone from both teams. One Mistweaver gone and one remaining unbanned. The Ellie Shaman instead for Ascend Spellbook going away. And then both teams losing access to that Warlock as well. So as we zone in, we can see right away what the plan is going to be. It is Brewmaster, Resto Druid. So we're swapping around the Druid and the Monk. Still having both of those as our tank and healer, just in the other order. And then, of course, that Og Evoker being something that both teams will want to play in here. That Wernstone, pretty nice in this dungeon, facilitating the trash pull onto the last boss. And then both teams agreeing that it is Unholy and Devourer to round things out. So pretty solid agreement here between our two teams in the 17 Pit of Sauron as to what is best, as both start off with this massive Bloodlust pull to get things underway.
And one of the reasons why I think you're seeing that Resto Druid is if you would look at the damage meter on the right-hand side for Send Spellbook, Raven is sitting at a cozy 220k DPS right now. She was a lot higher just a second ago as well. So this class is just able to AoE DPS like no other, it seems like. And so really, really nice to see them utilize that Resto Druid here as well. Pit of Sauron, notably a dungeon that is very wide. You have to cover a lot of path. You want classes that are fast, like you're seeing from Polish Mountain on the side, on the left side here from Kioma, to just make sure you have a class that can just run all over as quickly as possible, as well as that DPS that healer is access to. It's really, really cool. But they also need to be careful with those gargoyles, and we're seeing 2 in play for both teams right now, 1 on each side. So let's make sure we have those under control.
Yeah, the Brewmasters for both teams as well, able to keep these packs under control. They are in a little bit of danger sometimes, but you can see that both teams are able to kite as needed. We actually saw Skye there putting down the Ring of Peace and then standing inside of it, using it as a defensive. Now Roybin activating that Ursul's Vortex is going to provide a similar effect here. So Skye sort of slowly backpedaling, and just by doing this, he's going to end up taking like half of the auto attacks that he would be taking if he just stood still and let these mobs hit him. Shelly going to be using that knock-up as well. That's just part of the Og Evoker rotation. That's going to keep the mobs off of Skye for a little bit longer. And even so, even with all of that, you can see that the tank is in quite a bit of danger here for Send Spellbook, but they are able to get that pull taken care of and now free another pack here. And it actually looks like in the early stages here, it is Send Spellbook that are moving slightly quicker through the dungeon. So we can see both teams now gathering up what'll be their 3rd big pull. Pretty similar set of enemies, although it is Send Spellbook that have found 2% more trash. But nothing major separating the two teams.
That's right. You need to be very, very careful with those necromancers here, as I'm sure you're all aware. So the team needs to have those interrupts under control to make sure they're not getting blasted by those risen copies from that necromancer, those geists. But I think this is looking pretty good here. Also, that gargoyle still causing a little bit of chaos for them, as they are grouping up, but we are getting word that this might be a remake. Rook, do you have anything?
While that's going to be reset up, we'll have some more details for you all shortly. But, I mean, we got a little peek here at the start of it. This is our teaser to Pit of Saran. So with what we got to see here at the start, while they get that sorted, I believe, Dratnos, what are kind of your initial thoughts about the approach of both of the teams coming into it?
Yeah, I mean, so we saw that both teams are on a very similar idea for how to do this dungeon, as we are indeed going to be remaking this one. So they're both on the same comp. They both had pretty much the same polls. I would say that the start of the dungeon looked like it was maybe 10 seconds better for Send Spellbook than it was for Polish Mountain, but we'll have to see whether that is something strategic, whether that was just variance, whether it will go the other way when we run this for real. We have to figure out as well why we're remaking. That'll be details that we will all learn in the very near future, and we'll be able to see if something will change or if we'll just see a similar start to the dungeon next time. But yeah, I would say a strong start to the dungeon for both teams from what we saw that time.
It has me hopeful. Send Spellbook, maybe they, in this one, just have a little bit more of a route that they feel like they've got locked down and that they can just kind of blast through. But of course, we don't know until the very end of the whole run which way it's going to swing in either team's favors. It does look like perhaps there was just an item issue with what was allowed to be equipped or not. So they're going to go ahead and sort that out behind the scenes as we all get ready and wait in suspense here. I am hoping that this one goes to map 3 because I think both of these teams have a lot to show. And we were talking about Polish Mountain strengths, but Makes, with Send Spellbook, right, we have players that obviously have done incredibly well and performed at high levels in the competition before. What do you think about this new configuration of them in this season of MDI?
Oh, I like it. It's one of those groupings where I'm always curious on how we're going to see them show up in the MDI. It's like a given that Shella and Reuben are there, but you never know with who they're going to rock up. So it's really cool that they found themselves this team around Looney, around Dan, around Sky. All of these players are high-level key pushers from live. All of these players have a lot of experience in playing together as well as with different groups. And I think there's a lot that you can say about the experience you gather from a lot of different groups, which a lot of the live key pushers have. Because, first of all, you get a lot of input on what you can do. And second of all, I think it's really helpful in dealing with different tasks and responsibilities within a group.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just any one player, right? It's one of the things that I think makes Mythic Plus so great. It's the whole team, how they come together. And I agree, I think that there is a good potential for this group in this current configuration that we have with them. But, Zyro, we are hearing that you have a little bit of insight. Obviously, you were on our analyst desk. We got to see just a little peek, but what are you thinking for both of our teams in Pit of Saran?
Dratnos, you mentioned you saw Send Spellbook was a little bit ahead in that dungeon. I have a clip as to show you as to why they were a little bit ahead at that point in the dungeon. Yeah, so Eurus is a little bit out of the group for the Gargoyle Grip here. So normally you'll want to use like a Tiger's Lust or something on them. They just didn't do that. I guess the plan was probably just to AoE down the shield and get the interrupt, but that took a little longer than usual. So you can see there's just a Dwagon on the ground there, stunned from the fall. So
well, they can fly. It's okay. It's a
dragon. They're losing a little bit of damage there. It's all good. This is actually probably really good for Polish Mountain that the restart is happening because, by all means, they should have been ahead with the pull that they went for. They went for a significantly larger pull at the start of the dungeon than what we saw from Send Spellbook. But it just kind of took a little bit longer for them to get through it because they were playing without an AUG for a little while.
These things happen.
It happens. Sometimes Dwagon things, like we were talking about yesterday. But this may be a good reset indeed for them to be able to reapproach it and come back in. And we were talking right before the map started up with Makes about Polish Mountain this particular season and how strong they've looked in every map so far. Maybe this little Dwagon moment aside. But Dratnos, how do you think they've come to this season? And is there something that just seems to be going right for them that maybe in past seasons they just didn't quite have locked down?
Yeah, I mean, they looked really good in the last few times that we had speedrunning as a format, and then I would say they sort of they didn't look as well suited to the key pushing format that we had for the last 2 seasons of MDI before this one. And I think now, they've been continuing to like ramp behind the scenes, and now we're back into a more favorable environment for them, especially relative to some of the other teams. I think some of the other teams really shined in that key push situation, but Polish Mountain look like they are extremely well suited to these speed runs, and I think this is going to be a great season for them. I think the qualification chances for them to not just the season finals here, but also potentially to BlizzCon are very live, but it is going to rely on them remaining very clean across these dungeons. We've seen 3.2 dungeon runs out of them so far, so we don't want to extrapolate too far into the future just yet. We've got to see how well they're able to handle the rest of this weekend, the rest of this series even. Sen Spellbook have been very, very close behind them in that Nexus Point Zenith, very slightly ahead of them in the first half of that Pit of Zeron that we have had to remake, so we'll see whether that's going to be able to hold true this time as well. We'll see whether that first pull goes a little bit more cleanly for Polish Mountain this time.
And we're about to find out if they're able to do just that as we come in here this time for realsies, everybody. In Pit of Saran, this is game 2 of our second series, Polish Mountain versus Send Spellbook. Will Polish Mountain be able to get another point on the board and secure their way forward, or will Send Spellbook be able to come back here and take us to our third map? Either way, both of these teams have the skills to make it happen. They just need to execute it, and they'll have to do it with all of their might as they face down the challenges here in the Pit of Saran. Let's see what they're able to accomplish.
Absolutely. I'm ready. I hope chat is ready. I know that everybody wants to see this matchup, and I think these teams are super even. We already saw a couple of surprises in that Nexus. Now, this Pit of Saran, I'm ready to see some more craziness. We did get a glimpse of how their first pulls look like. We know that both of these teams are electing to play around that Augmentation Evoker still. I'm expecting those Wernstones to come on in as well. And I'm curious on how and when and where we're going to be seeing them used. Hopefully, no Dwagon accidents, so.
Yeah, the main thing about the Wernstone that seems irreplaceably good is using it at the very end of the dungeon to pull some trash onto the last boss. You just have your tank jump down the side and then grab some trash and then Wernstone back up, and that trash will follow you up the mountain and join the last boss. That is, I think, something that is hard to replace, so I'm not surprised that both teams have the Augavoker. A couple other spots we've seen the Wernstone used here have been, for instance, out of Mandatory, we saw them use a Wernstone in a spot where it was just like, oh, I don't have Shadow Meld, so I will use Wernstone instead of Shadow Meld to make this skip work, but it wasn't something that only Wernstone could do like that last boss pull. We'll see how both of these teams have it set up, though, because there may be more uses. Wernstone is a very powerful ability that scales with how much time you spend thinking about what it can do, because the possibilities really are almost endless.
That's right. Very curious to see that as well. I'm still team believer in the 2-1. I think, based on what we were seeing just now, since Spellbook looked really, really strong. So I'm curious whether or not they might be able to take this one down. However, this dungeon in particular has one boss that always has me scared. I don't know if y'all feel the same, but Ick and Crick, there's just so much difficulty. You can just layer on there depending on how much you're actually electing to pull into that boss, because it needs all of those stops, it needs all of those interrupts, and something like a gargoyle can cause a lot of commotion. But it looks like we are ready. Everybody pretend this is the first time you're seeing this as Polish Mountain and Send Spellbook go up in their second map, Pit of Saran.
Wow, and look at this. They both still have that Druid and that Monk, but they've swapped which ones are the tanks and which ones are the healer from Nexus Point Zenith. And yes, the comps are indeed the Aug Evokers for both teams. Here they go into those big first pulls, and let's watch how those gargoyles are handled by both teams, because you really do want to try and make sure that they cast that plunge grip inside the group rather than running way away and not getting hit by all that cleave.
That's right, but we're already having trouble strike the board as Dan does go down for Send Spellbook here to the Shadow Bolt from the Shadebringer. Not ideal, that's 15 seconds against the clock for them right out of the gate. Very important for them to shrug this one off. This is a long dungeon, this is a wide dungeon, accidents can happen. And you just need to stay clean from here on out, but it unravels as Sky goes down. Looney follows. The entire team is trying to fight to at least keep this pull alive, but the more deaths they have, the more trouble is coming. Sky back in group. Royven dropping really low, trying to keep the group alive. In the meantime, looks like they're able to get this one back under control, but a scary and tragic situation for Send Spellbook.
Yeah, that is 3 deaths on the board now for Send Spellbook. That's 45 seconds, in addition to the extra time lost from that death as well, from those deaths, I should say. All of the time that they've lost to killing the pack. That's probably another, I want to say 20 seconds, maybe 15. So let's call it a minute clean that they've lost in the first 2 minutes of this run here. That's not good for Send Spellbook. Like you said, it's a long dungeon. There's a lot of stuff that can still happen, but Polish Mountain have looked really strong. Will they give Send Spellbook an opening, even with clean play, to catch back up here? Or will Send Spellbook be relying on something similar going wrong for Polish Mountain, something that has yet to happen across this weekend, really, for the Polish team there? Those are going to be the questions that we'll have to keep an eye on as this run continues. Right now, Send Spellbook, they shouldn't worry about anything other than just playing as fast and as clean as they can, just like they didn't have that wipe. You've got to shrug it off. You've got to just keep going and not think about it.
There's one thing you can think about, and that's maybe hate watching your opponents just a little bit, you know? You're allowed to now go, oh, I hope they have some trouble, because that will bring you back into the game, right? The one thing I'll say about this being at the very start of the dungeon, there's still a lot of potential for the other team to have some oopsies as well. So we will see how this is going to fare. It's not all over for Send Spellbook yet, but they're certainly fighting against a gap for now. Polish Mountain on to that pull where I believe we did see the gargoyle action earlier that Zyra was showing off. So let's make sure this time around everything is nice and clean for them.
Yeah, there's a couple of different ways that you can deal with that plunge grip from the gargoyle. One, as Zyra mentioned, was Tiger's Lust. Tiger's Lust, Blessing of Freedom, those sorts of effects can just get you out of the plunge grip right away. Actually, we saw there that their healer was targeted, and just by shapeshifting was able to remove that root and escape the plunge grip. If you don't have access to one of those sorts of abilities, you do need to break the shield and then interrupt the gargoyle. And the problem is that the gargoyle will often be outside of the group while it's going on, which can make it either inefficient or impossible to easily break that shield. So both teams needing to be aware of that. That's one of those things where your ranged DPS by default are going to be playing pretty far away from the pack, because that's usually the best way to play Mythic Plus. And you have to change your muscle memory when you're in a pull with a gargoyle, and instead try and just play in the middle of the melee so that you can keep that cleave on the gargoyle if it chooses to target you.
Yeah, that's certainly something they will need to keep in mind. But here's Polish Mountain as they are gathering the trash into Forge Master Garfrost. Now, we have seen a similar pull the first time we saw this dungeon in the MDI yesterday. That doesn't make it any less scary to me, Dratnos. I'm still very worried about that one. There's a lot of additional AoE damage that goes out onto the team, so Kioma has a lot of work in front of him, and Send Spellbook are just a couple seconds behind in overall dungeon progression. They're now also pulling that boss. They're not letting this get to them, and that's exactly how you need to approach this. They have their head on right, and I love to see that still being on a very, very good overall dungeon pace.
Ooh, Polish Mountain, a little bit of a nasty overlap as that frontal from the Proto Drake is aimed towards their safe spot as they're dodging that Forge Master Garfrost mechanic. They are able to masterfully sidestep it and have nobody go down. It looks like they are going to be able to keep this under control. The last couple of mobs starting to die off here. Meanwhile, we can see just how far behind Send Spellbook are in terms of dungeon progression here. It's about 20% of the boss's HP, plus 45 seconds of death timer. So it is a sizable advantage that Polish Mountain have accumulated so far, but it is certainly not insurmountable as they are going to be getting ready to dodge that second glacial overload here, getting behind this little Serenite rock, and then dodging away as the Cryo Stomp is going to remove it and make all of those swirlies that they have to dodge as well. This is, I think, one of my favorite boss fights of the expansion. It's like simple, but it has some nuance to it, and then it has all this trash that you can potentially pull onto it. But each different trash mob that you could pull onto it makes it harder in its own way.
Yeah, it's also a Forge Master, which goes very well with that dwarf theme that you have going on for yourself, so I can see why you like that one.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's got some good vibes, and this whole dungeon, I think, for those who didn't play back in Wrath of the Lich King, this dungeon had to get overhauled quite a bit to be ready to be a modern Mythic Plus dungeon. But I think it's really well preserved the original identity of all of these fights as well, and just the entire dungeon too. So, really impressive one to see how it all sort of works together, and the Serenite mechanic here, where you sort of have your tank managing the whole thing, but the entire group has to be aware of where they're placing them. So that you make sure that you have, a safe spot that's going to work out for you, and then your tank blows up the right one as well. All of it really makes me happy to see how this one plays out. We are going to see Polish Mountain downing that boss at the 6:31 marker on dungeon time. Meanwhile, that timer is still progressing for Send Spellbook. It may even be a little bit more than a minute behind when you factor in those deaths afterwards. Meanwhile, Polish Mountain wasting no time, grabbing all of this trash and jumping down towards Ick and Crick. Yitte shifting forward, and it looks like they're going to be going straight into the boss here. A little bit of trash pulled around the side so that they don't have to grab all of the stuff that is otherwise in front of this boss. This first set of shades they are probably going to need to deal with. You can see they're heading over to those sides, starting to drag the main boss towards these shades. The shades basically have to die before the boss starts that fixate phase. You got a couple seconds of grace period, but if you haven't got them killed off by then, they will explode and wipe your raid. Something that I have found out the hard way once in this dungeon.
Interesting. Yeah, you
It's
also
let's
need
ignore
to,
these.
of
We don't need to
course,
kill them. They'll just cast.
interrupt
No, they will
the
not.
Death Bolt that you're seeing on Crick. So this team has it under control, but a nice little tip for y'all at home, mostly to the players that I encounter in LFG, that Death Bolt, best is interrupt it late. So if you insta-interrupt it, you just make it harder on the entire group. So that's a really nice learning everybody can take from this boss here. But Polish Mountain have basically finished off the trash that they had pulled on to Ick and Crick, and only have one Graveblade left as they are dealing with that fixate phase, as you called out already, getting the bosses nice and low around that 50% marker. Send Spellbook is still dealing with a little bit of extra trash here, and then I expect them to go right to that same spot, and we'll need to see if they can handle that as cleanly as we saw from Polish Mountain here as well, but I'm quite confident that they're going to be able to do it too.
Yeah, so the Mountain have pulled a little bit more trash in as soon as all the trash from that first pull died. Nice little way to keep things efficient here. And if you look, they're actually running over and killing these Shades of Crick. Now, this is actually a difference in strategy from what Mandatory did in here. Mandatory, when they were fighting Ick and Crick, they actually just let those Shades live because they knew they would kill Ick and Crick before the next Fixate phase, so those Shades wouldn't have the opportunity to blow up. They only managed to do that with a couple of seconds to spare, though. It looks like Polish Mountain are playing it safe instead and just killing off the Shades.
Yeah, I personally prefer that. The Shades add so much extra chaos, and if you're just standing around trying to just nuke the boss and then they go up, that's your run, right? I mean, Send Spellbook would have loved if they had done that just now. Polish Mountain electing to play it a little bit safer here, I think makes perfect sense. Takes them a little while. No cooldowns available as of right now as you're looking towards the top. No army, no meta for Yitte either, so they are going to be finishing this one out. Natty, 2% to go on this boss, and they're on their way.
Something that interests me here, their tank isn't a dwarf, so I wonder how they will do the skip of the mobs at the top of this hill here. Looks like the tank's running over to the side, and we're going to have the DK grip and then chains and actually control undead, that diamond marked one, and then just run around the side and Wernstone back up and then hit the meld. So this is a little bit of a slower skip to execute than what Mandatory did on that pull, where just the entire group, except for the Augavoker, ran through and hit Meld, and then the Augavoker hit Wernstone. Setting all that up, you saw that the rest of the group for Polish Mountain were standing to the side, they were waiting for a little bit, they're running through, they're waiting again for a little bit. Those sorts of few seconds of waiting are unlikely to matter in this game. But if Polish Mountain are planning to come up against Mandatory in this dungeon, that is an area where I expect they will lose a little bit of time.
Yeah, I agree. I like seeing the workaround with that Wernstone and utilizing your DPS DK to try and get it done, but it certainly is a smidge slower, so something that they can innovate on as they are moving through this tournament as well. For now, they need to finish off this giant pack here, and then of course we have one more mob as Joras drops really low here for a second, as he probably got casted on if I were to hedge a bed, and did take a lot of damage from that one.
Yeah, still got the cheat death available here, so not in too much danger. You know, of course, that cheat death exists to get used, but it's not even going to go down here for Polish Mountain, but it did look pretty scary for a moment there. And a lot of these cooldowns, I think that's the last charge of Obsidian Scales now rolling on the side of Polish Mountain. Also rolling his tank ears as he gets out of the way of that AoE Frost Explosion and brings the rest of the pack forward. You got to make sure that you keep the casters close to the Glaciath mini-boss here, because you don't want to leave them behind casting in that ice. Making sure they're able to get behind Glaciath as well. Little known fact here is during this focused guard, you actually get guaranteed crits if you're attacking from behind, so that can be a really nice way to kill off Glaciath quickly. Just make sure you're not attacking from the front, because the boss is blocking everything from the front there. Alright, here goes Yitte again for Polish Mountain. It looks like rather than having the tank do this pull, they are instead just having that Devourer Demon Hunter do it. And this is that Wernstone pull, so it's grabbing this pack, Wernstoning back up, and those guys should now be running up the side of the mountain. And they'll be joining us later. Right now, we're just focused on that
takes a while.
damage.
They're taking a long way up. They're walking all the way, and so it takes a couple of seconds for them to get there. I assume we're going to be seeing something similar from SPELLBOOK, as well as they're also finishing out on Glaciath. Unfortunately, those 3 deaths that they farmed in that very first pull seem to be what it all comes back to, unfortunately for them. But fret not, chat. This is not the end of it just yet. No eliminations. Those will only happen later today. So even if Polish Mountain is able to put a stop to it here and claim this 2-0 victory, which we don't know yet, SPELLBOOK will still have a chance. But there it is. Sky is going to be the one that's going down, tagging in this pack, spinning crane kick, now porting back up, and that is where that Wernstone is going to come in. Those Grave Blades are going to be walking up as well.
All right, here comes that intermission phase, that one Plague Spreader getting kicked and brought under the boss. Death's coming in for SPELLBOOK. It's that Dark Rupture going to take players down, so SPELLBOOK now, I mean, they were already needed something to go wrong for Polish Mountain. Now they need something to go really wrong really soon for Polish Mountain. Some kind of full wipe here on Scourgelord Tyrannus is what SPELLBOOK need, and I don't see how it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody had the power to make a team wipe on the very end of the dungeon on the final boss with 35% to go, it would be you, Dratnos. So I'm glad that we have you on broadcast here, but I'm hoping that my love watching power will be able to hold over it as Polish Mountain inch closer and closer towards that 2-0 victory. Good news for the people of chat, because most of them had predicted this win. That means a big payout for the majority of our chatters, because as always, they know best. Polish Mountain on the finish line as Scourgelord Tyrannus does go down here, and that is a 2-0 victory.
A 2-0 victory for Polish Mountain. They have been playing incredibly, and they take another series, advancing them through the upper bracket and setting them up to face off with Mandatory tomorrow. Unfortunately, no amount of spellbooks were able to provide a magical fix for SPELLBOOK, especially not after those deaths. And they're going to be joining the lower bracket, but just like Makes was saying, they are not out of it yet, and there is still a chance. Everybody has bad runs, and they can turn it into a good one in that lower bracket. But that map just flew by. So let's go over what we saw. Dratnos?
Yeah, that was an impressive run out of Polish Mountain. Again, 0 deaths for them. They are on a incredible heater across the 2 series we've seen. Send Spellbook, on the other hand, they looked good throughout most of the dungeon, but the very start and the very end had both an almost wipe and then an actual wipe for them, and that really made the difference here. You can see that they, if you look, for instance, at the first spike of damage here, they were actually a little bit faster to gather that pull together. Things were going well for them at the start of the dungeon, again, like they were before the remake, but then, unfortunately, they had those series of deaths, and from there, you can see that those spikes end up being 30 seconds, a minute slower than Polish Mountain, and the death penalty was applied against them. And all of that would have already probably not been enough for them to be able to catch up to how well Polish Mountain played, given that Polish Mountain had 0 deaths. But the wipe at the very end of the dungeon just sealed their fate.
It did. Unfortunately, I don't think any amount of Dratnos cursing really would have been able to bring it back at that point, although you were right, May, because if anybody could do it, it would be Dratnos. But we had Zyronic keeping an eye on things from the analyst perspective. So we'll go ahead. And Zyro, with what you saw, what did the teams bring in this matchup?
Yeah, it was a little bit of a frustrating run for Send Spellbook because they got through the first 3 or 4 minutes in the previous run cleanly, and then we had the remake, and then the first pull went wrong for them there. Shadowbolt going off, killing off Dan, unfortunately. I think he had aggro on a couple mobs as well. And then Sky dying to an Icy Blast going off. On top of the already high tank damage on this pull, really kind of made this... It already set them off on the wrong foot. 45 seconds behind, a lot of damage lost on that first pull. They were pretty much just behind for the rest of the dungeon at that point. Whereas Polish Mountain, I mean... We kind of thought the run that we saw from Mandatory yesterday was kind of just the run to be expected to be the fastest, but Polish Mountain, they weren't satisfied with that. They said, we're going to go for even bigger pulls, especially onto Aiken Crick here. Not just the Rotting Ghouls plus Sleeping Geist, but also pulling one of the Necromancer packs plus a Frost Dragon on top of this boss, adding a Cadaver into the mix that has to be interrupted or it could just one-shot your entire team. They did a really good job of just dealing with this pull on top of the boss. Obviously, the comp that both of these teams are running was ideal for these kinds of situations, just doing mass AoE damage while still doing focus damage to the bosses here. Super clean pull there from Polish Mountain. They also went for the Wernstone skip, both on the way up to the final boss's room and also on the way down, making sure these mobs run up the hill. They don't snap up, they run up, so it's completely allowed, it's within the rules. And it was just an overall extremely clean run from them. Again, another 0 death run from Polish Mountain, kind of cementing themselves so far as the second best team on the weekend. But of course, there's still matches to be played. They're not guaranteed out just yet. They're going up against Mandatory tomorrow in the upper bracket finals. But for now, Polish Mountain is done for the day.
They are. I mean, I think they can sit confidently feeling like, hey, we pretty much nailed it in all of our runs. But just like you said, Zyro, so far... We never know when something might go wrong. We saw with Send Spellbook. Sometimes it just takes one thing to really just make the rest of that run crumble for you. But either way, it has shaken out thus far in our bracket like this. We can see that Mandatory Polish Mountain, like we were just saying, they'll be going tomorrow head-to-head, which is going to be very exciting. But we have some amazing matches still left today. Down below, Send Spellbook has joined that lower bracket, and very soon we are going to be heading towards that lower bracket ourselves, Makes. How is this bracket shaking out? Is it how you expected it to?
I mean, I think the one expectation we had going into is Mandatory will stomp on through. Thus far, this is looking like that is the case. I think this series could have gone very differently for Send Spellbook. Unfortunately, there were just a lot of bad luck there in that last run, but I think they had a good chance to take it. So I'm looking forward to see them in the lower bracket later on. However, we are approaching Elimination Station. CARLA goes brr against Cook is Gone is going to be our next map, and I'm honestly quite excited for this one because CARLA was our lowest seeded team in the overall tournament, 24th overall. They went up against Mandatory and didn't look too shabby, so I think they might just give Cook is Gone a run for their money.
Yeah, I want to add on to that, because Cook is Gone, while they did look good yesterday in their couple of dungeons that they played, they had this glaring problem where they didn't actually have other specs played, right? They assumed that they could play Og and Ellie in all 3 dungeons, but according to the ban rule set that we have, that's not the case. So they will have had to have practiced entirely new specs on those 2 players if they do end up going to a Game 3. And like you said, CARLA goes they didn't look like a 24 seed against mandatory yesterday. They looked really solid. So I feel like this is a lot more of a toss-up than you would expect based off of the seeding.
I would agree. I mean, honestly, I think our lower bracket is going to have some of the most intense competition today. And I also have to give you some props, Mix, because I think you pronounce Carla Goes brrr the best out of all of us. So, well done.
I can't do that. That's not in my linguistics.
You do it perfectly. But we are going to have a quick moment here before we go on break. We're going to play a little mini game with all of you chat. So you can get in, you can join in for some competition today, or friendly competition, as we play Where in the World of Warcraft. Now, this is a new game, and we are essentially here, from how we understand it, going to be all trying to figure out which dungeon has been recreated in housing using the clues provided. So we'll see a video, we'll be able to kind of tour through. These dungeons can be from anywhere across all the timeways of World of Warcraft. So, put on your thinking caps, because it could go all the way back to some of the oldest ones. So let's see here what we've got.
Now, obviously, I know where this is, but Dratnos, where do you think this is?
Okay, so we've got a like old god artifact thing rotating up there. This is giving me some Shrine of the Stormy vibes. Oh, you think? Okay, look, we've got the anchor as well. That's like nautical, Kultiran kind of vibes. The candles. Oh, and then look at this. We've got the Kraken fireplace.
Yeah, Shrine of the Storm.
That could be like,
right.
Like Lord Storm songs. And there's a fountain. You guys remember there was that fountain at the start of Shrine of the Storm?
The first boss was in it, right? Well, no, it was more of a pool,
sort of, yeah. And then you could do those big pulls like on that big front fountain.
A big
what else was going on in that dungeon? Was there a feast? No, okay. I
don't know. We've got food.
Maybe. You become a feast if you wipe in the middle of the dungeon.
Yeah, that's
okay, look,
you're right.
The feast? No, it could be something else. Let's think. What else could this be? I mean, there is like a wheel over there. I think Shrine of the Storm fits best from what I've seen so far.
Shrine of the Storm, I like.
It was one of the. Oh, I can't think of the name. Where the octopus is in the water and you're in the center of the
Siege
room
Paralysis?
on a sword.
Yeah.
No, not Siege.
I
don't think Siege. Tides. I think it might be that.
Could be Throne of the Tides.
I can see Throne of the Tides.
Okay.
I see a lot of Shrine of the Storm in chat. I'm peeking, sorry.
It could also be Siege.
They were saying a lot of Karazhan, too.
I feel like there's not enough pirates.
Yeah, I don't think Karazhan.
It does have that purple on the wall there. That is a little... Okay, we've got a map as well.
I mean, it could be Siege of Paralysis.
Siege of
Paralysis, potentially?
Yeah, Siege of Paralysis has a possibility here.
Oh, because the fountain on the third boss in Siege of Paralysis. Oh.
Yeah.
I'm
going
to lock in Siege of Paralysis.
That is swimming in there. Did you guys remember when you were playing a gnome or a goblin and you'd swim in there instead of walking? that was a good time.
Yeah, when's our gnome housing item arriving?
All right, what do we want to lock in? What do you want to lock in?
I'm leaning.
Wait, can we lock
Shrine.
in different things?
Yeah. We can all guess different
lock in our guests.
Okay.
I'm gonna lock in Shrine of the Storm as well.
Yeah, I think Shrine of Storms.
Dude, the fountain is throwing me for a loop.
I mean, the candles feel kind of shriny to me.
But are there candles in that dungeon?
All right, Zyro makes you gotta lock it in.
I'll say Siege of Paralysis just to be different.
Throne of the Tides.
Throne of the Tides? Okay. Oh, waiting in suspense. It is Shrine of the Storm. Okay. Nice, Stratnos. Good job, chat, too. We saw you out there. Shrine of the Storm. Okay. I mean, we all eventually got there. I think that a lot of the nautical stuff, the fountain being a good one, I think a lot of those kind of hinted. I have to say, I really like this. As somebody who's been enjoying housing, I hadn't thought to communicate concepts in dungeons this way. But thanks everybody for playing with us. We'll have more of these, and good job everybody on desk with your guesses. Now, we have all of the pressure coming up ahead of us as we face eliminations for our lower bracket. This is where things really heat up today and where our teams are going to have to put everything out there if they want to stay in this competition and stay on the road to BlizzCon. When we get back, we're going to have Carla Goes BRRRRRR versus Cook is Gone. Will they be able to cook it up, or is Carla going to leave the competition? Either of our teams might be leaving. We'll see who remains in just a few minutes. Our lower bracket runs start now, and elimination is on the line. It's Carla Goes BRRRR versus Cook is Gone. So chat, get your predictions in. Be sure to use those polls. Now, we have a lot to talk about in the meantime with our next two teams. Now, Cook is Gone, the big one. We have to talk about it. It's right there. Dratnos, the spec rule issues. So today, they need to play around this. They know exactly what is in store, but do you think that Cook is Gone has the specs and the comps that they need?
So there's two different things they could have done. Either they could be ready to go to that game 3 today, or they can just 2-0 Carla Goes BRRRR and then 2-0 their next series. And if they 2-0 everything for the rest of the weekend, then that will be a future problem that they can deal with over the next few weeks.
So, question.
Okay.
Do we not worry that they had a fundamental misunderstanding of the rules, thus did not practice like a comp for this series?
That's why I think if they get to a game 3, like I think it's a really interesting series because if you look at it, I think in any given map from the time trials, Cook is Gone are likely to be quite a bit quicker than Carla Goes BRRRR, but not enough quicker that they're always going to win. And I think if Carla Goes BRRRR can win either the Mysara Caverns or the Magister's Terrace, which they're underdogs to do, I think they become favorites in that Nexus point because that will be a dungeon where Cook is Gone will not be able to have their Og Evoker main and their Ellie Shaman main playing those specs, and they will have to swap to something different, which they won't have had much time to prepare. At most, they've been preparing for 24 hours on that, which is, you know, enough to maybe have a plan, but maybe not enough to have a great plan.
You know what, Dratnos, I agree with this strat. I mean, why not just try to 2-0 it? If nothing else, give yourself some more time. And I mean, Cook did surprise us yesterday. They had some really big pulls, even if there were some goofy deaths at the very end of Nexus Point. But Makes, with that, do you think we're going to get to see Cook is Gone's potential shine today? Or do you think that something like the spec variety rule might hold them back?
Okay, so not knowing the spec variety rule, kind of bad. I'll be a level with you here. I'll be very honest. Kind of bad. However, they look pretty good on the classes that they played. So the fact that there is a possibility of 2-0ing and them not encountering their issue with the spec ban rule, there's a world where it can happen. But Carla Goes BRRRR, they looked good. So getting a 2-0 won't be an easy feat.
It's true, it's true. I mean, Tuttles, Carla, in their first map, we've only seen them in a couple, right? In their first map, it was a little rocky, but they seemed to really be able to tighten things up as they got into it. So how do you think they're going to match up against our chefs, as you like to call them?
Yeah, so they're the 24th seed, which you don't really know what to expect a lot of times when it comes down to a 24th seed, but they actually looked good in their maps yesterday. And Mysara Caverns was one of the dungeons that they played, which is the first map in this series. So I actually think that there's a lot of upside potential for Carla Goes BRRRR in the series today.
Okay, well, we'll see if they're able to live up to that potential. Now, chat, you're a little more divided on this one. I see Carla slowly creeping up as we talk about them here. You know, put that belief and that faith in. But a lot of you are leaning towards Cook is Gone. So I guess it's up to us to provide our predictions as well. You know, I'm going to go with the Dratnos strat personally. I'm going to go 2-0. For Cook is Gone. If they can take it, they'll get it. Dratnos, how about you? What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go 2-0 Cook is Gone as well. I think they can win these first two and avoid that that pickle that they'll get into in the Nexus point.
All right, Tuttles?
2-0 Carla.
Whoa!
Whoa, and Makes?
All right. 2-1 Carla.
All right. You've heard it here. This is going to be our third series of the day. We are in the lower brackets. Carla Goes BRRRR versus Cook is Gone. Elimination is on the line, Tattles.
Ooh.
Hold on. Cinema. We're already seeing Fawny on a different class than the Ellie Shaman, so Cook is Gone has come prepared for the spec ban rule. Our worries are no longer. They're not electing to actually play around that Shaman in the very first map, meaning they will have access to it in map 2 and map 3. That is great news for this team.
Yeah, they are on that Holy Paladin that we did see them. We did see a little bit of Holy Paladin yesterday. Carla Goes BRRRR, I feel like they're on that same composition that they were playing against Mandatory yesterday. A very standard comp in this dungeon. Maybe the Mage is a little bit surprising, but there's room for pocket picks given the spec variety format that we're seeing here.
Yeah, I like it.
Dude,
I'm
this
just
first
so
goal for
happy.
Cook is insane. What is it? They went left side, it looks like, and they ended up grabbing that Mammoth pack.
Is everything behind that little hut, but I think they left the collar in the middle. So they just went down and went to the left side to grab everything here. At the beginning, when this dungeon was first introduced, a lot of teams were pathing like that, but it is a very hard pull to do on those higher levels. So it's cool to see Cook is Gone be able to finish that one out.
Yeah. I think that for CARLA Goes BRRRR, this Bear Druid Mistweaver combination is one that's been very strong into this entire MDI season so far. Are they going to be able to leverage that to have a little bit more damage, maybe do a couple pulls that are a little bit faster? That's going to be kind of what I'm seeing. Right now, what we're seeing for CARLA Goes BRRRR is it looks like they're going one pull more than Cook is Gone in this first area, or at least it appears that way from what Cook is Gone is pulling in versus CARLA is pulling. Now, I do think that Cook might have to walk backwards and actually activate some of their citizens to be able to continue to progress through this dungeon.
Yeah. Also, quick note here, we are having one more spec join the roster because this is the first time we are actually seeing that Boomkin. I know you have long abandoned that class, Tettles, but how are you feeling about electing to play around that Boomkin and Mazara Caverns? It's a wide open dungeon. I could see it do a pretty good job here.
Well, I think that Moonkin
no.
is good. I think there is a lot of good specializations this season. It brings Mark of the Wild, which is nice.
Yeah.
It has a very flat damage profile, which I think is also something that you have to kind of consider. The fact that they always kind of have some damage for each and every single pull. I think it has a decent amount of ramp up time, which I don't think lends itself to being great in an MDI format kind of setup. But I don't think it's like horrible by any means. I think that there are certainly some specs that I'd be like, oh, this is a lot worse. I think that Moonkin's pretty solid.
All right, well, we're going to be seeing Cook is Gone on that first boss. Murogen and Necrax have been pulled already. I like all that extra trash on the boss. It's just something you basically always want to see in the MDI. Where's the possibility to do so? But it does make things a lot more scary. You can see Wazoo already struggling a little bit as that frontal barrage does come in. Extra damage going out to the team. Making sure we're last second hitting that trap here to get as much uptime as possible on random. Also very nice to see slowly but surely that trash is dying off. In the meantime, CARLA Goes BRRRR. They're just collecting all of the dungeon. It seems like we've been doing 10% extra trash, and now they're also taking some extra into this boss, Tettles.
Yeah. Okay, whose position would you rather be in? Cook is Gone. They're about 40% ahead on the first boss. CARLA Goes BRRRR is going to be about a little bit over 10%, 11, 12% maybe, ahead in terms of count. Whose position are you favoring here?
I think it depends a little bit on the team setup. If your team is really good with boss damage, you would probably prefer to be on CARLA's side, whereas if you are lacking a little bit in that boss damage department, you would probably prefer to be on Cook is Gone's side. Since in the MDI, teams are usually built in a way where AoE, face roll, just class damage is the preferred damage profile. I think I prefer Cook is Gone just a smidge, but it's not as clear cut as it would look when you just look at the time on when they pulled the boss.
Yeah, I think that for me, I would almost rather be in CARLA's position here because some of the trash that's in the second area, it's pretty slow, right? Like bound defenders, they end up having a shield. If you end up losing some damage globals to them, pretty annoying. The mini boss pull with the Gnarlden, that's one that is fairly standard for all of these teams, and so I wouldn't be shocked if teams end up playing that. But there's a lot of that trash that's in this next area that I feel like is a little bit slow. I wonder what the cook is for Cook is Gone. Is the cook good or is it burnt?
I hope it's not burned. They have done really well yesterday. They had some really good routes, so I'm hoping that we'll see the same from them now. But look how much CARLA has caught up. We entered this boss fight for them when Cook was on 50%. Cook just finished, and they're sitting around that, I would say, 18% marker if we average out Necrax and Morgan between the two of them. And they should kill them roughly around the same time. I will say Necrax maybe a little bit high, but it should work out in the favor of CARLA Goes BRRRR here. But Cook is Gone on their way to this ghost area.
Let's see what the cook is here, because yesterday whenever we saw Mandatory in this dungeon, they actually ended up activating the 4 altars that were in this area, summoning that ghost, which allows you to have a little bit like increased damage taken debuff on mobs. It was placed on the boss, I believe. It was placed on Vordaza, and that was utilizing like a Wernstone teleport thing for Gingy. Is Cook is Gone going to be doing something similar? I think that's kind of an interesting question here. How much time does that Wernstone in setting up these altars save you versus, you know, you have to clear out all the trash that's in this room. There is some time that is lost by doing that.
Yeah, we'll have to see if these teams are electing to do so, but you can see how much CARLA has caught up already as they're also entering this boss area now. And of course, they do have the upper hand on the trash percentages as we were talking about.
Yeah.
Wazoo on to the next pack, grabbing everything that is here together in this doorway. Are we going any further? It looks like yes.
I think we got to go. I feel like they have to pull a decent amount more. Yeah, okay, so they're grabbing a bunch of skirmishers as well. Okay, so this seems like a pretty reasonable pull for Cook is Gone. And for CARLA Goes BRRRR, they have the double Gnarlden. They end up having the mini boss here. It looks like the mini boss is just at 10% HP. Once both of these Gnarldens go down for CARLA Goes BRRRR, I think that they're going to be somewhere in the order of 20 to 30 seconds ahead of Cook is Gone. Look at the count difference that we're seeing here, Makes.
Yeah, it's pretty massive at this point already. Of course, Cook is Gone will get a little bit more right now, but CARLA Goes BRRRR, they're right behind them, so they will need to keep on up here to overtake
this chain.
Cook is Gone on the overall dungeon progression as well. Huge chain on the right-hand side for Cook is Gone. We're just moving on. Skirmishers have died. That extra lethality from the AoE that they do once you burst that shield is over, and so Wazoo is on the way.
I mean, I think that this Augmentation Evoker really needs the uptime, the duplicate uptime, the chaining. And I think for Cook is Gone, this is a pretty significant damage gain by chaining this way. I do think that the Assassination Rogue, they do want combat drops in terms of like optimal DPS on a per pack basis, but you can't be playing around things like that. Like you need to continue to be chaining, constantly maintaining combat, and just trying to progress the dungeon in a meaningful way. And dragging the bound defender down the stairs, once you end up killing off what is like the scary part of each individual pull, your next decision point should be, okay, can we chain this into the next pull?
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see that from
getting shrunk.
Gone here.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's not necessarily what you want, but it's just a couple of seconds. We're okay for now. It instantly ends as soon as you interrupt it or the mob dies. So just like 2 seconds of shrinking.
Yeah.
Hopefully it won't be the end of it for them. But let's see what CARLA does.
CARLA's a mega count. Look at this, 87.5. You only need, I think, 93%, and then you can actually skip almost every single mob at the end. There's like one pack of trash that you end up playing at 93% enemy forces. What is CARLA Goes BRRRR going to do? Ooh, they are going to traverse the terrain here. Look at this, Ziggy on this Demon Hunter. He's jumping, I would say out of bounds, but he's jumping over these mountains here, trying to get all the way over, skipping all those Gnarldens, skipping those Bound Defender mobs that we were calling out earlier. And it looks like they're going to be gearing up to pull the boss here momentarily. For Cook is Gone, they have just spawned Vordaza, and it looks like, are they going to be pulling the boss here in just a second? This is a very, very scary pull, Makes, if they end up doing this.
I think they will. I think we're just waiting for a couple of those mobs to die off as everything does come together. And CARLA does the same thing. We're already spawning the boss, and look at that. They're inching towards us, taking the Soul Render Warrior pack as well as the Reanimated Warrior into Vordaza, and here it is. Boss has been pulled.
CARLA Goes BRRRR. We were kind of wondering, like, what is the difference between the count differential between CARLA Goes BRRRR and Cook is Gone? When is CARLA Goes BRRRR going to be able to cash in on that count advantage? Right now, Vordaza getting pulled probably, I would say, 15 seconds ahead. And it looks like for CARLA Goes BRRRR, they have significantly less trash to deal with. There is a Bound Defender, which can deflect some of the damage, which can be kind of annoying. But I think that this should be a lot less scary than where it currently stands for Cook is Gone. This is a lot of mobs on top of the boss for Cook is Gone.
It is, and especially with like the unmake and the extra shades, you need to be very careful with your positioning as those swirlies also come in. That's a lot of layered difficulty that CARLA is adding to themselves there. I love that little DK wiggle out grip to just make sure that the explosion happens a little bit faster. You save two of the players from having to deal with that for much longer and allow them to then free move again. That was really nicely done, and we're not finished yet, Tells. We're adding more and more trash into that. However, Cook is gone now also on to Vordaza, as they have elected to pull the rest of what they were in fight with into the boss as well.
So I think looking at the damage meter here for time and boss combat is going to be kind of the important thing. I feel like CARLA goes BRRRR, since they have less stuff going on, let's say, whenever they pull the boss. It should allow them to be able to focus a little bit more damage onto the boss, have a more comfortable time, being able to get all their globals out effectively. And I would not be shocked if they end up killing off Vordaza something in the order of 20 seconds ahead, if I had to guess. I mean, look at this. Vordaza at 10% HP. They're a minute 47 seconds into this pull. For Cook is gone. They're a minute 35, and the boss is at 35%. So CARLA goes BRRRR, accelerating, going BRRRR in this part of the dungeon. That's
Can you do it right for once, Tuddles? Can you at least try?
Pigeon Tettles?
yeah.
It sounds very pigeony. Why is it so high pitched?
Moon can main.
All right. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, that makes sense.
Okay.
Look at them pathing here.
Oh, it's just the drummer. Look
I
at
like
this.
this.
We don't even need any of this trash. We're just gonna grab it for the vibes.
Maybe a little.
Oh, they have 5
Gotta-
melds.
Gotta allow your demon hunter to just. Yeah, they're just gonna meld.
No, we're
Well,
gonna
hold
meld
on.
this off.
Pain has. Okay, yeah, he's a mage.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're gonna meld our mage.
Yeah,
this
we
off.
don't need this.
Yeah.
Easy.
Sweet.
All right, into the final stretch of the dungeon for CARLA goes BRRRR, as they are reaching that final boss. Raktul has been pulled. The drummer still alive. That's something we saw from Mandatory as well. They're just going to deal with it and then DPS it down once they're actually into phase. And for now, Raktul will need to just be DPS'd naturally. No big moves from the teams here. We're using Meta and Ziggy. Should be ready once we're actually come back, and that's when we're also going to be electing to use that Bloodlust.
Yeah, so the drummer notably does its AoE damage to targets within 100-yard range. So that's why whenever you're like standing at the bottom of the stairs, the drummer's not hitting you, and whenever you're playing this on live, you want to like run up as a coordinated 5-stack and you know kind of deal with the drummer that way. But kind of like makes mention, what has been discovered is that if you tank the boss at the edge of this room, you're outside of that 100-yard range, so you can just like stay out of the range of it. For Cook is gone, they notably actually don't need that drummer for count. They are already at 100% enemy forces, which could be nice, depending on what it actually takes for CARLA goes BRRRR to kill it. There's also kind of an interesting question that I have as well, is whenever you're doing this intermission run, what does that look like for the damage taken on the entire party? While it is a 15, and you're not pacified during this run, once you start running up those stairs, that drum, it's going to start hitting your entire party on top of the taking damage that you see from the players during this intermission.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see how this team is getting
6 stacks.
back up there. Here they are.
Oh, thanks,
We
Rudy.
did. Yep, just a short second, but we're back together now. They also need to deal with this drummer, right? CARLA needs the count from this drummer, so
Yeah.
Surth is going to be one that has a task to mostly deal the damage over here, but you can also see Pain just kind of cleaving onto it, helping out a little bit. But look at that, Raktul is falling.
Wow.
Bloodlust even still running. They didn't need all of it, as CARLA takes the first map.
CARLA really is going BRRRR, showing all of us that weighed our predictions against them that they are determined to prove us wrong.
I predicted 2-0!
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I
I'm
predicted
sorry.
2-1.
Okay, all right. Those of you
In
I
favor.
predicted against them. I predicted against them. I guess that's the thing. Showing me and some of chat that they are determined to prove us wrong. They've secured the first point in our best of 3. Now, Tettles, you were a believer here. Map 1 down. How did it look for our teams?
I mean, this is... Sometimes we don't really know what to expect out of the 24th seed, right? Like, in theory, Cook is Gone is supposed to be a lot faster. But for CARLA goes BRRRR, what I saw from them out of Mysara's Caverns yesterday versus Mandatory told me that they had put in a decent amount of practice. And also something that it kind of tells you is that they probably have planned for this very specific route through the bracket. So I think that those are the big points of upside that I see for CARLA goes BRRRR here.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like they absolutely came in this. They had a tight like strategy and approach to it, and they really did just power through this, even with Cook is Gone close on their heels throughout various parts of the dungeon. But we'll get another perspective on it. Dratnos, from what you pulled out of this particular map, what stood out to you?
Yeah, so here's a look at CARLA Goes BRRRRR. Again, they are really gearing up for, it looks like this series in particular, like Tettles was identifying, you kind of can get this idea. If you're going up against Mandatory in Game 1 on Friday, you might have a pretty good inkling that on Saturday you'll be in the lower bracket, and you should really focus on preparing that pathway through the bracket. And that meant that a focus on Mysara Caverns, I think, was incredibly smart out of CARLA Goes BRRRR, busting out the Frost Mage in this dungeon as well, which is nice because you don't need any damage from that third DPS. You have a Bear Druid, so it's all good. You can just have the Frost Mage putting that Arcane Intellect up and buffing the group, and then you can have your Bear just doing huge damage. Meanwhile, Cook is Gone. They also are gearing up for a 3-game series here. You can see from the Moonkin that they're playing that, first of all, it's not that their players can only play one spec. They have players that are capable of playing the other ones. They just weren't prepared for that because they didn't fully understand yesterday how the spec variety rule actually worked. But with 24 hours to think about it, they had players that were ready to hop on and do great damage on, for instance, that Moonkin. And what that means is that Cook is Gone will be ready for this series to go to a Game 3 in a way that they weren't yesterday. So even though they lost this first game in the series, I think that they are absolutely going to be capable of winning a Game 3, which is something I would have been a lot more worried about if they'd showed up here with, like, the AUG and the Ellie, right? That would have made me a lot more worried about their potential. That would have made me think, okay, it has to be a 2-0 or else it's not happening.
We were all definitely relieved to see that they had come with a little bit of something else, and that it wasn't just that they had fully shoehorned themselves in. I mean, thankfully the teams do know that the spec variety rule plays a role, and so having some in your back pocket, definitely important. And like we said, Cook is Gone. They came with some extra ones today, and we also got to see CARLA Goes BRRRR with this sort of opening comp that they put together. But Makes, as we wait to see what they've banned out, what do you think they're going to opt for next?
Well, they're going to opt for Magister's Terrace because that is the next dungeon we're going to be watching. We haven't seen either of those teams in that dungeon just yet. I would hope that we see that Guardian Druid once again. I think it's a very strong choice for basically any dungeon you'd like to run, but at the same time, you need to think about it. If this goes to a third map, would you like to have the Bear Druid in the Nexus point rather than the Terrace? Or if you're CARLA, do you think you can close it out here? So there's a lot of evaluation that the teams need to do right now. CARLA more so than Cook is Gone, just to make sure they're ready for potential of that third map.
This is actually tough spec ban, I think, for CARLA, because you really want the Mistweaver Bear Druid combo for the Magisters just because of the uncapped AoE. But in the process, what you end up giving up is this DK and this Demon Hunter, which that feels horrible. Like, I don't know what we're about to see from them.
Yeah, I think, though, that if you're CARLA, you got to be looking at yesterday's Nexus point from Cook is Gone, and even though that went pretty badly at the very end, it was a very fast run in that dungeon, so maybe if you're CARLA, you're trying to 2-0 them right now as well, right? And you can throw some of these specs out that would be good in the Nexus point and just say, look, we got to win right now because Cook is Gone. Even though they messed up that Nexus point once, we don't think it's likely to happen again.
Yeah, it seems like Cook is Gone, although CARLA had such a good showing yesterday. Cook is Gone definitely had speed behind them, but how much they can adapt and how long they can go through this series, I think, is the big question, especially as we see them in Magister's Terrace now coming up. But CARLA, they had such a strong start here. I hope they're able to optimize on it. I mean, Tettles, with the gameplay from both of them in Magister's Terrace, do you think that this map might favor one or the other a little bit more?
I think it probably favors Cook is Gone just a little bit. I mean, they're the 13th seed coming in, or 12th seed coming into the weekend. I think in theory, we're supposed to pick them to win this map. At the same time, I think there's something to be said. Like, if Cook is Gone did not prepare super heavily for this route through the bracket, like, I think that there's a lot of weird stuff that can happen here.
For sure. I mean, I love, you can see even down below chat, so many folks were backing Cook is Gone, 72%, CARLA at 28, but I feel like now a lot of people would start shifting those votes if they were able to show just how strong CARLA was in that first map. But CARLA, I mean, for a team that we've just really seen here coming in fresh, coming in yesterday, I mean, Dratnos, what has your take been on them overall, and where do you think they can keep building?
Yeah, I mean, CARLA have just looked incredible at... remember, you got to remember, they're coming in at 24th seed. So we've had MDIs in the past. When we were in this tournament back in BFA, oftentimes we'd have this phenomenon where, like, you would have your top seeded teams. They would be playing up against a 16th or a 24th seeded team, depending on our format, and it would look like me and Tettles in a weekly key up against these world
We're
first
depleting
players,
the key, like it's
the keys would get depleted. All that kind of stuff would happen, and I think CARLA Goes BRRRR really shows that we are in a different era now. The 24th seeded teams, they're coming in at a disadvantage against the first seeded teams. Don't get me wrong. But it's not like night and day. They are capable of the same types of strategies, the same types of comps, the same types of innovation that any of our other teams are. And CARLA Goes BRRRR definitely are capable here of not just winning, but potentially 2-0ing this series.
That would be so impressive from them, especially, like, we love a good underdog story. At least I know Makes and I love a good underdog story, but I think everybody does in their hearts. So seeing them be able to climb up would be incredible, but they would have a lot ahead. In the lower bracket, I feel like there's an opportunity, but also so much more is on the line. I mean, Makes, is there more pressure there? Do you feel like there's a different approach to it as you are planning a lower bracket run?
So I think for CARLA, you're going up in this group, you know your first enemy is mandatory. That instantly shows you what your route through the tournament is, and that can be an advantage. That also means you're always playing with the back against the wall because you are instantly in elimination bracket, and that can be scary. So CARLA Goes BRRRR have prepared for this run. Cook is Gone have prepared for this run since yesterday. We'll see how it goes.
Oh, yeah. You know what? Cook is Gone, they adapted. We got to give them some props. I mean, Tettles, seeing how they came in, some of what they brought, do you think that they have shifted up their mentality?
I think they probably have a better comp for this dungeon than they did in the Mysaris Caverns. If I had to guess, I feel like the Mysaris Caverns and the Nexus Point Zenith should be the best that we're likely to see from Cook is Gone from like a strategy/compositional perspective.
All right. You know what, it looks like, everybody, we have some rewards in chat. You can redeem them for either of the teams. Let them cook or go BRRRR, which I love. Get in there, show some support for both of these teams. After our wait, we are coming in and the action is going to get started again. Our teams seem to be ready. We are going to have our next map here between CARLA Goes BRRRR and Cook is Gone. Now, this is game 2, and the pressure is on. Eliminations are on the line. If CARLA can secure this one, they will continue their trajectory through this lower bracket. If Cook is Gone can take it, they will even it out and we'll be going to map 3. But either way, CARLA Goes BRRRR versus Cook is Gone. Here we go, Makes.
Here we go, indeed. On the right-hand side, we're seeing Cook is Gone back to former glory. That Elemental Shaman has come back into the picture. Zero Cool is back on that subtly rogue. On the left-hand side, CARLA is on that Druid Mistweaver combination that we were talking about, and also electing to go for that Elemental Shaman as well as the Warlock that we saw from them in their time trials as well. So I think despite losing that Unholy DK and that Devourer Demon Hunter, both of these teams have found good comps.
I was going to say, like, I was worried about what we were about to see from CARLA because they had banned really good DPS specs for this dungeon. I think that the Aug Evoker, the Ellie Shaman, the Demonology Warlock, like I'm pretty okay with that. I don't think that Ellie Shaman, like I think Ellie Shaman is really, really good. I'm not super sold that Ellie Shaman is insane in this key just because how many mobs there are on some of these pulls, but the way that the Ellie Shaman Ascendance works and it just front loads their damage so much, I actually think that Ellie as a specialization for this season's MDI is actually quite good.
Yeah, I think so too. I also like what we're seeing from both of our teams here, going for the 1 and then all of the other mobs that are standing before the Pyromancer just straight up into that. But hold on, did I see that correctly? Did somebody get ported back there? On the left-hand side, it looked like it for a second, but I can see the entire team.
That would be...
Okay, it might have just been...
a very bad damage
my
loss.
eyes tricking me. Yeah, that would have been crazy.
Okay, so Pyromancer looks like it goes down a little bit early for Cook is Gone compared to CARLA Goes BRRRR, which then is going to allow Cook is Gone to continue to position themselves a bit better to run through the door early, but CARLA Goes BRRRR actually down the pack faster, so they are out of there, even though they were a little bit slower on taking down the Pyromancer, which activates that door. CARLA Goes BRRRR is going to be 5 seconds earlier, let's say, actually getting the boss engaged. They got that Incarn rolling from that Guardian Druid. They have the Ascendance available from that Elemental Shaman, and it is going to be basically it dies or I die for CARLA Goes BRRRR, and Cook is Gone. The Bloodlust has been pressed. All of the offensive cooldowns are coming out. All of the defensive cooldowns are going out, and CARLA Goes BRRRR's healer went down with that Life Cocoon available. The Fort Brew, as he gets battle res, is immediately pressed. It looks like CARLA Goes BRRRR is going to be able to recover, even though that was an incredibly scary point mix.
It absolutely was, but they have gone through it. 20 stacks from the worms, also going to be helping them out here by increasing their damage and healing as well. Very nicely done from the team. Cook is Gone looking to do exactly the same thing, as they are now adding more and more trash into the boss once more, but they are neck and neck here. This is as close as they get. It'll all come down to how fast they can get through this boss fight, but look at this, 61% to now 58% as the boss is starting to drop lower and lower for Cook is Gone. This one is going to be dicey, I think.
Yeah, something that Cook is Gone that they did that was really smart is right before this Custo's second damage vulnerability window, they actually ended up grabbing the worms. If they can end up having those kind of overlap one another, having that multiplicative damage for that damage burn is actually going to be, I think, a fairly solid strategy from Cook is Gone. Actually, it looks like it's going to fade before they even get the extra amp.
Yeah, well, it's not like the extra amp renews what you have, so it's okay. We're gonna be dealing with that the regular way as they are moving through this boss fight. The one thing that is on my mind is that we saw mandatory earlier in this dungeon, and we saw how fast they were.
Yeah.
I'm curious on whether or not these teams have prepared to pull
Oh,
that.
Pain goes down.
Pain goes down here. The unstable energy. It was ticking really low. No dispel coming in either, and just downed entirely for the team.
Oh, they
No
might wipe.
battle res available.
God. Okay, everybody was so low from that Pyromancer dot. Yeah, I think it was the healer, or the healer dot plus that ball that he ended up soaking. Like you said, that dispel that needed to happen. Going to be 30 seconds now of death differential in favor of Cook is Gone, and Cook is Gone is also going to be downing the boss somewhere in the order of about 15 seconds ahead of CARLA, really starting to build a lead here.
Yeah, and it's not only those 30 seconds, it's also the time you spend DPSing this boss with just 2 players. Now,
Yes.
I will say it is Diog that went down, so it's a little bit different to, let's say, your Warlock falling, because obviously your damage is attributed to the other players. Would have been a lot worse if it had hit either Minex or Ziggy, but still, you're spending so much extra time here that you really cannot afford to spend on the back of the additional death penalties. And CARLA will eventually, with that last refueling protocol ending, be able to take down that boss. Here's the replay. So Pain did already go down and then just falls over again. Tragic.
Yeah, but now they're a minute 20 behind or something. That's tough. I mean, this is going to be pretty tough. But look at this: CARLA Goes BRRRR and Cook is Gone. They're actually in the same part of the dungeon. They're doing the Spellbreaker pull with these runic glaives with their offensive cooldowns. Cook is Gone elected to do one additional trash pack to get a little bit more count. What is that count going to allow Cook is Gone to do? That's going to be a question that we're going to have to continue to look forward to in this next section, but I think that Cook is Gone should be solidly in the lead.
Yeah, I think what they might skip is the pack that we saw mandatory play on the very final tower, the platform, right before you exit the tower and go towards the final boss. That's the pack that mandatory played, but most of the teams are not electing to, so that might just be the one that Cook is Gone is trying to avoid.
350,000 HPS on the side of CARLA
no.
goes BRRRR just to have it fall apart at the very end. It's okay, we have an Ankh for our Elemental Shaman, but another 15 seconds on a moment of time where they could have made up a lot of the time that was lost on that first boss with those deaths. Just having another death at the very end there, incredibly unfortunate.
Yeah, it's a rough situation for CARLA, but the positive is they already took one map. So even if they have a little bit of a struggle here in the Magister's Terrace, they have another map to claw back. But this dungeon is not over by any means yet. It's a long dungeon, a lot can happen here, and if you're looking at the side-by-side, in pacing, CARLA is really fast on the overall dungeon pace.
I was going to say that too. Like, I feel like CARLA's route and their strategies are just a little bit quicker. I don't think they're 45 seconds quicker, but they are certainly faster. I mean, I think that these deaths, if CARLA ends up losing this map, they're going to kind of be kicking themselves because it was just like a couple of one-off deaths. Like, if you don't end up having that death on your Mistweaver Monk during the boss, then you would have had the battle res for Pain. And I feel like the entire experience of what happened there would have been very different.
Yeah, I agree. Very, very unfortunate for them, but not over by any means.
It's
yet.
not over.
3 deaths can be accumulated very quickly, and we have a resident hate watcher in desk, so there's a possibility Tettles it.
I'm love watching my predictions right now.
All right, you had 2-0, right?
Yeah, I did have to. So the next kind of question is related towards the next poll, where we've seen some teams pull double Void Caller with the Tyrant and
I
run
think you have to.
all the way into
You
that
have
third
to.
boss room. That opens up a very large wipe potential for both teams, basically, here, where CARLA goes BRRRR. Every time they've opened up wipe potential, they've had somebody die. For Cook is Gone, fortunately enough, they've been completely deathless. But I think that that's going to be the pivotal moment. And if it goes even, right, if both Cook is Gone and CARLA goes BRRRR, both do the exact same pull, and Cook is Gone comes out of it deathless, it should be theirs to lose, basically.
Yeah, I think so. But like, you have to do double Void Caller. I
it's
just
so
think
hard.
there's
Yeah.
no way around it. It's so hard, but it's such a massive time save that if you don't do it, you are essentially handing it to the other team. You cannot play safe in the MDI. You have to go for those risky pulls, and I'm really expecting that both teams do that here.
Yeah. Okay, so the setup of this poll is actually incredibly annoying. A lot of these mobs that are in this hallway, they come in late, they don't necessarily activate on time. So your tank's ability to be able to gather threat on these is really important. There's also that dreadful Void Walker. We've seen some teams like electing to banish it or para it or just kind of leave it in the back to make sure that it comes in like as late as possible. Oh wow, Makes, look at this. Cook is Gone is done pulling. They've done the half pull.
Okay, I will say, even for mandatory, they added that second Void Caller in just a couple seconds later. We could still see Cook is Gone decide to add that in once that first cast is over, just to make sure that they're offset, but I
Still
can hear
going.
that as well. CARLA, they're going. They are flooring it. They have grabbed basically everything that was available to them in their path and are also in fight with that Void Caller. Now, I'm also only seeing one for now, but Sura says, don't worry, I'm still moving. I'm not finished yet, as he tags more and more into this pack. They are just going.
This is how CARLA wins. This is also how CARLA loses if they end up having another death here. This is the situation at hand. Once they get the Void Caller and the Tyrant killed off, the boss is going to be able to spawn. In theory, I think that CARLA is going to be able to have the boss spawn early enough to where they're going to be able to make up for the fact that they have 45 seconds worth of death differential. But this is exactly what I was talking about. This is how they win, but a full wipe, and that's how they lose.
You cursed them. You really
No,
did.
no.
Oh my goodness.
I was just explaining for
Titles,
chat, of
I
course.
can't believe you do this to the team. Here's the replay of how it all went wrong for CARLA. First, we lose the tank, and then from there, just everybody else gets slammed by the power of what seems like 10,000 mobs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
The Bear
my
Druid
goodness.
giveth and the Bear Druid taketh away, I think, is what we've learned from this.
I mean, I love to see it. I would have loved it even more if it had worked.
So the
Now,
strat...
I'll say Kyrgyzstan is not finished with their poll either, and
No.
look at this, Carla, they're just going again. That makes sense, though. It makes sense because you have planned your route around this, and they could also like to press that lust that they're getting right about now if they just want to make it a little bit easier on themselves, but they cannot. They're dying again.
He did have Endcar.
This
We
is
did have
just
Endcar. All right,
tragedy
Third time.
upon tragedy for this team. Looking so good in that first map. Maybe we take it a little bit slower now.
Yeah. Well. All right. Let's look at Cook is Gone. I think that this is pretty locked up for them now. They're allowed to take this as slow as they realistically want. I think it's kind of interesting that they were playing such a slower strat relative to CARLA Goes BRRRR in here, though, makes it. I feel like CARLA Goes BRRRR had, like, you know, they put pedal to the metal the entire time, and now for Cook is Gone, they're just now getting the boss pulled.
Yeah, I think, obviously that is a very obvious take, but if you're able to pull off this route, it might even be faster than what we saw from Mandatory. It's an insane thing to do, and I mean, they're still going. We're just gonna go again. Try to do this pull. In the meantime, Kyrgyzstan is on to Gemellis. They have already spawned additional copies of him. Up to 4 is what they're going to be getting, and it'll be the task for Wazoo to just try and keep that boss on at least 1, preferably 2 of those additional copies. And because that is not enough, we're also going to be adding in those additional Void Walkers. They don't do a whole lot, but if you're looking at the percentages for Cook is Gone, I think they should be able to just skip most of what remains in that dungeon and then only do the very last pack that we've been seeing from teams as well.
So how do we do the skip for Cook is Gone is a question that I have, Mix.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that as well, because of course you have the Evoker, so you can use probably Rescue plus Warnstone. That could work. How does the rest of the team get up there?
Monk has, like, Warnstone Light, kind of. Like, there's like a Transcendence variant that lets you port to people that you put it on. Could be the strat. Shadow Step, mayhaps, would be a really interesting question. I'm not sure. I guess we're gonna wait and see.
Yeah, I was looking across their racials to see if there was anything that could help them out here. You know, like the Void Elves that can do some porting. But yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll watch what they do, because surely they wouldn't pull that really nasty pack right before the final boss, right? That's just not something that's permitted, I think.
I mean, anything's
Do you think they
permitted,
can
right?
play
Like,
that?
I think anything's allowed. It really just kind of comes down to, like,
Well,
how much
yes,
practice
allowed.
you have. Yeah.
Permitted in the sense of like a smart choice.
So I mean, a lot of the strategies in this dungeon so far have been involving like a DK, gripping mobs, and like your, you know, Warnstoning, jump skipping. There's like weird stuff that's been going on with like the meta strat for this dungeon. I don't know how you're supposed to do that with this comp specifically.
Yeah, we'll have to see how exactly Cook is Gone is going to approach that part. For now, this is the final trash that I think they need. We're on 90. Might be that we're taking those extra Shadow Stalkers up there. Still need to be careful here. Those terror waves will need to be interrupted, but they're doing a great job of just keeping everything under control. You can see Mole is just coming back, has added a little bit of extra Voidlings for the team to just cleave onto, get some additional percentages here as that pack is dying lower and lower.
Does this count? I mean, this.
I don't think so. I think they... Well, okay, it is
yeah.
count.
It is count,
I
yeah.
thought they might need the remaining pack
Oh,
as
the
well,
full screen! Legendary!
We're over
It's been
count.
such a long time since we've seen a full screen.
Why are you so giddy about this?
We're back! Speedrunning
crazy.
is back! We got the full screen. Yeah, the ultimate. It's just been so long. I haven't seen this in such a hot minute where I was like, oh my god, wait, we're full screening a team.
Yep, that means Carla will appear in that pit, but here's Shroud from Cook is gone, and they will be able... Listen, we were thinking about how can they just pour it over there. They don't have to, because they only need to skip that very tiny edge. They don't need to skip that edge at the very front.
Shroud is OP.
That
was
is
the,
a lot easier for
answer.
them. Shroud will be the answer to the puzzle, and we're on to Degentrius. 4 Cook is gone, full trash count. 1 map already went to CARLA, and Cook is gone, looking to lock this one in for themselves.
And I mean, this composition, I think, for Cook is Gone is more accurate to what I think that they want to play throughout the rest of the series. They're back on that Ellie Shaman. They're back on that Aug Evoker. Zero Cool, he's on his tried and true Rogue. He'll play all 3 specializations if required. Don't worry about that. We might even get the Outlaw Rogue in the next map. And I think for Cook is Gone, a slower strategy. Could they have gotten punished by the route from CARLA Goes BRRRR? Probably. But for Cook is Gone, the important thing that they needed to do was come out deathless. They have a Nexus Point Zenith that we saw from them yesterday. And I think that now, even though I thought CARLA Goes BRRRR might 2-0 this series, I think it's slowly shifting in favor for Cook is Gone with what we've seen from their spec variety rule, with being able to take this Magister's Terrace. I feel like this was kind of the pivotal dungeon for this entire series.
Yeah, I think so too. Very, very nicely done by Cook is Gone, as they are inching closer and closer to finishing this boss. 50% still remain that they will need to get through. Listen, something can always go wrong, but it would need to go tremendously wrong for them to close the gap.
Well, as Dratnos once said, there's no way they wipe from
is
here.
A lot.
There's no way they wipe from here.
25 deaths is a lot.
Okay, what is that in time?
Times 15 seconds, you do the math,
Well,
because
hold
I'm
on.
not allowed
I
to.
25 times 15.
I like how you said think.
Yep.
You're clearly using a calculator.
Yep, checking. Oh, okay, that's a lot of minutes.
Yep. That is a lot of minutes.
That is a lot of minutes.
Alright. Cook is Gone are approaching the final stretch here in this Magister's Terrace. Degentrius has fallen, and Cook is Gone has locked in that 1-1.
They have indeed. Cook is Gone has plated up a win, tying our score 1-1 and bringing us to our first map 3 of the day. This series has swung back and forth between these two teams, putting us in a place where it feels like either one could take the deciding map. Real quick though, Tettles, I do have to ask, you good? Because it sounded like there were a bunch of pigeons in your room, like halfway through the map, or...
Oh no, that was CARLA Goes BRRRR. They were here.
Oh, they
Yeah.
visited your room. They probably should have focused up on the run. I guess that makes sense though why those deaths happened.
Yeah.
But seriously though, how did this Magister's Terrace pan out for our teams, Tettles?
It's one of those things that for Cook is Gone, this is exactly the run that we needed to see from them. It wasn't fast. I'm a little bit concerned about their Magister's Terraces in the future, but hopefully we don't play it again. You know, I'd have to look at their route later, but hopefully they don't play it again. I think that we are going into a pivotal game 3 where I think it should go into Cook is Gone's favor. Like, just from like a tactical perspective, they played the dungeon yesterday. They looked pretty good in it. They have pretty much the comp that they want in that dungeon. I would say that Cook is Gone is in a much, much better position now.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll see for sure. But, I mean, maybe Dratnos can give us some more insights on this particular matchup and how it went as we look ahead to the next one.
Yeah, if you were looking at the graph there, you could see a bunch of big spikes for CARLA Goes BRRRR. That's usually good, but in this case, it's the same pull multiple times that they kept wiping to and not being able to actually succeed in, so that was a little bit of a problem for them. Yeah, I mean, a good clean run out of Cook is Gone. That's what we were expecting to see out of them. And for CARLA Goes BRRRR, like, yes, they did end up wiping to that pull, but there are some signs of life for them that I think are very encouraging, especially for the future of the series. Of course, in this dungeon, it worked out pretty poorly for them. Here you can see for Cook is Gone, a polymorph actually going off there near the start. But yeah, so CARLA, throughout the midpoint of this dungeon, they had this first death, right? That B-Res being expended as well is something that it's important, setting the stage for how things can go wrong later is being down that B-Res. And one thing that happens in the MDI is that when you start having things go a little bit wrong, you start to be off of your plan, right? And that can be something that can then lead to a lot going wrong. So here's Cook is Gone with this much more conservative pull than we've seen, even compared to... There's basically like 2 levels of bigger pull than this that you can do. You can do the pull that CARLA Goes BRRRRR does, or you can even go all the way the like Polish Mountain and Mandatory do in here, where you're just fighting every single red nameplate that you can find in this area. Here's CARLA Goes BRRRR doing pretty close to that amount of trash. But then as soon as you do have that first death coming out, it starts to be very quick and very hard to recover. They do have that 1 battle res, but they just don't have the time to actually expend it here. And the problem is, now when you come back here after you've wiped once, you don't have the same set of cooldowns ready that you're used to having for this pull. So you have a tank die here, very quickly everything goes wrong. And now if you attempt this pull again, you don't have that cheap death on your Aug Evoker. You don't have all the offensive CDs at the same time you're used to. You've just pressed your in card before that wipe happened. So it's very easy for one wipe to lead to more. And CARLA Goes BRRRR felt like their best chance was to just keep attempting that pull and hope it worked out. But of course, it didn't. They would have lost either way, though, because Cook is Gone didn't end up wiping. As soon as CARLA Goes BRRRR wiped once, it was over for them. And they made the decision, we think our best chance is to hope we can get this in one more pull, and something goes wrong for Cook is Gone. It all ended up being a moot point because nothing went wrong for Cook is Gone.
Yeah, it's always tough to make those calls, I think, especially for the teams. And sometimes it really is. It comes down to it, like, if we play this safe, there is no way that we win, or a very slim chance. So taking those risks, I think, is worth it, but you have to be able to actually see them through. And, CARLA, they looked so strong in the first map, but those big risks just cost them in that second one. So, Makes, we're looking ahead. We know that next up, our final map is going to be Nexus Point Zenith. So how do you think the teams should approach this one? Oh, and our bans came in too, so we can take a look at those.
Yeah, we're now on 6 bans. This is the first time we're actually seeing the full power of the 6 bans because they're cumulative. So there will be 3 bans after each map, but I will just quickly note, Cook is Gone was very slow in that Magister's Tiers in comparison to some of our other teams. They played it incredibly safe, which sometimes can be the right answer, but it's not going to get you far in this tournament. So I will expect them to go a lot harder. And notably, both of our teams are now losing that augmentation evoker, which I think plays a big role for a lot of those dungeons.
I think that this is where like practice time really comes into play, right? Like how deep is your bag for the map 3s where you have a bunch of different specializations banned? Do you have to make routing concessions? I think is also something that's going to be critically important. Like were there things that the augmentation evoker allowed for that now you can't do because it ends up getting banned out? Yeah, it's I think this is going to be really, really interesting. Like in theory, it's supposed to be favored for Cook is Gone. I'd probably give them like 60-40 chance, but this is going to be like really down to practice, especially like with second or third best comp.
It's true. I mean, Nexus Point Zenith has a couple options for the teams and some routing, some differences. So Dratnos, if you had to guess based off of what we've seen with their bans and other approaches, how do you think these two need to kind of jump in for this dungeon?
I think Cook is Gone should be better, but the thing that worries me a little bit is Nexus Point, if you're dropping your comp a little bit from what you're practiced to, right, your best comp in here, you don't have that Aug Evoker, does that mean that there are pulls that won't work, right? There are pulls that go from being safe to unsafe. If you attempt those anyway, are you in trouble? Versus if there's a pull that you have to split in half, are you losing too much time, right? And might another team that has 75% of that pull practiced be able to actually go faster than you? That's what I'm going to be on the lookout for here for Cook is Gone.
Have we seen CARLA off of Bear Druid at all?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. So this is going to be the first time that we're seeing them off of Guardian.
Well, that's not true.
Okay.
So CARLA played Vengeance Demon Hunter in the Mazara Caverns.
That's right.
And they played Brewmaster Monk in their time trials.
Okay. So they have some options. They have some variables they can bring in. I mean, do you think that Nexus Point favors, and we talked about the Aug Evoker, but do you think it favors any specific spec settles?
I think that specializations that allow you to like one phase Chrono Warden, the boss with the light AoE, where you end up doing like 300% increased damage. Yeah, I think that if you're able to like one phase that can actually be a pretty big time differential. We saw yesterday, I think it was I Do It was going for the 2 phase where Cook is Gone was going for the 1 phase. Like I think that can actually be big swings in terms of like time gain and lost.
Okay, well, they're going to have to
So-
try and gain all the time that they can because we are coming in here. This is going to be
DK.
CARLA goes BRRRRR versus
Yeah.
Cook is gone. This is match point. Makes, we've got our picks.
And that's exactly what they played when we saw them in this dungeon. Once again, bringing back that Blood Decay, bringing back that Discipline Priest. The fact that they were able to one-face Nazara was all on the back of that Ellie Shaman, plus PI being able to just really conjure up huge amounts of single-target damage, whereas Carla goes, we're seeing something different here. We're seeing that mage come back into the picture. This time, though, it's not a frost mage. It's Arcane joining back here on the desk for Pain. So I'm pretty sure that might just be the main class for this player.
Gotta be.
And that is why we're seeing a lot of mage from
Oh my
them.
God.
Sorth on that Brewmaster, but Ziggy has been zapped, is down, has released, it looks like, to get back to the group.
A bit of an engineer incident where both him and the shaman were targeted by that engineer down. Oh, now the Arcanist is just free casting on the side there. CARLA goes BRRRR, really tricky situation. If they're able to live through this pull, it'll be okay, but like that is unbelievably scary for CARLA goes BRRRR. On the right side, Cook is gone. They ended up having a death as well, but far less impactful than that Warlock going down on the side of CARLA goes BRRRR.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. Here's that replay, Ziggy. You can
they're just
see here,
stuck.
and they're just gonna, just gonna kick him to the floor. There is back with the team by now. Yeah, I mean, it's
The
true.
floor. That's right.
That's where he landed.
All right. Cook is gone here. I mean, they're looking like they're in a fairly solid position. I think this is the first time that we've actually seen a Devastation Evoker as well, Mix. I'm really interested to see what the damage of the Dev looks like. It was a specialization that was quite good at the beginning of this patch, and it has a tendency to normally be pretty good in lower level dungeons where you're like in a speedrun environment because it has a lot of front-loaded damage, does a lot of damage in its Dragon Rage windows. But I think it's been one of the lowest played specializations on this season just in general. I'm really interested in seeing how Randomicus is going to be doing on this Devastation.
Yeah, I'm just happy because it's another stack for our spec roster that we're trying
right.
to fill out this weekend. And if you had asked me which class we're for sure not going to see or which spec we're for sure not going to see, I probably would have answered Def among my answers there. So really cool that this one has come into the picture here as well. But Cook is gone, taking the lead here, not only on the back of that death that we saw from CARLA, but also on the overall dungeon pacing. Kassereth has been pulled. They're down to sub 60%. Still need to deal with those mana batteries, but they're doing a great job of that as the impact hits the board. And now we need to make sure we are having room to work with those impacts as that boss fight continues. We saw a scary moment earlier today where a team was basically caught with their face against the wall and their back against the laser. So let's make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, this fight has a tendency to feel like a very easy encounter, or it has a tendency to feel like Jailer Phase 7 or Mythic Lura Phase 1, where sometimes you're just like, oh, we're toast. Like, this is completely over. We've just completely lost. It really just, the variance in terms of where the beams spawn, you can kind of create a texture, kind of like you were describing, where if you end up trapped and the core spark detonation is coming out and you didn't put yourself in a good position 30 seconds prior, there's no way of recovering.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. But Cook is gone for now. Looks like they won't need any recovering either, as Kassereth is dropping lower and lower. I'm a little bit upset because we didn't see that nice right wing of Nexus Point tech that we saw earlier from Polish Mountain. Thought that was really cool. Also, something really cool is Pain on CARLA goes BRRRRR is actually not standing in the boss room. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, this is some mage. That
Mage
wall
tech.
is fake if you have blink specifically. Yeah, so they're allowed to not stand in the boss room. I don't know if there's any advantage of playing like that specifically. Like, I don't know if you're like out of LOS of your healer, but I've also seen rogues like accidentally like shadow step their way out of the ball. Oh my gosh! CARLA goes BRRRR at a death on their restoration druid. I think the resto druid human wild charge to pain is what it looked like on the side. I didn't have a really good angle on it and just went straight through the beam, killing himself.
Yeah, very unfortunate. Now up to 2 deaths. Maybe that Magister's Terrace did something to their mental calibration as they ran back against that wall again and again, but I hope that is not the case. There's still time for CARLA to claw back as Minax does go down here as well. Had to step into the arcane spill to actually clear those 2 lasers and wasn't able to survive that. Kassereth now on the single digits for them, but Cook has gone already into that second wing of the dungeon. Let's see how big they go.
Yeah, I mean, this is a part of the dungeon that is... I think the left side is a lot more dangerous than the right side. The right side tends to be like a calculated chain where multiple heralds are incredibly scary. That is something that can happen. If you end up getting any of those smudges, activating a Dread Flail, that can also cause problems. But especially with like this Blood Death Knight and the coordination that's typically seen from MDI level teams, I would not be shocked if this is a very controlled chain by them. Because I feel like there's only so big that you realistically can pull before it's just like an automatic wipe.
Yeah, you definitely need a very good condition setup in order to be able to lift this really big pull that we saw, right? Stuff like the Lust, like having all of your cooldowns available, and also playing classes that are just really good at dishing out a damage carpet across so many nameplates. So that is something to keep in mind here as well. And of course, based on what we saw in this Magister's Terrace, Cookisgone just prefers to go a smidge slower but safer, and that won them the previous map. It might just work out for them here once again. A death on the side of CARLA as Cookisgone are approaching Nazara's boss chambers. We'll need to deal with a little bit of additional trash before she spawns. They're certainly ahead of CARLA for now.
Okay, so something you talked about earlier, you talked about the Disc Priest and the power infusion. Do you think that Cookisgone on their, I don't want to say their best comp for this dungeon, but you know, it's close. We got this Devastation Evoker. Do you think that they're going to be able to one-phase this boss?
I think for sure. I think the magic sauce is that Elemental Shaman and that Disc Priest just lining up in perfect harmony as PI hits when we are bursting this boss down, and that's all it needs. I think the rest of the team is just there to also be there. Certainly they're doing some damage, but I don't think it matters much what exactly is also being played.
Yeah, dude, Zyro in our caster chat, he goes, "Why is the Dev Evoker doing tank damage?" And I just responded, "Og." Like, I do think that this Dev Evoker has... I'm interested in seeing the numbers after this run. Like, I feel like it's been a little bit underwhelming what I had hoped for output-wise. But we've seen Cookisgone. There's been some, questions about their spec variety rule. So, I think that Dev is going to be kind of an interesting question mark here.
So the good news is this might just work out in their favor, right? It very much looks like the signs are pointing towards Cook being able to take this one, although that is not written in stone just yet. There's still another scary part of the dungeon. There's still 2 more bosses. The differential between deaths right now is just 3. That is not a whole lot. That can happen very quickly. But if Cookisgone is able to claim that 2-1 here, I'm very scared for their next matchup in the bracket. I'll be very honest with you, because they seem so slow in comparison to our other teams. And none other than Sense Spellbook are waiting in the wings for them. That's a scary team to go up.
Low key, like really low key. I think this Arcane Mage might also one-phase this next boss. Oh my gosh, we have another death for CARLA goes BRRRR. No battle res even available. 20 seconds. The Druid's going to have to release and run back, and now Pain gets targeted by that Herald heal absorb. This is actually a pretty scary situation because these Scroungers are going to start leaping on random people here in a second.
Yeah, a rough situation for them for sure. as they are also trying to get this boss fight started. Cook is Gone is already there. We have a couple of these extra scoundrels there in place as the boss has been pulled. And of course, the big question is, can they one phase again? They've done it before. They were the team to show us that it is very much possible. They did end up losing that run, but it was due to a miscommunication on standing on the bridge while pulling the boss. Left-hand side, though, more troubles for CARLA.
It's okay. They're getting the out of combat res by their restoration druid who has just ran back from the beginning of the instance. Now, they do have a minute.
I'm pretty sure Ziggy released. Oh no. Okay, here we are.
Of death penalty, which is not great, but for Cook is Gone, any major mistake from Cook is Gone, and it could allow CARLA to actually win this map. But for Cook is Gone here, we got to be looking at them. Bloodlust has been pressed. The power infusion is going on that Ellie Shaman. The Ellie Shaman's in that Ascendance, in that Stormkeeper. We have the Dragon's Rage from that Devastation Evoker. We have the Shadow Blades from this Subtlety Rogue. Is the boss going to die in this Light Scar Flare? It looks like the answer is going to be no, but it is going to be low enough to where Cook is Gone is going to be able to down it before the next Light Scar Flare comes out, even before the trash is spawned. And for Cook is Gone here, all they need to do is a little bit of trash, about 23% enemy forces, and one boss that separates them from the reverse sweep.
Absolutely right, and on their way they go. Keep in mind, they're now porting back, and I'm curious if they have adapted to this. We didn't see them do it yesterday, but if you just spam click the console in the middle, it fills up faster. Cook is Gone didn't do it yesterday. We saw some other teams do it. Have they adapted is my big question as we see them port back toward that center console.
Yeah, so what happened yesterday for Cook is Gone in this last area? Because they ended up having like a wipe around the Lorthraxian encounter.
Yes. So they were standing on the bridge when their tank pulled the boss.
Yeah.
And that makes the bridge despawn. They were like a meter out, which is a couple of freedom units, and that was not enough, and they fell.
Yeah. Okay, so hopefully we're going to see Cook is Gone avoiding it, but there's more to the point. There's a possibility that anything could happen here. This is kind of one of those things with the MDI, is that there's always a possibility of the unexpected. On the left side of the screen, we have CARLA goes BRRRRR. They're in that Light Scar Flare phase. The Bloodlust has been pressed. The Arcane Mage is actually quite good at dealing damage to the boss during the Light Scar Flare. I remember during the beta, that was one of the best specs at being able to one-phase this boss, and they also get the boss down to the 9% marker. They don't even have to play that Discipline Priest to be able to deal with it. Ooh, Cook is Gone, having some deaths. Wazo's actually dropping quite low here. Are they going to wipe?
So Molly died to, I believe it was the frontal that took him down there, and so Wazoo was dropping really low, and in comes that arcane explosion from the Arcanist, and suddenly it looks a lot different here. Deaths have been farmed on both sides of our teams as Wazoo trying to keep this pull alive, but ends up respawning. That means the entire pack that they were just dealing with has become moot, and CARLA is on their way to catch up now. The differential in time is now 15 seconds in favor of CARLA after what looked like an absolute rough start of a dungeon. Here is that replay one more time. Molly goes down first, and from there it just becomes a tragedy that unravels with spot deaths, that Arcanist and the back on the bridge just free casting where Cook is gone.
That is brutal. And something that's also, Dratnos kind of mentioned it during his analysis segment earlier, whenever he was talking about this big pulls and Magister's Terrace. Once you end up having a wipe like that, then you no longer have your cooldowns, you no longer have your offenses, you no longer have your defenses. It looked like Cook is Gone had some of their trash reset that they were trying to play as well. This is a really weird situation for them, to the point where how they recover is going to be critically important. I still think they're a little bit ahead, but this looked like it was supposed to be free, and now it's hard to really know. I feel like CARLA goes BRRRR. This is going to be the opening that they need to be able to capitalize on it. They can't have any more mistakes. They can't have any more deaths. They have 15 seconds that are in their favor for the death differential, where Cook is Gone has those 7 deaths. At the same time, it looks like Cook is Gone does have a little bit more count. I would still prefer to be Cook is Gone here, but this is getting way, way, way too close for comfort.
It absolutely is. CARLA on the chase here, just goes to show It's not over till it's over, and that is true in DMDI like it is anywhere else as well. CARLA reaching that final platform. How quickly can they finish off here on this platform? How quickly can they get in fight with Lothraxion? How cleanly can they deal with the rest of it? Cook is gone, entered boss fight just now. They are also utilizing their CDs right now, so it should be a big chunk of damage helping them out.
What?
But they still need to finish out their trash count as well.
Why did CARLA Goes BRRRRR not purge those flare bats? They just like let their entire pack heal for 15% health because they didn't purge the flare bats.
Yep, that's a good question.
Hey.
I don't know. You will have to ask them.
I'm not
cannot answer
it's
that.
Okay. It's okay. Yeah, no, nobody knows. All right. Cook is gone here. They're now onto Lothraxion. They have 3% enemy forces. There are some mobs that are off to the side, the light rots and those bees that you can end up pulling. I will say, I think that light rots during this boss are incredibly deadly. For Cook is gone, it's just going to be like a pulsing AoE in this intermission. They really need to make sure that they find the bald image of Lothraxion and get that interrupted as fast as possible. And then...
You call him bald?
Well, he's bald. He's hornless.
Horns is not hair, but okay.
He's bald. All right.
All right, go
he's
on.
bald. So, when are they pulling this light rod, I think is the question for me.
Yeah,
That's right
I was
now.
gonna make a point of the fact that Cook is gone still needs to like be scared for 15 seconds, but we just tied on the death timer. So that final time looks like it's going to be the determining factor here in an absolutely intense series in our elimination bracket. Let's see if that actually holds true. 40% still to go for Cook is gone. They also need to finish up that trash that you're seeing them in fight with here right now. One of the flare bats is down, but that light rod needs to be dying as well. And for CARLA, we're just hoping they can floor it from here. If they're able to find the damage, there was a chance, but Pain and Ziggy go down. No battle resses are available, and that means a go again against this boss fight here. That also means, I'm not even sure if you can reset him, probably not, so they'll farm 3 more deaths if they're electing to reset, which they should, because that boss is at 100 HP essentially, and you cannot just kill it with Minax. Okay, they don't seem to agree. We're just gonna try. In the meantime, Cook is gone. They're running with it. 14% to go, Tettles. This is looking like it might be finally done.
Yeah, Cook is gone. A little bit of a throw there at the end. That full wipe. At the same time, they had accumulated enough of a lead, and CARLA Goes BRRRRR having a few mistakes that... you can't feel good about this win if your Cook is gone, though. Both maps that you ended up winning, you didn't play your best game plan. You ended up losing that Mysaros Caverns. For them, they're going to have to really be able to refocus moving forward into the rest of the day.
They really are. Honestly, this matchup felt like a race to rack up deaths, but even being haunted by the ghosts of wipes past, Cook is gone were able to resurrect the run and win. Cook is gone will be continuing on and will sadly be saying goodbye to CARLA Goes BRRRRR. So can we get one last burr in the chat, everybody? Thank you so much. But, we've had our first elimination here, but let's go over this map as we take a look at it now makes. This is a little messy, but what can we kind of extrapolate from this run?
I think a little is a strong understatement, Brooke, but I appreciate the optimism. There is a lot of chaos from these teams. I think the only thing that remains to be said for Cook is gone is they need to be scared for that match that is coming up after the next one. They're going up against SPELLBOOK. If they're playing like what we just saw, they'll be way too slow to contend with.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think, not where you want to leave off as you look ahead to a lower bracket push. But before we get too far ahead, let's look back and look at what we can from this particular map. So Dratnos, from your perspective, what were some of the things that you picked out?
Yeah, so the spec variety rule worked out a little bit better for our teams than yesterday, especially for Cook is gone than yesterday. Things started off a little bit already dicey for both teams. You can see this is 5 minutes in. Both teams having accumulated a death. The second one landing for CARLA goes BRRRR. Luckily, they hadn't used the B-res on that first one, so they were able to recover this and continue this boss fight, and it wasn't a catastrophe for them just yet. But throughout this dungeon, things just started to get worse and worse for CARLA goes BRRRR. That death counter now at 4, you can see here, 9 minutes into this dungeon, just kept ticking upwards for them. It looked like things were going to be a lot cleaner for Cook is Gone. They had that one fairly early death, but otherwise they were executing the dungeon fairly cleanly. They swapped that Evoker over to Devastation from Augmentation, but otherwise they were on pretty much the same strategy that they were last time they were in this dungeon, when they had a very good run through most of it. But then as we got to the very end of the dungeon, once again, a disaster struck for Cook is Gone. Now, like Tettles and Makes were saying, it didn't cost them this time, but this is absolutely will be something they can't afford to have happen in a future showdown with teams like Sen Spellbook. If they can advance past Sen Spellbook and maybe fight a team like Polish Mountain, would be potentially the team that they run into next on the bracket. Cook is Gone are out of series where they will have the opportunity to win with something like this happening. This was probably the last chance they would have to do that, and they barely scraped by. So, you know, Tettles was saying they can't feel good about it. On the other hand, I would say they can feel good about it. They did still win. You know, they got the dub on the board. They got their mistakes out of the way in a spot where it didn't cost them. They are going to have to tighten up, though, for the remainder of our bracket. There is no room for error left for basically any of our teams for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, you know, Dratnos, I like that spin. Kind of like a high-pressure, high-stakes warm-up game, you know? You just kind of go in, you're like, hey, we made it. We got all the mistakes out of the way, and now we'll definitely not make any other mistakes, right? So we'll see, hopefully, but our lower bracket, of course, is shaking out in a very exciting way, and we've had our first elimination, Tettles. So can you give us a quick overview of where our bracket stands?
Yeah, so we are basically at the bottom side of our bracket for the remainder of the day. We have this next matchup is Almost Fine versus FIRMAWAND, and then we'll be playing the Sin Spellbook versus Cook is Gone series, and then the I Do It versus the winner of the next map. We are at the point where it's double elimination. If you lose 2 maps, you're eliminated from the tournament. You're not going to be making it to BlizzCon. You're not going to be able to make it to the Season 1 finals. So the teams that are in this lower bracket, they're going to need to make an absolute miracle run, and it's going to start with Almost Fine and FIRMAWAND.
It absolutely is, and our lower bracket is going to continue after a short break, pitting Almost Fine against FIRMAWAND, just like Tettles was saying. Every single one of these maps has the potential to bring our teams closer to their BlizzCon dream or to rob them of it. Who will continue in the MDI? We'll find out once we're back. we missed you, chat. Next up is Almost Fine versus FIRMAWAND, so get your predictions in. And while you do, we're going to have a chat about our 4th series of the day. So, of course, we got to see all of our teams in day 1, and FIRMAWAND yesterday pulled off some really impressive things in Seed of Triumvirate, especially on, like, Viceroy Najjar Trash. They also had some interesting comps as well. So, Tuttles, they've got fast strats, but what do you think might be tripping FIRMAWAND up?
So, consistency, I think, is going to be their kind of make or break thing. Like, for me, I feel like FIRMAWAND has similar, if not maybe even better routes than, let's say, Polish Mountain, the 6th seed in the group, or the 6th seed coming out of Time Trials, where that's not really what you would expect out of them. The problem is, and the reason that they got 2-0'd yesterday, is that they're not 100% consistent on their very, very fast strategies. Sometimes they end up losing the map. I do think that they come up with very unique compositions. They ran a full melee cleave composition, kind of built around that arms warrior, where they ended up having that enhancement shaman, and they were built for battle shout, right? And I think that that's something that this spec variety rule, kind of in the MDI, really allows for pocket picks and maybe even like very unique compositions that are built around different types of raid buffs. And I think that FIRMAWAND, they feel like they're carving their own path in a way that's really cool and not typical from like lower seeded teams.
Yeah, I want to see them be able to back it up and really come through with it, because I agree. I think it's interesting to see what they're doing. But of course, we also have Almost Fine in the mix here, who has some strong players. We've got Mickey and Timmy, but they had a lot of mistakes yesterday. So Zyra, do you think they can shift their execution from almost fine to more than fine today?
I would certainly hope so. I mean, again, you know, to start of the day, you asked me, what do you need to do in order to succeed in the lower bracket? And generally speaking, you're not going to be playing against the fastest teams in the lower bracket. So consistency is key. Inconsistency was the problem for both of these teams yesterday, like we've identified. So I feel like the team that wins this matchup is probably going to be the team that has the least deaths, which, I mean, that's not like a crazy revelation to have or anything, but it is hard to do when you're trying to go fast as well in these keys. So let's see if they're able to clean up their play. Maybe bring some slightly better comps, but I don't think you're really going to change that overnight in between day 1 and day 2 unless you put in a bunch of extra practice. So we'll see.
The key levels are just really high, too. Like, I think that that's something that kind of gets overlooked sometimes. 15, 16, 17 is like really high to the point where you can get punished almost immediately with one minor mistake.
You can, and I mean, especially at the speed running kind of threshold, this is something that even if there are theoretical keys above these, speed running adds that whole different element and that extra pressure. So these are very high keys, especially for that format. Now this is going to be Series 4, Almost Fine versus FIRMAWAND. Elimination is on the line, and they're going in here for their first map, Algathar Academy, Dratnos.
All right, away we go. Starting off, we'll get to see whether the teams agree on whether you start by going left or by going to the Overgrown Ancient up those stairs. We've had different routes. Going back to even when this dungeon was in Dragonflight, teams didn't always agree on this, and it looks like this is going to be no different. Almost Fine heading over the bridge towards Veximus, whereas FIRMAWAND heading on up the stairs towards Overgrown Ancient. Now, typically what teams like to do here is kill all this trash, and then while the RP for Overgrown Ancient is spawning, they just go and do something else. They start heading over, kill that Guardian Sentry, start making their way towards Croth. In a similar fashion over for Almost Fine, once they get in combat with all this trash that'll spawn Veximus, and once they kill that off, they'll probably go do something else while waiting for Veximus to spawn as well. This is a super dangerous pull, though, for Almost Fine. So many mobs are involved in this one. The Bloodlust is popped. The tank is in the most danger here. A lot of these mobs have a bunch of magic damage on their auto attacks, so it can be a very sketchy time if you are getting a hit by all of them at the same time.
Yeah, I wonder what the plan is going to be for Almost Fine, because they're going to have to wait for the RP on Overgrown Ancient now. So do you think they're maybe going to kill this trash, and while they wait for Veximus to spawn, they go back? Or
so they should do a pull now while they're waiting for Veximus, and then what you can do is you can still you can like backtrack over to Overgrown Ancient.
Oh, like
and
twice,
then
okay.
Still do the Guardian Elemental while Overgrown Ancient is spawning. So it's not like a full circle that you do. You kind of just come over here to Veximus like it's its own separate thing, and you just kind of completely ignore that other island with those two Ravagers on it. That both of those are pretty dangerous mobs that you don't usually want. You know, if you can skip them and pull extra stuff elsewhere, that often works out nicely for these teams.
Oh, that was a cool little bit of tech as well there. Looks like Mickey got a spatial from the Alchavoker and was able to tag a couple extra foragers as well. They were super far away, not something a Moonkin could have tagged. So we have a little bit of extra trash here on top of Veximus as well. They used the Bloodlust on the initial massive AoE pull, so they don't have it for this, and they're pretty low on cooldowns here. It's really just the Devourer carrying this pull. Those Unholy DK cooldowns aren't quite back up for this, but looks like the Devourer is all they're going to need. Now, if we still have these foragers alive by the time the first big AoE burst comes out from Veximus, we could be in a little bit of danger here, but I think they're going to have most of it dead by that point.
Yeah, it should be 2 seconds until that Fissure comes out, the Arcane Fissure cast, and you can see the entire group is topped up for this, although one of the orbs almost goes into the boss. Kina there on the DK dances in to grab that last second, preventing an extra burst of group-wide damage. And Almost Fine appear to be stabilized here, that Lust having worked out really nicely for them on that first big pull. Meanwhile, over on the side of FIRMAWAND, it looks like Bloodlust has yet to get used here.
Huh. Interesting. Is that an oversight, do you think? Or are we maybe just using it to try to push Croth as quickly as possible? Because the Alcathar
Maybe.
Academy timer is like, it's not that much longer than, it's been like 15 minutes or so. So like, you're really running out of a window to use that Bloodlust and still have a second one available for Echo of Doragosa, which isn't even like the best second Bloodlust in this dungeon, I would say, right? You would kind of want to get it on the maybe a big Echo Knight pull right beforehand, unless you're
Yeah, or at least the
Echo.
start of Echo of Doragosa, not the end of it, which is what might have to be where that Lust is if you don't get to press it right now for FIRMAWAND. So the good news is, though, if you can multiply the Bloodlust with the damage amp on Croth, that is also good, right? That's also a valuable way to get a little bit more out of your Bloodlust than usual. So yeah, we'll have to see how this ends up working out for them. The compositions here do differ a little bit in damage profile as well. FIRMAWAND actually playing the Enhancement Shaman variety rather than the Elemental that we've mostly seen out of Shamans across the weekend here. Also not pairing it with something like the Ret Pally, which we've also seen in this dungeon, a very strong combo with a Shaman of any flavor. So FIRMAWAND carving a little bit of a unique trail through the spec variety rule here for them, with that Disc Priest also joining their ranks. Meanwhile, Almost Fine are on... I don't want to call this like the meta comp, because I actually think Guardian Druid might be more of a desirable pick even than the Brewmaster after the most recent changes to it. But this is definitely one of the, combinations of 5 specs that we're going to see the most this weekend. That powerful setup of those 3 DPS classes in particular, which means that Almost Fine, if they don't win this map, they're going to be coming into the rest of this series with a spec disadvantage in addition to being down a game. So it's very important for Almost Fine that they're able to convert and win this Algathar.
Extremely important. I do want to point out for FIRMAWAND, they had a little bit of weirdness with their cooldowns at the end of the Alpha Eagle RP before Croth spawns, where they didn't have any of their DPS cooldowns available for that pull. They were kind of just saving them all for Croth, which means they're probably, like we talked about, using that Bloodlust to try to push this boss as quickly as possible. So much so, as a matter of fact, that their tank was the top DPS on that final bird pull before the boss spawned. So they actually ended up losing a lot of time there. You would have liked to have maybe a Warlock cooldown there, but we're about to get geared up for that big burst. This is what we're saving the Bloodlust for, we think, for FIRMAWAND. The balls go in. We're about to gain that big wind buff. But the Bloodlust, it kind of feels like it might be a little overkill if they do end up popping it here, because Bloodlust on top of the haste that you're already going to get from these orbs, I mean, I know haste stacks multiplicatively, but you're going to run into GCD cap for these teams if that's what they end up doing.
Maybe the plan here is to get the combination onto the fire damage amp, the stun, on the boss, right? If you Lust right now, it'll potentially cover all the way into both. And look at the way that they're actually waiting till the last second to grab these wind buffs. And what that's going to do is that they actually might get all 3 of those damage amplifying effects, right? The Bloodlust, the wind buff, and the fire buff, especially if they throw these orbs quickly, which you can see Tommy already throwing that first orb into the goal, the fire goal there. Are the others going to be able to also do it quickly? Yeah, actually, look at this. They've instantly stunned this, and this Croth is just getting absolutely melted by FIRMAWAND there. Nearly 140,000 DPS coming out of that Demonology Warlock across the entire fight. The burst must have been absolutely incredible there. This boss just melted from 50 to 0 in mere seconds for FIRMAWAND. This should be a pretty huge advantage for them as they now make their way towards Veximus. Tommy completely out of mana, having expended it to get them through that, but able to recover it during this section as they wait a little bit before getting into combat. Meanwhile, Almost Fine traveling down to the Croth area as well. You can see one of those Ox statues is down for them. Little talent from the Brewmaster, making it a little bit less likely that somebody's going to randomly get meleeed, which is definitely a problem with the way that these Eagles fly in. And when you're playing with a Devourer or Demon Hunter. Devourer or Demon Hunters love to do this thing where they cast Collapsing Star into a buffed Eradicate onto the pole just as it's starting, because otherwise, they're going to lose their meta and they're losing a bunch of damage. So they do that, and then all of a sudden they've dealt 4 million damage, and you as a tank are just sitting there like, what are you expecting me to do to stop these things from killing you?
Listen, it's either that or they drop out of meta and they do 0 damage on the pack anyways. It's a lose-lose situation, right? It's 0 damage or 0 damage. What can you do? We've all been in that situation.
So that statue gives them AoE taunt, which is
really nice.
That AoE taunt effect is nice. The Shadow Meld as well. You can see Shadow Meld on cooldown for Timmy. That is often genuinely the opener for Devourer on some of these pulls. Is like, it's Collapsing Star, Eradicate, Meld, right? Like that is, you should just put it into your plan for how you start these pulls.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty effective. I'm actually curious what the routing's going to look like for Almost Fine here, right? Because they're going to deal with this alpha equal RNG that we just saw, this RP before Croth spawns. They're at 78% count. Now, they have skipped that island entirely where the Ravager patrols around, as well as the Ravager that's kind of right there, right after you go across the Wind Bridge. I wonder if they're actually going to be able to skip that entirely, like not even bother going back to that platform, and they could just get the rest of their count from that Echo Knight Invoker area right before Echo of Doragosa, maybe just pull it all on top of the boss with Bloodlust. Will be interesting to see, but they do have to deal with Croth. And I also want to take a look at what the boss kill time here for Almost Fine is going to be without the Bloodlust strategy that we saw from FIRMAWAND. FIRMAWAND's Croth boss kill took them about 1:55. So let's see if that Bloodlust really saved them a decent amount of time. We'll have to see how long this boss takes to kill for Almost Fine.
Yeah, this is going to be an important thing to check between the two teams. I suspect that FIRMAWAND are going to get to the end of the dungeon ahead of Almost Fine, but Almost Fine are going to have a lot more agency over this second Bloodlust, and they can maybe use that to catch back up, to re-accelerate at the end here. Veximus now spawning for FIRMAWAND. Snow for Almost Fine dropping super low on this Croth fight. Not going to proc the cheat death, but drops extremely low. And yeah, both teams still on 0 deaths, which is very impressive for a dungeon that they are running as aggressively as this one.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like this whole Croth section has gone faster for Almost Fine. They weren't too worried about saving literally every single cooldown. Now, that could also be just a result of the comp that they're using, right? Devourer or Demon Hunters are a little more free-flowing with how they use their cooldowns. You can kind of pop Void meta whenever, and if you need to drop out of it early, you can, and then start building back up towards it, so you have it for the damage amp on this boss, whereas the classes on FIRMAWAND set are a little more rigid in their cooldowns, right? You have the 2 minutes of the Enhanced Shaman and the Unholy DK, and the sort of 1 minute, 2 minute setup that the Warlock has. That might have helped them a lot getting through this section of the platform, but like, look at the boss kill time here for Almost Fine. They're at 150 with that damage buff just now running out on the boss. Yeah, it's going to take them a while to burn through the last 10% here, but it's really not that much slower than what we saw from FIRMAWAND, who saved the Bloodlust for 5 minutes just for this boss.
Yeah, exactly. Like, FIRMAWAND got a small advantage, but when you factor in how much work they had to do for it, right, the opportunity cost of using the Bloodlust in that way, I think I'd rather be Almost Fine. They are going to be the team that pulls Overgrown Ancient first, as they're now nearly in that boss room, and both teams at a pretty similar amount of enemy forces count, although it is Almost Fine that are slightly behind there. So if there's an advantage for FIRMAWAND, it would be that extra enemy forces count. Almost Fine are going to be grabbing these 3 patrolling insects, taking them into the boss here, but that's not going to make up for the 6% that they are behind.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's kind of a matter of what this second Lust is going to look like for Almost Fine. I mean, FIRMAWAND might not even have that Bloodlust up by the time they're done with Overgrown Ancient, whereas, like you said before, Almost Fine, they can pretty much just pop this whenever. They could even use it on Overgrown Ancient, although I wouldn't advise that. I don't think that'd be the fastest strategy for them here. It's just, yeah, like you said, I think Almost Fine is certainly in a commanding position here where it feels like FIRMAWAND's strategy should have been faster.
Yeah, I'm curious how the end of this dungeon looks. I'm curious if FIRMAWAND will get to press that second Lust at all. About 4.5 minutes left on the CD of it. I think they will, but I feel like it'll be at the end of Echo of Doragosa. They might be able to hold cooldowns without loss, though, and still get that full value, but we will have to see. As they do get in combat with Overgrown Ancient, it's already more than halfway dead for Almost Fine. 3.9% is the advantage for FIRMAWAND. I think I'd rather have 50% of the boss's health.
Yeah, that's definitely the better case here for them. Again, the question is what the teams are planning on doing after the fact, right? There is a nice Warlock Gateway skip that can get you past the first couple of Invokers on the staircase. So that's something we could look out for. I mean, I guess you could also Invis pot that if you really wanted to. That's also a potion gun. Potions are pretty powerful right now. So that's something that FIRMAWAND could do that'll save them a little bit of time. But again, Almost Fine needs more count. They could probably just pull those anyways. They might just drag those into the boss with them. Either way, Overgrown Ancient about to go down for Almost Fine. There will be no more questioning in just a moment. We'll see exactly what is going to make up the remaining 20% of count they need to finish this dungeon.
Yeah, this is going to answer all of our remaining questions. Almost Fine. Going to be heading up the stairs here. Now, FIRMAWAND were able to pull a little bit of trash into boss here. So they've actually gone up to 87% count. That extra chunk of count should mean that they can do quite a bit less here. As you can see, oh, look at this. Up the side goes the Evoker and the rest of the team to follow here. Okay. And this is going to mean that they can skip past, I believe, the double Echo Knights that guard the bottom of the stairs there. And now up and into the inside of the boss room. Almost Fine. Will this be 20%? Will this be their lust pull? Can they take it onto the boss? These are just some of the questions. Meanwhile, FIRMAWAND charging upstairs. They need to get in boss combat soon as well. They need to take this 13% into boss. They are also heading up the little cliff face here.
Gotta go higher up.
There's that
there's
gateway.
The gateway.
So they travel through the world there. And take this trash onto boss also. Lust is active for Almost Fine. It's just not going to be up in time for FIRMAWAND. I think this dungeon's going to be over in the next 2 minutes, maybe for Almost Fine. It'll be very close whether or not FIRMAWAND will be able to get full value out of this Lust at all. Meanwhile, Almost Fine are in a very hectic situation. Look at all the effects that they have to dodge here. Those projectiles and all that ground denial from the Echo Whirlwinds there.
They've decided they missed Priory of the Sacred Flame, so they wanted to try to recreate the pull after the first boss with all these Echo Knights, with every single Arcane Smash just blasting their team with a ton of AoE damage. But they're through. The Bloodlust on that pull was able to help them out, and look at the count. They're done. All they have to do is cleave down this last Invoker, which is just one extra kick that they have to deal with, and they're done. FIRMAWAND has gathered up their pull, but the Bloodlust is still not available, and now we finally have our first death of the dungeon, unfortunately, on the Warlock in their Tyrant window, in their Dominion of Argus window, so their damage is going to just drop off the face of a cliff now, which is not good. They're so far behind, they could not afford any further mistakes. They still have these Echo Knights alive, blasting their team with these Arcane Smashes. Tommy, low on mana here as well. They cannot live through this pull much longer.
Yeah, no Innervate available from FIRMAWAND either. A few defensives are coming back through. Power Infusion comes out as well. And you do have a very sturdy combination of the Warlock and the Death Knight that can keep themselves alive, but you really don't want any of your non-healer players making any concessions to keeping themselves alive, because they need to be focusing on damage to try and close the gap here. But they're not even going to get to this Bloodlust before Almost Fine just teleport them out of the dungeon here. 9% left on Echo of Duragosa. That's going to be all that it takes for Almost Fine to advance to a 1-0 lead in this series. What an impressive performance from them.
Fantastic to see them stepping in and really owning it today. Almost Fine. We weren't sure yesterday. They seemed to be in a rocky place, but today it seems like they have found their footing. This is going to earn them 1 point in our first map, and it is going to put a lot of pressure on FIRMAWAND to be able to bring it back if they want to stay in the competition. Now, this matchup was pretty closely seeded with our 18th and 19th teams coming out of time trials. So I have to ask, Dratnus, did their head-to-head matchup sort of pan out the way you imagined?
Yeah, I really liked seeing this matchup go this way. I think for FIRMAWAND, what might have happened is they have a strategy that works out well in this dungeon, that works out well on paper. But the problem with their Lust strategy is that it's not good when they continue to optimize, right? They have this strategy that works out really well for a 16-minute dungeon run, but as you start getting faster than 16 minutes, you start realizing, like, oh no, everything that we've built on does not scale up to a faster run. We don't get a second Lust if we go any faster, so we kind of have a ceiling on how fast we can go with this strategy in this dungeon. That was almost good enough to win here, but not quite. And it will only get worse as teams get more and more optimized here. I think they're going to have to go back to the drawing board here in Algathar Academy.
You know, sometimes the strategy you think is going to be the one, when you actually have it compared to all the other teams, it is not enough. So yeah, they may need to go back, but we'll have another look with Tettles. Tettles, was that your read on our first map of the series?
Yeah, I mean, we saw some extremely original cooks by both of these teams in terms of how they're pathing through Algathar Academy. And these cooks, it's kind of interesting. For Almost Fine, they end up walking to this Veximus area first. They press their Bloodlust on the really, really big trash pull at the very beginning of the dungeon. They get the boss spawned. They end up pulling a lot of trash into the boss. This feels fairly standard. The part that was the original cook was then the backtrack to the Overgrown Ancient to save yourself the 15 seconds of RP on the boss spawning. Feels a little bit weird. Maybe there's something in terms of like offensive cooldown allocation. That's the reason that this is being done. And so for Almost Fine, that was their original cook. And then for FIRMAWAND, their original cook was, well, we're going to be saving Bloodlust, committing to a 1 Bloodlust strategy on Croth. We're even going to let the first cast of this Ruinous Winds go off, knocking us back, dealing AoE, and then as their offensive CDs are all available and the boss is like 65%, they throw the last orb, they press their Bloodlust, they get the haste balls, and I think that this was actually a really interesting strategy, because if they're a little bit faster, they're actually even able to have the haste buff for the balls into the Bloodlust and the damage amp. They killed Croth exceptionally quickly. At the same time, the strategies kind of converge. Almost Fine ends up killing off Croth. Then everybody's on to Overgrown Ancient with Almost Fine. You know, we saw the original cooks, and Almost Fine was like 45 seconds, maybe a minute ahead. Obviously, it kind of ended suddenly whenever FIRMAWAND had a couple of deaths on the Echo Dorogosa. Really unfortunate, especially since FIRMAWAND was playing a significantly safer strategy onto the boss with the trash mobs that were pulled onto the fight. But for Almost Fine, they were able to pull it off cleanly, and that was the big difference maker there. I think the additional death kind of sealed FIRMAWAND's fate there.
You know, all it takes is just adding that extra little bit of time on, especially in a matchup that is this close. You don't want to lose any seconds to something like a death, let alone anything else with, routing or strategy. But, Almost Fine, I honestly think that they impressed me at least, and hopefully they impressed everybody else coming into this one. We were doing some of our predictions off screen at the start, and a lot of people weighing towards FIRMAWAND in this one, but now I feel like Almost Fine is showing up. And Dratnos, you actually had a 2-0 for Almost Fine, so you were a believer from the beginning?
That's right. I've always been a believer here. I'm going to make a big channel point return on investment if this all pans out. And once that happens, I'm out of here. Once I strike it rich with these channel points, I'm going on vacation. You guys are going to have to figure out what to do without me.
Great. Good. Well, Dratnos may not be here next season, but for now we still have him. But Tettles, well, we have you. What do you think about our bans that have just come in for the specs, and what teams might be taking into Pit of Saran?
I think it's very common to actually see tank and healer bans this season so far. Brewmaster Monk seems quite good, and Bear Druid seems quite good. There's a lot of healers that seem fairly competitive, so whenever we see map 1, map 2 bans, it tends to be those tanks and those healers. I'm not super surprised. Then you have to start looking at the DPS. Devour Demon Hunter, that specialization, it seems really good. I don't know if I'm in love with the Devour Demon Hunter ban. It's quite unfortunate to lose it. At the same time, I think this is a season of pocket picks, and I think that putting yourself on a composition that you're comfortable on is probably more valuable than putting yourself on this Devour Demon Hunter that might be 15 seconds faster here and there.
Yeah, the problem is that they were playing basically that full meta comp, so they had to give up the Aug, the Unholy, or the Devourer.
Yep.
And I think the Aug and the Unholy would have been more costly to give up. The good news for giving up the tank as well is map 3 will be Seat of the Triumvirate in this series, and I think that's a great Prot Warrior dungeon. So we're pretty happy, I think, banning out tanks from both maps 1 and 2 even.
That is
I like the
I know.
the drawing
The process,
view,
yeah.
Wow.
The process, yes.
We get an insight into the artistic direction of the logo of This Is Almost Fine, which I love. But also we've been able to take a look at the team rosters here. I mean, Zyro, with the players on either side, is there anything you think notable about the performances we've seen from these two teams?
I mean, honestly, that was just really clean play from both teams. I mean, the difference there was really just routing, right? Like, both of the teams were super clean until, obviously, we had a couple deaths for FIRMAWAND on the last boss, but I think the writing was already on the wall for the way that dungeon was going to go at that point, so I don't think that was really that impactful. I'm still not too sure about what I feel like the rest of the series. We talked about the predictions we had. I was a FIRMAWAND believer. I said 2-0 FIRMAWAND. I think they have the better specs available for this dungeon. I'm in the same boat as Titles. I feel like Devourer is like extremely strong right now. Some might say Feast of Souls didn't need to get uncapped, but who am I to say?
No.
Some
But
might say maybe
only
it's
Devourer haters. Only Devourer haters would say that.
Yeah, we'll have to see. They both do have the Ogavoker for this dungeon available, so that's good. So we'll see Wernstone skips for both teams, and yep, we can see the Ogavoker is there for both teams. Guardian Druids for both. That's pretty standard. But the Ret Paladin is back for FIRMAWAND Dreadnoughts.
Yeah, Red Pally should work out nicely in this dungeon. There are a lot of these pulls where you have, a Graveblade, a Lich that's going to have a little bit more health than the other targets, and those are excellent targets for the execution sentence from the Retribution Paladin, so we'll see how this works out. Not to mention, there's a bunch of undead in this dungeon, which do all get stunned by Wake of Ashes. You can see that coming out right now for FIRMAWAND. All those guys stunned for a very long time from that rotational ability. Oh. That being said, it's not going to stop a death landing for them right at the start here, and a cheat death for their Ogavoker as well.
Yeah, that Netherburst from the Cadaver, that's the main target you need to interrupt. Those spells cannot go off, and they missed it there. Dropped them all super low, lost your Devour Demon Hunter, who's important. I mean, it's kind of a meme at this point. Remember when I was talking about the BM Hunters losing all of their momentum last season? That's the same thing with Devour. You lose all your souls, you're gone. Look, he's doing less than the Ogavoker right now, and they're losing a bunch more deaths because of it. This is a disaster for FIRMAWAND.
Yeah, this pull is going to take so long. And now the tank goes down as well. That slash. So that's one of those spots where you're not used to that pull living that long. Could you press Survival Instincts and live that? Maybe, but you might have that planned out for the next pull. And now FIRMAWAND I have been in this dungeon and done this many a time. You can still time the key with 20 deaths on the first pull in Pit of Saron. But can you beat an MDI team with that situation? Look at not only how long it's taking them to do this pull, right? It's like, this pull is going to take them a minute and a half instead of 45 seconds. But then you have to add in that 7 deaths is another minute and 45 seconds. So they've lost almost 2, maybe 2.5 minutes here at the very start of this dungeon already. Meanwhile, Almost Fine. Nothing bad going on for them at all. We have an in cap on that Cadaver, and that's just going to leave it until the Necromancer that's controlling it dies. So basically completely removing that mob from the dungeon. And then this gateway is going to allow them to just jump right up here and get this pull gathered super quickly. Things are going so well for Almost Fine. I kind of feel like they should maybe just slow down even at this point with 7 deaths on the board. 8 now, 9 for FIRMAWAND. Almost Fine they just have to time this dungeon with 0 deaths, and they'll be through. They'll be through to the next
Are they going to... Okay, he was able to Breath of Eons out. We almost had another Dwagon moment there with the Gargoyle out of the group while they were getting pulled up. Oh no, but we do have a Dwagon moment as they have another death. We're up to 10 now, into the double digits here for FIRMAWAND, and it's just disaster after disaster here. This is really spiraling out of control for them. Now, they're missing all of these AoE stops that Evoker brings while they're sitting out there. Netherburst being cast by the Cadaver there. Do they have a stop for that? Is that cast going to go off again? It does! And it takes out 2 players with it! Oh man, this is just spiraling, Dratnos.
Yeah, things are going from bad to worse for FIRMAWAND. 13 deaths, 14 deaths now for them. That is 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And their tank is in a lot of danger here as well. 16 stacks of that disease, getting absolutely annihilated, and that melee is going to take him out. And this is just so demoralizing for FIRMAWAND. And they are down 1-0 in the series. They can't come back in another map if they can't get it together. And they have to drop the repair bot even to avoid the durability incident here in this dungeon. But they dropped combat with these mobs, most of them fully healed. They're going to try and get this pull somewhat regathered. But with basically no cooldowns here, I'm worried about their tank. Again, up to 15 stacks of that disease. Incarn is still at least 20 seconds away here.
Listen, we're still ahead on the Dorky metric. The deaths have not exceeded the key level yet, so let's try to keep it to that. In the meantime... Uh-oh, wait. Are Zarafoker dead? Okay, he didn't die to fall damage. Okay. Meanwhile, Almost Fine. It's been going swimmingly for them. 0 deaths, already onto Forgemeister Garfrost. It looks like they are just completely unaware of what is happening on the other side. They are in their lane. They're just thriving over here. Big trash pull on the boss. Cadaver's casting another burst. It does go off, but they're able to keep everyone alive through it. That was a scary moment for them. But again, I mean, they're just playing super clean right now.
Yeah, letting a cadaver cast go off is not a great sign, but the fact that they were able to recover from it is. And you can see almost fine there, those defensives rolling that Fort Brew, the AMS, and the Barkskin all having been committed there, in addition to that Dark Pact as well. Really heads-up use of something that you'll see players not really start to do until they have a lot of experience pushing these higher keys, is pressing defensives while at 100% HP. It's just not something that you develop a muscle memory for, right? As you become a better World of Warcraft player, the first thing you learn to do is start pressing your defensive when you're dying, and then when you start getting really good, you start pressing your defensive while you're at full HP in anticipation of the damage that's going to be coming. And that's something that I've been really impressed with watching Almost Fine, is the degree to which they have these defensives planned out, and they're willing to press multiple of them while at high HP.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing as well is, like, when you have even a wipe on the first pull, right, that's not something you really practice for as these teams, right? Usually, if that happens in practice, you're resetting and going again. So you don't really have a good, I guess, measure of what you should be doing cooldown-wise when you wipe on the first, well, almost wipe on the first pull, then do wipe on the second pull. Like, what do you do with your cooldowns at that point? You're kind of just winging it for the rest of the dungeon. And it's a hard thing to come back from. These teams are, like, these runs are very practiced out. You walk up to a pull, you expect to have a certain set of cooldowns available for it, a certain set of personal cooldowns available for it. And for FIRMAWAND, it's going to be completely different for the rest of the dungeon. Now, of course, it's an uphill battle for them. They need Almost Fine to make some major mistakes, similar to what they've already made at this point in the dungeon, but obviously they're going to keep playing on, right? Because this is their tournament on the line. You already identified, right? They're down 0-1 here. A loss on this map, they're out of the tournament. So they have to keep playing and just hope that Almost Fine has something go wrong for them.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is you can be 16 deaths behind. There is an infinite amount of things that could still go wrong for the other team, right? They any number of things could still happen. So FIRMAWAND have to try and just do the run as best they can from here. But I think a good point that you brought up is that they're probably not very practiced in this situation. Something that most teams will do when they are practicing these runs is just reset, probably after the 5th death, almost definitely after the 10th. Very few teams will continue the dungeon run after the 16 deaths. They'll just be like, okay, if that happens, we're going to lose, right? Very few teams will be like, okay, let's figure out exactly how we should space out our cooldowns, given that these ones all got blown and then we wiped, right? Usually that's going to just be pure improvisation.
Yeah, and I mean, that's, again, not something they're used to doing for sure in their practice runs. So we'll have to see if they're able to make good work of the remainder of this key and, give Almost Fine a run of it. I will say, I do like the Warlock pick in general for safety, right? Something that's kind of not talked about a lot with the Warlock, as it is a death from the Warlock here in an instant release. Of course, that checkpoint unlocked by killing off the first boss means he'll be back in the group pretty quickly. Warlocks in this expansion were given a new talent in their general tree, which lets them AoE curse, which is super nice, right? Being able to AoE Curse of Tongues or Curse of Exhaustion for a tank pull, that's super, super strong. Oh, is Timmy going to go down again here after getting back to the group? No, Mickey's got him this time around. That was a little bit of a scary moment. A lot of leaps on him as he was the furthest target from the group. But, yeah, again, I mean, I think it's really, really nice for safety in this key and might be one of the things that's helping them out in these earlier pulls for consistency. I don't know.
There's a couple of mechanics on these pulls that can be very lethal, but there's some counterplay to them. So there's a big curse, and curse dispels can be nice against that. There's also the permeating cold dot, and those get applied, but they can actually get removed by any sort of freedom or, snare removal effect in the same way, Tiger's Lust will do it, Soulburn Demonic Circle would do it, Blessing of Freedom could do it, even Breath of Eons can do it if you have the talent, I believe, that makes Breath of Eons, free you from those. I think just pressing Breath of Eons in general will free you of those sorts of effects. So there's a set of those kinds of things, even shape-shifting for druids, that will let you drop the permeating cold debuffs in this section of the dungeon. That is what Timmy went down to. Now, I'm not sure that Warlocks are always ready or planning to, Soulburn Circle that, but it is an option if you are trying to make sure that you can't get killed by it.
It's actually nice is because they're playing Diabolist, they get that effect whenever they port all the time anyways. So
you don't even have
to use the shard. Yeah. So you can see he has the port down, so he's ready to do that on this boss. So we'll see if that's going to be a nice play for them. I mean, obviously, I think the Warlock in general is just a really solid spec, but just they actually bring a lot of like untalked about utility in general. Now, we did see a little bit of an interesting tech on this boss from Mandatory yesterday, where they actually, on the second set of totem spawns, they just full burned the boss, didn't even bother burning the totems, but the totems actually were casting their, what was the ability? They were casting their AoE cast that one-shots you. They were like halfway through the cast by the time the bosses went down. So,
Right.
you know, maybe Almost Fine tries to push it here and they
I have a
accidentally
feeling
don't kill
that's
the
going to
totems.
be a mandatory only strategy. We saw Polish
Okay.
Mountain even not go for it earlier today. It's
That's
just
true.
so dangerous, right? You can see 48% on this next Shade Shift. You have to be so confident in your exact damage to make the call to not swap to these Shades. And yeah, Almost Fine are going to drag Ick over to that Shade of Crick rather than just cleaving it on top of Crick himself. And this is, it's much safer to do it this way. You're basically saying, look, we're going to give up 10 seconds, and we are going to, A, not have these shadow binds going off on us for the whole phase, so a lot less healing, a lot less danger of random deaths, and B, we are going to not wipe if we are randomly doing a little bit less damage, or if we do have one of those random deaths, right? We're not going to have the situation where those shades still exist during the get 'em ick section, when they will immediately do their shade bomb and just wipe you.
We also saw a different strategy from Polish Mountain on the Warnstone skip after Ick and Crick earlier today, which I think is a little bit safer, I would say. So the two different strategies that we saw Mandatory do all 4 players that have Shadow Meld, so everyone except for the Evoker, run upstairs, do the Shadow Meld skip, then the Evoker Warnstone's up. That works. That's fine. That's great. But if you wipe in the Glacius area, you have no way of getting back. All of your Shadow Melds are gone. So you have to be super confident with that pull, which is pretty scary. You're pulling a lot of Leaping Geist into Glacius. There's a lot of things that can go wrong with that pull. Polish Mountain actually just had one of their players do a Shadow Meld skip, which is a little bit slower than what Mandatory did. But if they do wipe, they have other Shadow Melds as backup here. And it looks like Almost Fine is going to go for the singular Shadow Meld here, just going for a little bit of safety. You know, also putting the Paralyze on the caster here, so it's a little bit easier to get that Shadow Meld skip. I think this is a little bit safer. And now Mickey, of course, can Warnstone up to the group, and we're good to go. So, yeah, this is definitely the safer version of the skip, but it is a little bit slower than just all 4 players Shadow Melding.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Mickey does look like a Pandaren, and Almost Fine actually do have a Pandaren on their team, but it's not Mickey. Mickey's just using, one of the many, like a Gleeful Glamour or something, or a Reflecting Prism to look like a Pandaren, a Recalibrator, one of the many different exciting ways to change your appearance in the game. But, yeah, it's actually the DK that is playing the Panda for Almost Fine, so that doesn't mean they don't have access even to a quad Shadow Meld. If they wanted to. Same over on the side of FIRMAWAND, of course, the Paladin can't play a Night Elf either, and the tank is even playing just Troll for Berserking, so no access to the quad Shadow Meld from either team.
That's interesting, just going for raw damage on the DK from the Racial there. Yeah, Panda was very, very strong this tier in general for just pure damage. Doubling that food buff this tier was most players' best DPS option. Also bouncy for fall damage. Very, very good. I'm not hopefully you were not falling, but just in case you get picked up by one of those.
It's come up in an MDI before. Do you remember
it has.
Theater of Pain? Yeah.
That's true. It's been good.
The Echo strategy there relied on the Pandarans for that fall damage reduction. So don't
it's
count
funny,
it out.
Though. Generally in Mythic Plus, you see people take utility things like, a Dwarf to remove a debuff potentially, or Night Elf to Shadow Meld something or do a skip. But I guess Kina has identified none of that is needed in this dungeon, and we'll just be going for raw damage here. And it's working out for them as we're walking up to the last boss of this dungeon. All of our count is gone, so we're not going to be doing a second Wernstone tech for extra trash here. We're just going to be single targeting the boss, and they're so far ahead that it just doesn't even matter at this point. We don't need the raw efficiency of that extra Wernstone tech. We're just going to win the dungeon pressing W. This is
Almost Fine just grabbed a little bit of extra count earlier, and they're just going to get to go straight into the boss, like you said. This should be really nice, just getting all of those damage cooldowns going, not having to worry about setting up any extra mob pull like that. And just getting to send all the cooldowns here. Almost Fine are looking great in this map. They looked great in the last map as well. And FIRMAWAND, just an unfortunate, just from the very first pull of this dungeon, FIRMAWAND were on the back foot, and they never were able to recover. Almost Fine just did not give them the opportunity to come back in this map.
Yeah, definitely it's a rough start to the dungeon when you start having issues on the very first pull and it kind of snowballs out of control like that. You know, props to them for keeping it clean after the fact. They put themselves in a position where if Almost Fine had a major mistake laid into a boss, they could have potentially worked their way back into it, but Almost Fine gave no quarter here. They were almost perfect the entire way through. Just the lone death on the Warlock in between the first and second bosses is the only blemish on this run for them. We do have about 60% of this boss left, but without any extra trash on it, I don't foresee any major problems happening for Almost Fine.
Yeah, there are ways to wipe on this boss. I've found some of them. One of the main ones is spawning multiple Plague Spreaders, which Almost Fine have avoided. Each of the times that you start with 5 of them ready to spawn, and you can freeze 4 of them. But if you end up failing to do that, that can be a way to wipe. They do pulse quite a bit of damage. Almost Fine have managed to avoid that, and they shouldn't get the second Army of the Dead. This next Bone Infusion is a bit of raid damage, but you can see Mickey easily able to keep everybody alive during that. And they are still going to make sure that they are freezing the extra Plague Spreaders, preventing them from being raised on the next Army of the Dead. But I'm not even sure they're going to get to that next cast here. We have another Tyrant in 18 seconds, and I think that, combined with the army that's just being popped by Kina here, should just send the boss home.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is just... The cooldown's coming up is the icing on the cake for them. It's the top to a great run for them. I mean, they're playing fantastic. I was a FIRMAWAND believer, but I've been humbled here. Almost Fine has been playing very, very well. I think a lot of these teams in the lower bracket Dratnos have a good shot at making it through. Nobody really, aside from Mandatory and Polish Mountain, has been perfect this weekend. So, you know, whichever of these teams can come up with the runs that we've seen from Almost Fine here can definitely, you know, throw their hat in to be one of our teams, to be that second qualifying team for the global finals and play for a chance at BlizzCon. For the time being, though, Almost Fine has secured their ticket to the next round. They'll be playing in a couple matches time from now, and unfortunately, it's time to say goodbye to FIRMAWAND.
It is indeed, but you know, it's great to see Almost Fine rallying after their rocky performance yesterday, cleaning things up and winning this series 2-0. We've always known that their players have the skill to pull off impressive runs, but their coordination on these maps really made the difference. Almost Fine will be moving on, and as Zyro said, FIRMAWAND will be eliminated, so everybody throw some 07s in chat for FIRMAWAND. While this wasn't their run, hopefully we'll get to see them again in the future. Now, Zyro, you mentioned a few times that you were firmly on FIRMAWAND's side for this one. Is it safe to say that you were surprised by how this went?
A little bit, but again, like, the thing that you have to remember, and I think, you know, I see a lot of people in chat that are kind of incredulously saying, like, oh, we're only doing 15s, 16s, and 17s? Well, yeah, but they're doing them in, like, half the dungeon timer. These pulls are volatile. That kind of thing can happen on any single one of these pulls, and the only thing that's stopping these teams from wiping is just the raw amount of practice hours they're putting in, right? They're figuring out, okay, what CCs do we need to use to make sure the mobs line up so we can kick this and stop this? I mean, there's a lot of practice that goes into it, and you can see what happens when something gets missed. It just spirals out of control, and unfortunately for FIRMAWAND, this was their time to go.
You're right, it's a good reminder of just how impressive all of these runs are, and giving us even more appreciation for it. Tettles, what were you seeing with your replays?
I mean, realistically, the only thing that happened was FIRMAWAND, like, ended up wiping to the first pull. Losing a Demon Hunter is especially bad. Like, whenever they lose their souls, they lose their Void Metamorphosis, and then the cadence for the entire dungeon is thrown off to the point where we end up having Shadow Bolts go off, that Shadebringer was supposed to be dead, and then we end up having the Cadaver Cast go off, and that mob was supposed to be dead. And it's like this entire thing where this doesn't happen in practice, because if this happens in practice, you immediately reset the dungeon. And so, how do you recover from this? Well, it's not really recoverable, right? You were just going to feed a bunch of deaths. This is Almost Fine. They basically just needed to not, like, run it down, and they played a fairly clean route. They ended up putting up a 15:30-ish. Some of the fastest runs that we've seen in this dungeon so far were about the 14:30 marker. So they weren't, like, breaking any records in terms of time. But at the same time, like, the thing that they need to do is not accumulate a ton of deaths, especially after FIRMAWAND had such a rocky beginning. And I think that for them, they played exactly what we needed to see. Zyro said it earlier. Teams that are in the lower bracket, a lot of times they're not that consistent. If you can go through both of your maps in a series, even if you're 5% slower, but you can guarantee 0 deaths, there's going to be a lot of series that you're going to win.
It's true. I mean, literally just not adding on that extra time is something that can be so key. And when you're, man, really trying to stay in the competition in these lower brackets, you don't want to let the nerves get to you. You don't want to make those mistakes, and you want to just go through it as much as you can because you have a long haul ahead of you. Now, we'll take a look at the brackets as we speak of them as well, because with the end of this series, we've had things change around a little bit. We now know who our two final matchups of the day will be. We're going to have Send Spellbook versus Cook is Gone, and I Do It versus Almost Fine. Tettles, we're talking about the pressure of these lower brackets. With these two series ahead of us, what are you seeing for the teams?
Kind of interesting. I feel like Send Spellbook has been a little bit slow, but relatively deathless in most of their maps that we've been seeing from them. Kind of what you would expect with the team. Roybin, Shelly teams tend to be fairly consistent, I think is a really good way of describing it. Cook is Gone. It's felt like they've kind of been super hit or miss with depending on what composition they have available for dungeons. For I Do It versus Almost Fine, I think this is really I Do It's time to prove that they've been building off of what they showed last season in the MDI. What is this season really going to entail for them? They're a team that wants to get top 2 this week, and they've been practicing a lot for it.
I think the important thing for I Do It to mention here is they've had a long time since that first matchup in the day to practice the maps for this series, right? They've had 4 series worth of dungeons to sit here and be like, okay, these are the 3 dungeons in this map pool that we're going up against. We can practice just these, and that's all we have to do for the rest of the day. So they should look very, very good on those maps.
It's true, it gives you that bit of advantage to have that extra preparation and really know how things have kind of shaken out. So we'll see if they're able to use that to their advantage or if the competition is going to beat them out. But we have a little challenge for all of you here in chat and us on desk. We have another mini game. This time around, we're not going to be guessing what a dungeon is so much as we're going to be guessing what's wrong with a dungeon. This is Something Ain't Right. And we need to keep an eye out, all of us, to scan the dungeon map that we'll be looking at and then try to decide what seems a little ain't right. And we need to keep an eye out, all of us, to scan the dungeon map that we'll be looking at and then try to decide what seems a little fishy, a little sussy about the map that's been presented to us. So we will get our eyes on this here, but everybody get ready, start looking, make sure that you tune in now if you are AFKing in the chat, because we have our first map here, Windrunner Spire, it looks like. I like how we all go silent as we just stare at it.
There may be a boss missing.
Oh, you know what?
Or 2.
Or
A
2.
few bosses missing.
Or all of them.
It's a little bit empty on this map.
Where is the Derelict Duo, Ember Dawn, the Heart of Wind? Where are they?
They went out for pizza. Okay, apparently this is a warm-up.
That was the warm-up. All right.
Okay, all right. Here we go. Let's see what we actually have. Okay, Skyreach.
All right.
Well, there are bosses this time, so.
Yeah, that's a good start. Always a good start.
I think I see it.
Do you?
I think. Well, I don't want to say it right away. I want chat to get a chance to look at it, just in case I'm right. Here, I'll type it in our chat.
Inspired lower quarter. Is it? Oh, is it? Oh, I think maybe I see. I was over here looking at are all the different trash mobs right? What does it look like? But I think I've spotted it. We'll see if chat's on it.
Oh, it's not that. Okay, so we're wrong.
We're wrong.
You and I both thought it was lower quarter Grand Spire. We're wrong, but it's not that. Apparently that is correct. Okay, so it's not that. Interesting.
Okay. Let's see. Nothing is spelled wrong.
I see what it is.
You see it?
Yeah. There's a 4th construct in the third boss room.
Next to the boss?
The boss isn't there, and it's replaced with the trash construct.
We'll see. Oh, it may not be
We're being told
it.
that might not be it.
Wait,
That's not the main thing, apparently, yeah.
Apparently there's something very obvious that none
the
of
boss?
us have noticed.
Is it? Wait, hang on. Do we not have the solar elementals in the upstairs part
I think that's
them.
just how those lieutenants look.
That's just how they look.
Oh,
I
they
think
just
that's
have
how they
that-
look in MDT.
Are you sure? Okay, yeah, I get. It looks like they've all been replaced with a different type of looking enemy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Is it just
Oh.
the
There's
wind
just, like,
gauntlet is not
The wind
rendered?
Oh, there's
gauntlet's
just-
gone.
a whole portion of the
But there's
map
not
is
any
gone.
enemies there. So, I figured that would just not be included
Oh.
in the MDT.
Yeah, that part doesn't matter at all, so I don't know why.
Okay.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, well, it seems like that is probably what's missing. The
Yeah,
portion
there it
of
is.
the
You can see it
dungeon.
just got
Yep.
added.
There we go. So, chat, if you noticed it, well done. I see chat was also pointing out that they thought, oh, maybe it's that there's not enough ads here, or this pack is wrong, or...
Is that not
But
a-
apparently.
Is that also an extra Dread Raven at the top? Like, that was something I've
No,
been
no,
like.
that one's there.
Is that there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, apparently it was just much more obvious than that, and that the Wind Gauntlet was not on the map. But that will give us the answer, at least on that one. Everybody else, though, keep your eyes peeled for future versions of this game, because it definitely psychs us all out, and I think we can get better at it. We can improve our times when it comes to the guessing game. Now, we have more ahead of us, everybody, so we aren't going to end things here by any means. We've got 2 more series left today that we still need to go through, and our next one up will be Send Spellbook versus Cook is Gone. This is going to be a big one. We've already seen the teams today, but they have a lot to prove and elimination to avoid. We're going to take a break, but as soon as that's done, we will be back, and we will see who makes it through. The MDI is back, and so are some familiar teams. We've already seen them both today, but this time Sen Spellbook will be pitted against Cook is Gone, as both teams try to survive elimination. So get your predictions in chat, because this is going to be an intense matchup. Now, when we're looking at these two, Makes, we already have great data right in front of us, so I have to ask you, how do the teams' timers compare?
Yeah, so we haven't seen those teams in the dungeon that we will be looking at in particular, but we have seen some of them. So we know, for example, Cook is Gone in that Magister's Terrace, which is going to be our first map, is pretty slow. They logged in 19 minutes 04 with 0 deaths, so it wasn't that something went wrong, it was just that they were playing very conservative, very deliberate, very slow. And for Sen Spellbook, we've seen them in the seat, and they were actually pretty fast there. Still slower than mandatory, but I would say in a competitive bracket with them. So I think if there's one thing we'll need to see from Cook is Gone to have a chance at winning the series, they need to floor it. They need to play for risk. They need to put it all out there. They cannot be playing as safe as we saw them earlier.
I would agree. I mean, it's tough when you want to just try to make your way steadily through lower brackets, and Cook is Gone has been down there all day, whereas Sen Spellbook obviously were in upper and just dropped down. But I think when you're up against a team that has such strong players and has as much experience as Sen Spellbook, even though they've ended up down here, it's been very rough for them. Now, Cook is Gone in this lower bracket. I mean, Tettles, do you think this is affecting kind of their mental, or do you think that they're already like prepping for this lower bracket push?
I feel like for me, I have not seen the Cook is Gone that I kind of expect with the names that are on their team, right? Like I kind of expect, especially out of the 13th seed or the 12th to 13th seed, a team that has moments where they are very fast, moments of brilliance, and maybe they lack some depth in some specific areas, but it feels like they've just been kind of, for lack of a better term, just like really clawing at like just like it's just so close depletes or not depletes but like wins. Like every single win, it never feels like it's like a convincing win for me. Like I haven't felt confident in any singular map that they were able to do yet.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
I don't think there's whole dungeons that they've had where I've looked at the dungeon and been like, that was incredible, but they've had moments in their runs that are cool, right? Think about the Windrunner Spire skip where they went all the way to Ember Dawn and they pulled all of the trash there. That was cool. They pulled that off. They're the only team that's one-phased the Core Forger in Nexus Point and Zenith, so they've got a couple things that they have up their sleeves. But I agree, like they haven't been able to put an entire run together to where I'm thinking, wow, that was really impressive. Whereas Sen Spellbook, like you said, they're like right up there. They're kind of on the cusp of potentially competing with mandatory in some of their times, and they're a little more consistent. So I think it's favored for them. And Cook is Gone is also dealing with this extra affix of like, oh, they didn't know that they had to have two of their players play multiple specs, so they've been trying to sort of remedy that. We saw them play Boomkin earlier today instead of the Aug or the Ellie that they were playing earlier, and that didn't look like it was too great in the Mysara Cavern. So we'll see what they have prepared for this series. Hopefully, it's a little more competitive for them than what we saw earlier today. But I mean, it's going to be a rough uphill battle for them, I think. I think Sen Spellbook is pretty favored here.
Even chat is backing you up, but they're going to face off here in our first dungeon, Magister's Terrace. Now, of course, you all have been putting your predictions in chat, and I see it. I see you all leaning towards that Sen Spellbook, though we've got a fair amount of people in there who want to rock it with the cooks, who want to get in on that feast, eat at the buffet. But we're going to do our own round of predictions here now. So we are going to start off with Makes.
So bad.
I'm sorry, it was pretty terrible. Some of you are hungry for a Cook is Gone win. How many metaphors can I toss out? But Makes, we'll start out with your prediction. Add as many metaphors as you want into it. Which way do you think this is going to go?
I'm just going to hit it with a very quick 2-0 for Sen Spellbook. You cannot play safe and slow in the MDI. No. I don't believe in that.
Okay, all right. Tunnels?
I'm 2-0 Sen Spellbook, I think. I also put, for context, I think this is a required disclosure, 210,000 channel points on Sen Spellbook, but I'm 2-0 on them.
Okay, sure. All right, so just weighing it a little bit in their favor, some might say. And Zyro, what are you betting on?
I am also all in on Sin Spellbook, but I don't have as many points as Tettles. I'm 80k in on Sin Spellbook. 2-0 Sin Spellbook. It's a little boring that we all think the same thing, but I think there's reasons for it. What about you, Rook, quickly?
I'm going to say 2-0, and we'll see if it pans out. I'm going to lean towards Sen Spellbook as well, and this will be Sen Spellbook versus Cook is Gone in their first map of Series 5, Magister's Terrace. Zyra.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we've talked about this a little bit before. Magister's Terrace, the start is a little bit slow, so we can talk a little bit about the comps we're seeing. Sin Spellbook, going back for the comfort comp titles, we have the Dan Arms Warrior niche pocket pick here. Looney's on the Warlock. He's one of the 2 great Warlocks in their group, and Shelly brought out the Red Paladin again. Interesting.
I feel like... What do you think about the Warlock for Looney? Like, I feel like you're wanting like a DK or something here, right? Like another Battle Shout beneficiary. You got the Battle Shout, you got the Mystic Touch, you got the Shaman buff. I feel like you would just want to index even further into that as opposed to Warlock. It's just got to be comfort, right?
Yeah, it's probably comfort, and in general, Warlock is just like a really solid pick overall. It's like never a bad thing to have that in your group. Curses are really good in general. They're really solid overall on damage. I like the tech here that they're going for. Line of sighting inside this little cubby off on the side so those casters won't be sitting back. This is probably something that they're doing because they don't have the DK in their group. Meanwhile, Cook is gone. They have just ran straight ahead to the Pyromancer. They don't care about line of sighting. That Pyromancer's already almost dead for them. This is working out really well for Cook is Gone early on.
I feel like DK is actually a pretty big time save in this dungeon, particularly gathering this pull.
Yeah.
Getting the Magisters and the healers and all the mobs just like stacked up on the pack. And then at the very end of the dungeon, there's like skips that we've seen from Shredders and the Void Callers, or Void Walkers, I think is the name of those mobs, the AoE fear guys. There's been a couple of skips that I feel like DK is really good for in here. So the fact that neither of these teams are playing DK is a little bit interesting. Oh my god, dude, look at Cook is Gone. They are just full sending it with the Bloodlust. This is a point in time where this pull, it's the Arcane Sentry with the crowd control knockback. It's the boss with the AoE knockback. It's the worms exploding. It's the Pyromaniac with the ignition dot on the entire group. Every defensive needs to get pressed, and at the same time, there is still a chance that a wipe could occur.
That was a little unfortunate because the knockback occurred when the worms were dying, so only Fawny was the beneficiary of most of those worms, right? Or did they actually only get 6 worms and their Fawny clicked a crystal? Not exactly sure.
Yeah.
Either way, they didn't have all of the worms for the initial pull there, and the damage is going to be a little bit lower because of it. Sin Spellbook did get all 18 of those buffs on their group, and you can see they're actually catching up significantly on boss damage because of it, even though they pulled the boss about 20 seconds later.
Yeah, it might have been range. I think it was range. Like they were in range of some of them dying, but probably not all of them. Yeah, Sin Spellbook here. They still have that Arcane Sentry alive, and I think that both of these teams. I thought that Cook is Gone was going to be a lot faster, but it's fairly even here. I don't think that the 3% enemy forces differential is actually the difference in a pull. I think it's just going to make like one pull safer here and there.
I think the other thing we need to talk about as well is the different versions of the skips that these teams are going to have to pull off at the end of the dungeon.
Sure.
It's really easy for Sin Spellbook. They can just gateway up, right? But for Cook is Gone, they're probably going to have to do some sort of Shroud skip to run past all of the trash.
That's what they did. They've done like Shroud into the like Evoker can get most of the people across kind of variant. So we saw Cook is Gone actually play the Magister's Terrace earlier. I had a lot of criticisms about their post-second boss route. Was that an adaptation on the fly because they saw what was happening to the other team, or is that just their route in this dungeon? That's kind of really answer a lot of questions here momentarily for Cook is Gone in the next couple of pulls, just how big they are going to be going. I think that Bear Druid in here, that Bear Druid Mistweaver combo is so pivotal, I would say, being able to keep your entire group alive on some of these absolutely massive pulls. Remember that Runic Glaive dot goes out onto people, or whenever you have those Void Walkers just pulsing AoE.
Sin Spellbook does have a lot of extra buttons available to them, right? The shout from the warrior kind of counteracts not having the AMZ from the DK. Link is really powerful to kind of help everyone live through those abilities. They have health stones available to them as well for a second health pot. There's a lot of good abilities in this group. Shelly taking a ton of damage early on here. Going to use the Dwarf to remove that initial debuff. Are they going to be going all the way to the end here or not? Looks like they're not. They're just going to play it a little bit safe. Cook is Gone also going to be splitting this up into a couple different pulls as well, just going for the safe route. I mean, whichever of these teams kind of just has the moxie to go for the bigger pulls and pull them off, is going to be able to be the team that pulls ahead. But since Spellbook, I mean, a little bit of danger as the worms start to die and the dot goes out. We lose Dan here, unfortunately, completely out of cooldowns. But he is going to release and run back. They're not using the battle res yet, Tettles.
I think this route that Cook is Gone is doing is like, it's either 2 or it's 3 pulls more than the Magister's Terrace routes that we've seen from Mandatory and Polish Mountain. But obviously it's going to end up being a lot safer. And you see on the left side of the screen, Hook is gone. They're playing a slower route, but it's a lot safer of a route. For Sin Spellbook, they have those Holy Fire dots onto a bunch of players. They have the AoE damage coming out. They end up having some of those mobs leaping onto people. There's a lot of points in time where a couple of deaths can happen, and now they're 30 seconds behind in terms of death differential.
Looney goes back and grabs that crystal for an extra 10% damage on this Tyrant cast here. Spirit Link is down to help them mitigate the initial Runic Glaive debuffs that go out. Shelly has a 2-stack of that, gonna have to keep an eye on him. Has the bubble available, does opt to use it to get rid of that 2-stack. Also sacks Looney as well on the damage bubble as well. Just a little bit of extra damage reduction on the group, but the next barrage of glaives is going to be dangerous. First one going out now, it's on Roybin. That's pretty useful. Another one on Dan, who also is using that shout as well. Plus,
no melds.
Plus is defensive. No melds available for anyone, so they're in a lot of danger on these dots, but they start to fade, and I don't believe they'll be getting another set of them, so we're through. Now Sky is off on an adventure. Looks like they're going to be grabbing a little bit of extra trash
What is
here
he getting?
as we head into the second boss. What are we getting, Sky? What did we tag? Couple enforcers?
2 enforcers? Is it 2 enforcers and a healer, or is it 3 enforcers? I couldn't exactly tell what it was.
Yeah, I think it was 2 enforcers plus a caster. I didn't see if it was a healer or a bolter. Let's see what we got.
The Magister or whatever? Yeah.
I think a Magister, yeah. Either way, both teams on the second boss here. Cook has gone a little bit faster, a little extra count for Sin Spellbook. We'll have to see what that means in the long run. What trash is Sin Spellbook going to skip? What we do know from the runs that we've seen, though, Tettles, is a lot of this dungeon kind of comes down to that crazy pull that teams are doing into the third boss room.
Cook is Gone did not do that earlier in Magister's Terrace, very notably. They played like, they broke it up into like 2 or 3 different pulls even. They were playing it incredibly slow. For Sin Spellbook, if they're able to basically full send it into the third boss room with all of the Void Walkers, with that Tyrant, that could actually be game winning, or map winning at least, where I think that would actually be few minutes of time saved if Cook is Gone does not go for that aggressive strategy. Now, Cook is Gone is on a different composition in this dungeon than they were earlier, and I think that there is something to be said about there. You know, the Bear Druid, the Mistweaver Monk, those are kind of the enablers of being able to do that entire third boss room together. But we're going to have to see for Cook is Gone after Serenal's Sunlash goes down here momentarily.
It seems like the single target for Sin Spellbook is just generally better as well. Like, they're getting through these bosses a decent amount faster than Cook is Gone. Like, Cook is Gone has been pulling these bosses earlier, but Sin Spellbook has been making up the difference. And look at this. They pulled the boss 25% behind, but they're bringing it to within 10% here at the end of the boss. And actually, Sin Spellbook might save a little bit of time as the boss dies with the gateway skip up to the little doodad that you have to click to spawn up. So, like, we might actually be neck and neck here as we spawn the trash on the way to the third boss.
Okay.
This is going to be really close.
Whose position would you
they
rather
have a
be
lot
in?
of skips.
Whose position would you rather be in?
I think I'd have to go with Sin Spellbook's position, to be honest. I think the Warlock makes this section of the dungeon so much safer. Curse of Tongues on that mass pull in the Gemulus area, if that's the pull they're going for, I think they can make up a ton of time here. Because we know Cook is Gone doesn't go for that big pull, right? So
Yeah.
it's really all on this pull for Sin Spellbook. I think they've got it, though.
So earlier, Cook is Gone stopped at this next mini boss. How far are they going to go? Oh, it looks like they're stopping again. It's exactly what we saw earlier. That Shadow Rift Voidcaller has been engaged, but instead of going into that Gemillus room, they are going to be pausing and look on the left side of the screen. Sin Spellbook have 5% more enemy forces, and they are continuing to push forward. Are they going to stop before the Gemillus area? Yes, it looks like the answer is yes. They are not going to be grabbing 2 of the Void Callers, instead electing to just grab some of these Void Terrors.
Okay, so a little bit bigger, but still going for the safety pull. Link down to help deal with the initial AoE damage as the worms start to die, as well as these just passive AoE casts go off. But actually, they were kind of just waiting for the first initial barrage of damage, and now we're chaining on into the Gemulus room. Okay, so it's a little bit of a delayed AoE pull, but we're still going to get the mass pull. This should be faster if they're able to pull it off.
Yeah, it really kind of depends on offensive cooldown situation. I do think that this composition is kind of unique in the sense that there is a bunch of relatively impactful short cooldown offensive CDs. You know, you got the 1 minutes from the Warlock, you got the 1 minutes from the Ret Paladin, the Arms Warriors Warbreaker is fairly high uptime, or Colossus Smash is fairly high uptime as well. So I think that this composition should have a fairly flat curve in terms of damage. They do need to make sure that they get these Void Tears kicked off. So a lot of the times, whenever you see massive pulls with this many Void Tears, what has been commonly done is just like allowing the Auguboker to chain CC them, knock them up over and over again, and then eventually the Void Tears die before they can end up ever getting a cast off. But with this composition, Sin Spellbook has to utilize that kick from that Restoration Shaman and just making sure that they actually get all of their interrupts. And for Sin Spellbook here, I think that they are in a better position, Zyra, just like you said.
Well, they're in a better position progression-wise, but the 2 deaths puts them 30 seconds behind. Cook is gone. I think they're actually going to be spotting Gemilus here.
No.
No, you're right. No, they have to kill the Tyrant. Yeah, they're actually significantly behind. They might be over a minute behind now, actually. So yeah, Sin Spellbook is definitely in a better position. That Warlock making the pull so much safer and actually topping the damage on that pull as well. So Warlock actually looking like a great pick in this dungeon for Sin Spellbook. And they're in a fantastic position. The dungeon's not over yet. We still have this boss to get through, which, of course, I think they have a better comp for than Cook is gone.
Oh, dude.
But also, the trash after this boss is nasty, too.
I'm pretty sure this Warrior goes sicko mode here, right? Like, the Arms Warrior, they just have... It's not 100% uptime on Sweeping Strikes, but it may as well be. Like, it is like a ridiculous amount of uptime on Sweeping Strikes. It's commonly seen as, like, the downside of the Arms Warrior is that their single target is a little bit worse than some of the other meta picks. But their 2 to 5 target damage is really, really good right now. And I think that a fight like this, like Camillus, that is where the Arms Warrior really should shine.
Looks like they accidentally early body pulled those Void Walkers. You can see they have one of them banished off on the side as well. There's a Shadow Fury that went out when they got pulled as well, just like for safety. They're going to be cleaving them down one by one on this boss, it looks. So it might not have been intentional, but they're finding a way to deal with it regardless here.
Triplicate comes out
instantly.
Got the 5 stack of the Gamillas while Cook is gone, has now just pulled the boss.
Wow, Sin Spellbook has really just completely turned this dungeon on its head with the way that they pulled the trash in between second and third boss of this dungeon.
What is this lust?
Huh. Okay, it makes a little bit of sense when you think about it, right? Because a 3-target to a 5-target boss, I mean, this is a very efficient lust, right? If you're not pulling mass trash onto the last boss, I think this is actually a pretty solid lust, and they do get a little bit of extra damage with the Voidwalkers on the boss as well. I don't hate it, but it does make the next couple trash pulls a lot more dangerous.
Okay, so I guess you have to press it with offensive CDs. So pressing on pull, sure, you know, it's multiplicative in that way. It feels really bad to not press it on the 5 slimes, though, whenever Gamillas triplicates the second time.
I will say it looks like they pressed it without Ascendance being active. So I don't like
he had Ascendance on pull. Like, surely it was right?
The lust just ran out, right? And Ascendance is only 18 seconds. So I think he pressed it like after it was. It looks like it was pressed like after Ascendance ran out, or maybe it overlapped a couple seconds. That'd be a little unfortunate if that's the case. We'll take a look at that after the fact, I guess.
This is this is a little bit closer than I think we thought. Look at the bottom. So, since Spellbook has killed Gamillas 40 seconds ago, and Cook is about to kill it now. Okay, so 45 seconds. There's 30 seconds of death differential that separates these two teams in favor of Cook is gone. So if they're able to make up 15 seconds compared to Sin Spellbook here, then Cook is gone will be able to take down this map. This is actually a lot closer than I think you and I initially thought.
Yeah, it's 15 seconds for Sin Spellbook, right?
Yes.
But they have to do 7% extra count. But they also have the lust for this pull, and it looks like they've gotten literally every single bit of count into this pull that they need to finish the dungeon. But it is a crazy pull. It's the same size, roughly, as the pull that they did in Gemilus' room, but it looks like they're getting through it. Not a single Terror Wave has gone off yet. Look at the slow cast with that Blight of Tongues on these mobs. Those Void Terrors are never going to be able to fear the group. Gateway set up to get up to the boss quickly here after the trash goes down. And there it is. 96% count, though. Did they still have a couple mobs left alive there? Or are they going to have to pull some stuff up onto the boss as well? Where's this count coming from, guys?
Oh,
Okay, it is the
there's one
shredders that they've pulled up. They've shadow stepped up, so that will be the remainder of their. Well, no, we're at 97.7.
Surely. Okay, there's a Void Terror that's marked as X that has 0 health that is slowly approaching. I do not believe that is 2.5% count.
That terror wave doesn't go
No,
through
that
the
doesn't
walls,
miss.
does it? Okay, good. Okay.
Surely not.
You never know. Sometimes Z-axis can be a little weird.
Okay, I'm gonna pretend that they have count until we see this Void Terror come in, and then we most certainly do not have count. It would be
okay.
really weird if they missed count here.
Yeah, that's another team.
Yes, they're not playing this weekend. That's Group C. Okay, I only see this one Void Terror.
There's the Void Terror. Yeah, that's not enough. So, what's the plan, team?
Okay, well, I think the plan is that we lose. I don't know, Zyro. I'm gonna be honest.
So, I think all of the advantage that Sin Spellbook had is completely gone now. They do have a 22% boss advantage, but they're 30 seconds behind because of the 2 death timers, and they also have to instantly go find some trash to kill right after the boss and DPS it from 100 to 0. I mean, this is just a nightmare scenario, being at the end of the dungeon and not having count and then having to backtrack for count. Cook is gone.
Surely it's a parad mob or something, right? Like,
I hope so. I hope we're going to see something run up in the final moments, but I don't think I saw anything happen. I think they pulled everything that they were going to pull. This is
so bad.
This is brutal.
They're literally gonna. I think they would have won with the 30 seconds of death differential. Although I'm not positive, but I think they would have won with the 30 seconds of death differential. This is tragic.
I mean, okay, so here's the thing, right? Do they even know? Because we've had this happen to teams in the past where they get to the end of the dungeon, they kill the final boss, and they just stand there thinking they've won. And they're not really positioning to run forward either. So, do they know? Do they know that they're not completing the dungeon here?
They have to play volleyball. They can't like walk out of the boss room. Okay, so
but they can start running now. They can start getting towards the edge now. Okay, looks like Looney is sort of positioning near the edge now. Dan can leap over. Let's see. Do they know?
Oh, dude.
They do.
Okay, so they have 30 seconds of deaths not in their favor, right? Look at this. This is the problem here.
Oh, they're running off the edge. They know they can do that. Okay, that's good. What do we have to kill?
Void Terror.
Is it just one Void Terror is enough?
It is marked as Skull.
No, I fear that they
we
do
lost.
not have time for this.
We lost.
Since Spellbook have lost this dungeon. If they had count when the boss died, maybe they had a chance, but Cook is gone with a 0 death run, which we've identified as being the main factor to winning these keys in the lower bracket, are going to take this map. All they have to do is stay alive in the final moments here. Since Spellbook has count, but 30 seconds now on the board for Cook is gone to finish the dungeon in. I believe with only 3% on the boss, they're going to secure the victory here. It is going to be Cook is gone taking game 1 in this lower bracket quarterfinal match.
It is indeed in a twist of events here at the end. Cook is gone, proving again what we've been saying about the lower brackets. The consistency there being so key that it literally can win you victory. So Cook is gone, taking the first map in our series and putting them 1-0 against their competition in Send Spellbook. Now that's it for map 1, Tettles. But how are the teams looking after this? It's kind of a mixed bag of feelings right now. This is, I think, feeling absolutely horrible for everybody involved. If you're Sin Spellbook, you've just missed count and had multiple deaths at a Magister's Terrace. If your Cook is gone, you just did an 18-minute Magister's Terrace. Like, I don't think anybody's like feeling absolutely fantastic here. You know, maybe it gives everybody just an even playing field, minus the 1 point on the board, to kind of go, okay, that wasn't the best. We need to bring it a little bit harder in the next map. But we're going to get more insights into exactly how this all unfolded from Makes.
Yeah, so Pals, just to quickly follow up on that, Miscount is actually in Group C, so they're not here this weekend, but I'm low-key appalled. I don't know how else to phrase this. I don't know how Cook is gone keep getting away with just being so slow and then somehow still getting the match on their side. But here is a big factor in how it came together. You can see the debuff on Dan there, and then the Holy Fire crashes in as well. That's the first death. Second death just follows briefly after Shella going down here as well. And then I think I might have identified the part on how this happened. This, by the way, I don't know how you guys were feeling about this, but the fact that Sky is the one that's adding these mobs in, I was so upset. I like adding those mobs into Serenel's Sunlash, but why is there a tank running? Why cannot our Warlock or anybody else literally tag in these enforcers? It's such a time loss. And I think you could even tell in the side-by-side that that is where Quick Is Gone was accelerating as well. And then they don't use the portal up here. Instead, they use the portal down here. And it might be that the Magisters that have just passed us are the count that they're missing. That's my only assumption based on the route that we could check in this brief amount of time. But it's a really, really strange thing that happened there. Or, since Spellbook, the only other option would be a tag that they missed somewhere here, right? But they dealt with this kind of pack really quickly, and Quick Is Gone, despite the lower pacing, were able to get on through and come out on top due to being safe. And, you know, I might just eat my word. Apparently, it's better to be safe and slow in the MDI.
It's unfortunate seeing it happen, but also, I mean, it is a strategy, right? Like, if Cook Is Gone have found that, hey, the pressure's on down here and people make these mistakes, so you know what? We are just gonna take it slow and really go through this, then it works. Now, since Spellbook, they have the opportunity to take advantage of that, but they have to be able to execute and be able to come through without having issues like missed count or some of these other little errors that we see with things like the deaths. You know, since Spellbook's trash pulls, the way they were handling a lot of them seemed to be making a big difference in the actual speed of the run in a positive way. But then we had that little slip up. So, I mean, Zyra, I don't know, do you think that their actual strategy as it was could have gotten them there, or is it just that there was some kind of fundamental flaw with it?
I think it could have gotten them there. I think we've kind of been looking at it and identified that maybe the count they missed was. Do you think the gateway too early after the second boss?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said, right?
Yeah. Pointing out.
We don't know if that's
unfortunate.
part of their strategy, or if that's something they missed. But they definitely didn't play those Magisters. I can tell you that.
I mean, yeah, they missed one
Yeah.
mob. They missed one mob worth of count, which is
That's rough.
it could be a lot of different things, right? It could be some small voidlings somewhere that are like low count. Maybe they missed a void terror pack or something.
Yeah.
Well, we'll definitely keep our mind and our thoughts, you know, at least on some of that. But we have a whole other map coming up, Seat of the Triumvirate, and hopefully they can avoid having that happen again in this next map. Now, I think it's important for both of the teams to be able to actually fully see through all of their strategies, right? And in this next one, they're going to be facing the bands that are coming out from map 1. So, you know, Makes, we've got our band, we've got the next map, we're going to shake off what happened, the messy start. What do you think they need to just focus in on and put together for their comps in this next one?
So, bad news for Cook Is Gone. Our Guardian Druid and our Mistweaver are now gone. Those were the two specs that kind of made that Magister's Terrors possible. We're now using a new tank, a new healer. We're protecting that Ellie Shaman and that Augmentation Evoker, as we know is the strategy by Cook Is Gone, because they have been heavily relying on them to try and get dungeons done. On the other side, the bands look a little bit more, I would say, conservative, not as hurtful, perchance, but it's certainly something that we will need to look out for. How it works out for them without that Resto Shaman should be fine, without that Warrior should be fine as well, and I assume, there we go, we're going to see that Guardian Druid for Spellbook. So on the comps, I think I prefer the left side.
Oh, 100%. I'm all in on this left side as well. And we're seeing the first pull of the dungeon already engaged. The Bloodlust has been pressed for both teams. They are going 4 Subjugators. This Chains of Subjugation cast does an insane amount of damage. Cook Is Gone. They actually have that Holy Paladin for the freedom that they can remove some of the Chains of Subjugation, lowering the amount of damage taken. If anything ends up happening where a death comes out of any player, you'll probably just wipe to a pull like this, and then immediately lose on the spot. It's very similar to what we saw from like Pit of Sauron earlier. Incredibly punishing. Sin Spellbook, they just full send it with this Bear Druid. The trash pack has already been downed, and they have already engaged the first boss, with Cook has gone hot on their heels.
Okay, I'm a little bit. I was confused about this because we saw Seed of the Triumvirate from Sin Spellbook yesterday.
Yes.
They played Prot Warrior yesterday. They swapped to the Guardian today. Interesting. I wonder what the reasoning behind that is, because we know Prot Warrior is extremely strong in this key. It has a lot of key spell reflex, especially on bosses. It does a lot of boss damage. But I guess they're just valuing the extra AoE damage on these pulls for a little more safety. It's just maybe a safety day 2 play?
Yeah,
interesting. If we do get the chance to interview them later, I actually really want to pick their brains about it. I think that's an interesting conversation point. Either way, the teams are neck and neck right now on the first boss here. Trash has been dealt with, pulling more trash on top of the boss for both of the teams now, but they're all ascended right at that 60% mark for both teams.
Yeah, I think that's something that's actually kind of notable about this boss, Zeral, is that basically none of these teams are going to be killing these Coalesced Voids. But it is very much a question of like how are you going to be dealing with it, right? Paralysis is pretty good. Any roots are fairly solid. We even saw like a grip and a sigil of chains with a landslide off to the side for Sin Spellbook. Making sure that you can avoid killing them in any possible way is a huge, huge deal. Because if you have to kite the boss too much, you end up losing a decent amount of damage from the DK. If they ever have to press Dark Transformation, they actually want to be kind of like tethered to the ground inside that Death and Decay. And so anytime that you can avoid just moving the boss unnecessarily is like a pretty big deal. I think that the Holy Paladin actually has the ability to be able to CC one of these Coalesced Voids as well.
Yeah, they should have a lot of CC for it. Of course, the boss is going to be dying here before they have to worry about, well, those Voids are getting a little slow here. Wait, okay, Ring of Peace is going to save them at the last moment there. So, clean pull from Sin Spellbook, a little bit more single target damage. Once again, same sort of scenario as it was in the Magister's Terrace. We're going to pick up a few of these famished broken as well while we wait for the RP to resolve. We're waiting for this wall to get blown up so we can access the rest of the dungeon here. But it's not really that much of an advantage. Like, we're talking mere seconds right now, and of course we already just had one dungeon come down to, just the width of one death timer. So again, I think we're really just trying to key in on these teams playing it as safe as possible, be as clean as possible with 0 deaths.
I really like the Famous Broken being pulled right there for Sin Spellbook. Those are basically just allowing our Devoured Demon Hunter to get up to 50 souls. That way he can press his Void meta right on pull here and do just an insane amount of damage to the Rift Warden, as opposed to having to press Consume 50 times to be able to build up to that many souls before he's able to enter that Void meta.
Take a look at Cook is Gone, though. They're kind of going for their own variation of the mandatory strat in this dungeon we saw earlier today, heading towards that far back Rift Warden first. They used the Shroud also for a little bit of speed on the Subtlety Rogue to get back there, so I like this pathing better. It's a little bit less backtracking throughout the dungeon, so they should be a little bit faster in terms of just moving through the dungeon. But Sin Spellbook, they're already done with the first Rift Terror, so there's a little bit of trade-off that they're going through here. But Sin Spellbook is going to be heading off to their second now in a moment. Again, gathering more trash on top of that second mini-boss.
He used Assassination, right?
So
no Speed Shroud.
Oh, you're right. He is Assassination, so there was no speed. There was no speed.
Yeah. No Speed Shroud, but we have seen Zero Cool with the Speed Shroud occasionally on the sub. I think it's a completely reasonable thing. But yeah, no, I think that's something that you pointed out that's actually really important with this is like limiting the backtracking actually seemed like it was a very effective strategy whenever we were watching the routing through this place earlier. For Sin Spellbook, they're basically just going to get, 15 seconds probably of running around, not in combat with mobs, and not even getting ready to set up for their next pull. Where Cook is gone by running to that right side first, they're going to be limiting the amount of just backtracking that they have to do.
Yeah, here's where that's really going to come back to bite them here, right? They've dealt with 2 of those terrors. We have to run back to this one rather than just go straight there off the start. And they're going to have to run all the way back across to get to that second boss room. But, I mean, they're going pretty quickly in terms of just raw damage. So I think they're going to end up being kind of net neutral after we deal with the third of these mini-boss mobs. It's really going to come down to who can deal with the second boss room, and then, of course, the remainder of the dungeon the most clean. I wonder if we're going to see differences in strategy from Cook is Gone. I think we've kind of identified as casters that Lusting Lura is probably the safest play just to get the one phase in on the Symphony. Just with that damage buff, because getting the one phase there is so important. You don't want to deal with an entire extra set of phases for your healer to heal through. It's a lot of extra time. It's probably an extra minute that you have to deal with the boss. we saw FIRMAWAND go for like a Lust in the Third boss room strategy, but it didn't end up being faster for them when they played against Send Spellbook, so I think we're going to see them save their second Bloodlust for that. Either way, third Terror dealt with. First for Send Spellbook, but like really not that much further ahead of Cook is Gone. Cook is Gone might actually be closer to that boss room here.
What do you think about 5% count differential? What are we doing with this? I guess a better question, because like sometimes we've seen teams play trash during the Lura intermission, where there's like a 5-pack and then 2 Void Destroyers that you can get for about 15 to 20% count. That's definitely played within that like minute-long intermission. What is Send Spellbook going to be able to gather out of this 5%? I think is kind of an interesting question.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see exactly where that comes from, right? Because if it's just a smaller pull on top of the boss, I don't think it's that big of a time gain. If they don't have to do trash during the RP time for Lura, that's just... I mean, what are you...
That's
just
nothing, right?
Nothing? Yeah. I guess that's literally nothing, so you're not getting anything for that. So that's not ideal. We'll have to see. They've already dealt with that final Rift Terror. Boss has already spawned for Send Spellbook, but it's also already about to spawn for Cook is Gone here. Send Spellbook gets on the boss a little bit sooner. It's about a 5-second difference between the two teams right now, with a slight trash advantage for Send Spellbook. Yeah, it looks like they're 12% ahead right now, but Cook is Gone is about to kill off some of that trash they already pulled.
Like really low key, I think Send Spellbook has a lot more damage on a fight like this. Like I'm pretty sure their composition just does a ton of damage to this 3-target cleave, where I feel less good about this Ellie Shaman specifically.
Oh yeah, I mean 3-target is kind of like, it's not as bad as 2-target for Ellie, right? You can press Chain Lightning on 3 targets. It's not great, but you can do it. But yeah, no, they're not. They're certainly not super happy between 3 targets. Whereas like, dude, the comp for Send Spellbook, this is like tailor-made.
My AUG is beating my Death Knight. Hold on. Why?
No. The cooldowns are coming up. It's okay.
Why is the AUG in second place? Why is the bear?
It's about to change.
The bear's ramping.
The bear's just thrashing. He's loving life right now, man.
He's hot on our heels.
Maybe the bear was getting the pressions for a little while there until the cooldowns came up for the DK. The cooldowns are now up for the DK, so he's going to start climbing the meters there. I don't think he's going to get anywhere near to that Devourer. The Devourer loves 3 targets, right? You just get so many souls so quickly. You can get into those 6th and 7th potential collapsing stars in Void meta. I don't know if you can get 8th on 3 targets, but that would be impressive if you could. Maybe that's just a skill diff. Maybe I suck at Devourer.
I don't think you can, but yeah. Something that's also kind of notable. Look at how close they're intentionally standing during this fight. So the reason that you're looking to do that, obviously the Demon Hunter with the collapsing star cleave and the Void Ray cleave, the Shadewing and the Dark Fang have a tendency to just like leap out of the pack. So if you can do and be very conscious about standing on top of the Death and Decay whenever the Dark Transformation's out, and for the Demon Hunter cleave, it is a massive damage swing. And look at this. Send Spellbook are 30% on this fight ahead of where Cook is Gone are.
Yeah, I mean, they pull the boss 5 seconds ahead. They're killing the boss probably 30 to 45 seconds ahead. Just
comp diff.
Full AoE comp diff on that boss. But I mean, at the same time, I don't think Cook is Gone's comp is really that bad for the rest of the dungeon, so they should be able to make up a little bit of time. They do have to get a little bit of extra... Actually, no, the trash is kind of even now, so I guess Cook is Gone just pulled a little more trash on top of that second boss, which also means Send Spellbook probably... Which also kind of makes up the difference on the boss damage, right? Send Spellbook could just spend more time focusing on boss dam. They do a lot of passive cleave, but like maybe that helped them out just a little bit. Either way, are we going to be going for a mass pull in this room? Are we pulling literally everything? Send Spellbook? Are we sending the room? Yes, we are. Okay, there's a couple CCs. So the Conjurers are CC'd. That's good. That's a little bit of AoE damage that's gone on the pull. They could just worry about dodging the Shadow Weavers. It's a lot less kicks as well, but still very dangerous pull.
I mean, they have 2 Void Callers on top of this pack. So the Void Callers are mobs, especially once you get to like really high keys. What they do is they just passively AoE your entire group. You'll see them very frequently in a paralysis or banished by a warlock. The fact that they have to deal with that pulsing damage while the Grand Shadow Weavers are putting that tether onto players, it's an incredibly dangerous pull. At the same time, there is a critical mass in terms of healing throughput for the Mistweaver Monk. They just spam that spinning crane kick and they just do infinite amounts of HPS. I saw Zero Cool going down on the side of Cook is Gone. Did you catch what happened?
I didn't see exactly what it was. I think it was a skip fail. Maybe a shroud skip fail.
Is he the rogue?
He is the rogue. Maybe it was just a meld skip fail, and they ended up dying on one person instead of just dying on the entire group. In which case, it could be a good save. Maybe we'll get a replay of that in a moment. But for the time being, I'll assume Megs caught what happened and will fill us in. For the time being, though, since Spellbook already on device right Nezar, as Cook is gone, is kind of just now finishing up that first pull, but they didn't go for the entire room pull like Sin Spellbook did. They're only pulling 2 of the Shadow Weavers. That Conjurer pull is still there off to the side. I guess they can pull this on top of the boss, but like, it's just more efficient for what Sin Spellbook is doing. They don't have to worry about that trash after the fact. They can actually just go straight up to the trash afterwards. I don't know.
Yes.
Sin Spellbook is so strong right now.
I feel like this route is very strong from Sin Spellbook. I feel like even though they were only 30 to 45 seconds ahead coming out of the second boss, I think that they have actually started to open up a very large gap here. There's also they skipped a 5-pack with the Sigil of Misery whenever they walked into this area. I think they're going to go back and grab that with the Void Infused Destroyers to be able to round out the remainder of their count. Hopefully there's no more miscount incidents. That they are playing in Group C. We do not need to be seeing that once again.
Yeah, well, I'm not expecting to see them for another 2 weeks. Please don't do it to us. We already saw them a little bit earlier in the first match of this series, so no more of that. Okay, so when is Cook is Gone going to be pulling in these mobs off to the corner? They do need that entire 5-pack, and they also have to go back and deal with the pull that we're talking about for Sin Spellbook, right, where they're going to go up, pull a 2 Void Infused Destroyers, plus the 5-pack that they Sigil of Misery. I guess they're just going to wait for this Ascendance to come off cooldown, then pull them in, but like, I don't know, man. They're just so far behind right now. They pull the single target damage for Sin Spellbook has just been ridiculous, right? Like, when Cook is Gone pulled this boss, they had the boss at 100%. Sin Spellbook's boss was at 75%. So it was a 25% differential. They've opened that gap up another 25% over the course of the boss here, Tettles. They're just destroying this boss.
I mean, I think this comp is good. Like, this comp is really, really good. For Sin Spellbook, I was just pulling up some numbers. Mandatory, wherever they ran their Seat of the Triumvirate earlier, they had a 15-minute, 2-second run. How are we feeling about Sin Spellbook's chances of being able to beat that?
I don't think they're going to be at the same pace, but I think they're going to be in the ballpark, right? I think that's kind of the story here for Sin Spellbook. I think they're a team that can compete with Mandatory. I don't think their runs are as fast, though. They're crushing this pack, though. And I mean, Lura is probably, if they can kill it in the first phase, it's probably about 1:40 to 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, in that area. So I think they're going to be close. I think they're going to be closer to like 15:30, though. They still do have to actually like manually run to the boss here. The boss will be spawned for them. That's count done, so we're not missing count this time around. Ribbon's already there, so that's nice. But doesn't really help the team that much. We're still waiting for the boss to spawn. They actually killed that pack so fast, they're still waiting for the boss to spawn.
Hard to be mad
It's kind
about.
of crazy.
Yeah, it looks like it's probably going to be somewhere in the order of around 15:45, something like that. Yeah, I mean, hard to be mad. Now we just need to see from them the ability to be able to one-phase this fight. The DK does not have his cooldowns on pull. The strategy for this fight is fairly simple. You were just going all in on the one phase.
They dragged the boss to the side. So Sin Spellbook did go for the strategy that I was talking about earlier today.
Yes.
Yesterday. So they're pulling Lura to the edge of the room. They're going to try to get one of these beams through 2 of the charms on this next go. This doesn't make you go any faster through the fight. Actually, I think, Dan's going to get the double hit here with this beam on the left there. Yep, you got the one right next to the boss and the one in the bottom left corner there. What that means is that Roybin doesn't have to do as much healing over the next course of this fight. They're only going to be stacking that debuff up 2 at a time instead of 3 at a time here, so Roybin can kind of just do a little bit extra boss dam here.
Yeah, I think that this is actually a fairly good strategy for teams on live. Basically, the thought process behind this is the tank moves the boss on top of one of the relics, and then if you're able to cleave like one of the, you're basically able to hit 2 of the relics with the same line, like you saw from Dan there. It just lined up perfectly, and now you don't have to use all 3 of those relics or of those beams to be able to hit that last relic. So now we have the Symphony of Eternal Night. The boss is going to be taking 200% increased damage. Bloodlust has been pressed. Void Metamorphosis happens. Breath of Eons is out. Army has been pressed with DT, and we are full sending Lura. For Sin Spellbook, they have 10 seconds to be able to do 50% of the boss's HP. It looks like the boss is moving a little bit slower than I would have hoped to try to one-phase this, Zyro.
Well, they're going to accelerate a little bit at the end here, but yeah, 15% HP on the boss as that debuff goes away is not the greatest push we've seen. Normally the teams have had the boss sub 5% at best, but I think with the remainder of the Bloodlust, they're going to be able to kill this boss off well ahead of where they need to, especially when you consider where the competition is. Cook is Gone is only now engaging Lura, so that boss won't die until about a minute 40 after now, in the best of scenarios, so it's not going to matter how badly that push went for SPELLBOOK, as they're going to take the seat of the Triumvirate and even up this elimination series at 1-1.
SPELLBOOK takes that second map, tying them with Cook is Gone. This means we will be heading to map 3, but before that, let's review the map we just saw. I mean, after a shaky showing from both teams on their first map, how do you feel the runs compared this time, Tettles?
I think that this was much better for both sides. I feel like the strategy for SPELLBOOK, they were somewhere in the order of 40 seconds slower than mandatory. For Cook is Gone, it wasn't the fastest seat strategy, but if SPELLBOOK had any mistakes, I felt like Cook is Gone was able to capitalize on them pretty easily.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things would have been a much better showing coming out of the first map, but this felt much more like what we expected from these two teams. And I think even seeing in there some moments that seem very competitive, particularly over on the side of SPELLBOOK. Now, Makes, you have been analyzing this, this map as we've gone through, so what stood out to you?
Yeah, let's take a look on how it all went wrong. It started right here for Cook is Gone. We actually had these coalescent voids go into the boss, which is a big no-no. That cannot happen. It healed the boss tremendously, so not something you ever want to see in your dungeon ever. Quite a little bit of a tragedy moment for them happening here in that dungeon run. And then I think the big factor was how it played out here. So this is SPELLBOOK. This is how they're skipping. We've seen this before. The Devourer Demon Hunter goes ahead, sigils. The rest of the team follows. That's how they skip. They play this pack while the RP on Lura is going on. Here's the version from Cook is Gone. They utilize that shroud that they have, same technique, and then Zero Cool, you cannot see it here, but I can describe to you what happens. Tries to get up on this rock, bumps over to the right-hand side. This mob has true side. He gets infight. He gets killed 15 seconds on top of it. He needs to get back with the team. That costs him a bunch of time to get back in there, and a little bit of unfortunate situation for them, as they are losing so much time here. We also had a moment on the tank from Cook is Gone. He was just fighting for his life against the champions, which the war adept was kicking him while he was trying to run away, and I saw him dead on my screen already, but somehow he survived. So I just want to do a big shout out for the fact that he was able to live that. It was very impressive, and I mean, we have ourselves a series, don't we?
We do indeed. Third map on the horizon, and of course, whoever takes it is going to be the one that will move on, while the other team will be eliminated. So both the teams really, I think, want to only continue to improve what they're able to do from here. And this was definitely, I think, a big improvement, particularly for SPELLBOOK. And Zyro and Tettles were discussing a bit about whether or not they think that the run they just saw could even stand up to mandatory to some of the top teams. So Makes, given what we saw on Seat of the Triumvirate, how do you think they would measure up right now with some of our higher competition?
Oh, it's a great question, and I'm not sure, because I checked the logs, and I don't think we've seen either of those teams in the Algathar Academy yet. We, of course, have to factor in the bans that are now happening. Quick reminder, third map means 6 bans on each team out of their most played specs that are going to be coming in there as well. If something is tied, they're allowed to pick, but they need to ban 3 specs additionally on the bans that are already out there. For Cook is Gone, a lot of good stuff is already out of the picture. I believe that SPELLBOOK still has a good team comp that they can accumulate together, because they were playing a little bit more off meta earlier on with that Retribution Paladin, with that Arms Warrior. We'll have to see what the bans are. I'm assuming they will come in a little bit. Could be either's game. I mean, we've seen a lot of different Algathar Academies too.
I see. It seems like our teams are really trying to figure out what they want to take out of this mix. And yes, like Mix was saying, the teams do get to choose at the initial map. And after that, each of those 3 specs that are removed from subsequent maps are ones that have to do with most played. And then, of course, the choices that they made at the beginning. So they have a little bit of time here to kind of deliberate and go, okay, well, what are we going to pick? And we'll see exactly what they've decided. Now, Zyro, looking at what we've got banned out and knowing what we've seen of these teams, how do you think this is going to play out for either of them?
Guardian and Brew gone for Sin Spellbook. What are they going to play in this dungeon? Interesting.
Yeah.
Those are kind of the 2 tanks that we've seen mostly in this dungeon. I don't think there's really any big Pro Warrior plays in this dungeon. Like, no massive spell reflects, I don't think.
I don't think any tank is, like, insanely OP in here. Like, okay, the OP tank in this dungeon is Bear. Like, that is the OP tank in this dungeon.
Yeah.
Huh.
What would you sub in Tettles? Knowing that they've taken that out, maybe they just didn't even anticipate they were going to be getting to this game 3. But what would you pick coming in if you were them for Algathar?
DK, probably. But, like, I don't feel great about it. It's either DK or Warrior in my mind. Like, I'd be a little bit surprised to see Vengeance, and I'd be pretty surprised to see Prot Paladin.
Well, yeah. What if they pull out the Prot Paladin? It does a lot of damage.
We are in pocket pick territory.
We're still missing the Prot Pally from our spec roster of all specs played. They could do us a great honor of bringing that Prot Paladin onto the floor. Do I advocate for playing that Prot Paladin? I don't know. Maybe not.
Prot Paladin's biggest problem, right, is it's kind of the least tanky of the tank specs, especially if you're playing, like, for damage.
Yeah.
Right? This is the lower end of our key level, though, so, like, maybe they could pull that out. I'm really curious what Kuka's Gone is going to pull out here, though, right? Because this has been their problem for this weekend, right? They didn't have extra specs kind of prepped. That's why they ended up forfeiting their 3rd game yesterday. Ellie and Og are gone.
They could bring back.
Are they going to bring the Boomkin back?
We saw the
dude,
Moonkin, yeah.
Alg is pretty unique. Like, you really want the mass AoE specialization. So, I mean, for Sin Spellbook to leave access to that DK, that Devour Demon Hunter, like, I feel like those are the specializations that I really want to see in Alg. Dude, I don't know what they're going to do with their tank. This is actually bewildering.
I think it's Vengeance. We've seen the Blood DK, but I think that was a pocket pick. My bet would be on Vengeance, which then is a little bit weird because you also want to play that Devouring Demon Hunter, right? And they haven't banned that one out, so then you're playing double Demon Hunter, which is a little bit weird because that could be another buff.
Yeah,
so
you can with different
I don't know
specs.
if that's it, but I would, like, out of the tanks that are left, I would prefer the Vengeance, I think.
I think they're going to
Well,
have
it looks
to get
like
a
Sin
little creative.
Spellbook completely kept their DPS comp, right? They can play Og Unholy Devour again in this key.
Yeah.
And they can stick to the Mistweaver or a Resto Druid if they wanted to. Both of those are still available. The tank pick we've already kind of covered. That's a little bit up in the air.
I think I'm in on Prot
Kuka's
Warrior.
Gone?
Like, I think that has to be the best pick.
Could also be Blood DK.
Yeah.
It's true. I can only imagine that the exact conversation that's happening here right now is happening for the team, and they're all just sitting there like, okay, well, like, I guess we could take that one in. Like, Demon Hunter, I don't know.
I feel like now is
have
not
to have
the
a
time to
plan
be having
going
that
into
conversation.
this,
You should have
right?
had that
Yeah.
plan coming into the series, right? Either
You
way.
would hope. Oh, you would hope. But you know what? We've put our brains to it. Chat, hopefully you've been putting your brains to it as well. Again, with the spec variety rule, it keeps things interesting. And we have seen an enormous amount of specs played already across the season. So will we see something like Prot Pally getting added to that list? Or will we see some other picks that maybe seem a little bit more like something we've already seen from these teams moving through? Either way, Algathar Academy is going to put them through their paces, and this is where it is all decided. Here in the lower bracket, you don't get a second chance because you have already used it. That would be your third, technically. So these two have to pull it out if they want to keep BlizzCon in their sights. This is going to be Send Spellbook versus Cook is Gone here in our final matchup. Whoever takes it wins it, and we've got our first look here, Tuttles, at our comps.
Yeah, Warrior Tank. I mean, it makes sense. I think that The interrupting shout is fairly solid for the warrior. You get that full AoE kick. It allows you to set up for things on like the Veximus platform. Tank balance is so weird this season. Like once you get the BRRRRR and the Brewmaster Band, it's like I don't really know where we're going. So I'm really interested in seeing how Sin Spellbook routes through this dungeon and plays this dungeon. Where Cook is gone, I think that the routing in this place, that's just something that I would put a huge point of emphasis on. We've seen some weird stuff this weekend. What is going to be both these teams' interpretation of the best route here?
Yeah, I mean, routing was definitely the key in our algorithm that we saw earlier today, so we'll see what the plans are for the teams. I don't think I want to see the Bloodlust on Croth again. That didn't work out very well for FIRMAWAND for them, but unfortunately for them,
okay.
Had to say goodbye to them. I don't think the comp is at all bad for Cook is Gone, though. These classes actually kind of crank on this poll. They're only a slight bit behind Sin Spellbook on the first poll. I mean, we do see the Dev Evoker come back. Not sure how I feel about that one.
You called it tank damage last time we saw it, man.
Well, listen, it was tank damage because they hadn't yet popped their cooldown on single target. You know, what can you do, right?
Okay. Cook is gone. Look at this. So we've seen a lot of, I would describe it as like very unique routing in this place, where Cook is gone is instead of electing to try to save 10 seconds of RP time, they're actually pulling the Overgrown Ancient here. I think it comes down to a couple things in my mind. Cooldown timings, and like what are you actually going to be able to get as the opportunity cost of like continuing to push forward. For me, I'm surprised that teams aren't like doing some whole W Veximus route. That was the thing that I was a little bit surprised of throughout the entirety of this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, Veximus first makes a lot of sense, right? You have a lot of time to just deal with that entire area. The Bloodlust on that pole is super strong, right? Because there's so many very scary things. The tomes in that area, if they get their channels off on players, like, you're dead on that pole. There's really no coming back from that. So I like that. And then you can do what we're seeing Sin Spellbook do, right? Then you can backtrack back, do Overgrown Ancient, go to Croth, come back to Overgrown Ancient. I think that's a super solid route. And I mean, it looked really good earlier today. So I'm not too sure I like what Sin Spellbook is doing, but at the same time, this isn't like that bad of a strategy too. I think the thing that I liked about the strat that we saw earlier today, that we were just talking about, is you skip both of the Ravager patrols, right? Like, that's really, really nice. You don't have to worry about as many of those foragers, which can be kind of chaotic when you're doing these mass pulls. And it kind of just reduces a lot of the RNG of the mass pulls you do in this dungeon. We'll have to see what the plan is after we deal with Croth for Sin Spellbook. Do they end up going back to Overgrown Ancient right away, or are they going to make the real Veximus second?
So we have seen this dungeon played. This is the third time, and we have now seen 6 different routes. Like, the teams are, the teams are not. It's not even like, oh yeah, they're playing a different interpretation of the route than other teams. It's, oh no, they're playing very different things. Like, where are we lusting is like a major question too for all the teams.
I think this is why I enjoyed the first weekend of the EMDI so much, right? Like, teams don't have any real other info to go off of. You really only have your own routes that you've cooked up. By the time we get to next weekend, all of those teams will have kind of taken in all the info that we've seen from this weekend, added into their own practice repertoire, kind of figured out the best strategy, and I think a lot of the teams are going to come to the similar conclusions, so we'll probably see a lot more similar strategies next weekend. But for the time being this weekend, these teams have the strategies they've cooked up themselves, and it's really fun to see them just come up with completely different ideas, especially in this dungeon.
Yeah, are they cooking or is it burnt? is the real question.
There have been some burnt strategies, that's for sure.
For sure. Like, some stuff where we're just sitting there like, what are they doing? Okay, for Sin Spellbook here, they have engaged Croth. We actually saw this kind of weird strat where a team earlier bloodlusted Croth and was able to merge both the haste buff from the wind gate with the damage amp from the fire gate. Do you expect to see that with either of these two teams in Sin Spellbook and Cook is Gone?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe Sin Spellbook could pull it off. There's a little bit of a delay, right? Once you spawn the wind orbs, you don't have to pick them up right away. They're on the ground for a decent amount of time, so you can, like, pick them up super late. I think the timing of that is really difficult, especially for, like, the Devourer, because you kind of want to line up your Void meta where you can kind of extend the end of that Void meta into the fire phase. I don't think he has the right lineup for it right now, especially because they don't have the DK cooldowns. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be happening for Sin Spellbook here. This haste buff is going to run out way before they get to the fire
I
phase.
mean, our Demoner's delaying picking up.
He is. We're going to go for a last second hit on the door. Yep, there's the shift. By the way, shift is the most broken mobility cooldown in the game. That thing is insanely good.
Can I raise you Shimmer?
No, shift is way better. Shift is way better. Shimmer, you stub your toe on a rock. Shift, you can choose exactly where you want to go.
That's Shimmer.
You can also shift. You can also shift over gaps too.
But you could Shimmer and
shimmer
cast
over
it. That's broken.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Okay.
That's like the one downside of Devourer, right? Is the long cast times.
Oh my god, we're back in our Void meta.
Time.
We made it back.
We're back into a Void meta instantly, though. And it is the start of the Void meta, but this boss is going to be sub 10% coming out of that damage amp. This is a very, very fast kill time. I mean, here's the comparison I want to make. FIRMAWAND saved their Bloodlust for this boss, and their kill time on Croth was 1:55. Sin Spellbook just did it 6 seconds slower without the Bloodlust.
Okay.
That was very fast.
I think I did like the Bloodlust strategy whenever you gave me numbers like that. Okay.
So yeah, here's the weird positioning, right? We have to run past this Forager, wait for this patrol, because we don't want to pull that Ravager either.
Yes.
So we lost a little bit of time there. Going back to Overgrown Ancient means you don't have to do any of this. So it's a little bit RNG. Maybe if they go a little bit faster, they don't have to worry about that patrol.
How big are we going here is the real question. Are we going straight into the full Vex platform? Looks like the answer is about to be yes. I think CC is really going to be the key ingredient here. I think this is one of the big reasons that we have this augmentation evoker. Everybody also wants to plant
Lecture channeled
into melee to make sure that they are allowing that big forager to get baited onto specific players, making sure that that dot doesn't get put onto people. Alternatively, you could just melt it off. Ooh, Shelly actually gets that Ravager circle on him. He is probably the person who wanted it the least on him. At the same time, for Sin Spellbook, with that AoE kick from this warrior, none of the mobs are now casting, and we can go back into our CC rotation with that Ring of Peace coming out, with some of our stuns coming out. We're going to be at infinite knockups from our Augmentation Evoker as well.
Couple seconds of a lecture going off there, but there was a knockup available. Surge's about to go off. One does go off, but the misery does cancel them, and the pole is essentially dead at this point. These last couple of mobs they can pick off one by one. You have interrupts if they do happen to get a second Surge cast off. Super, super clean execution there from Sin Spellbook. Monotonous lectures were only going off for maybe a second at most. That was very clean.
Where was Shelly and Looney going?
I believe they're backtracking for a couple of Forager mobs.
Does Looney have Warnstone on
Looney's
him?
going to grab these Foragers here.
Yeah, he's got Warnstone it. I'm concerned about our life.
He died.
Yes.
Oh, he pulled the Ravager. And now Roybin died.
This is bad for our channel points, I think. Huh.
My points! Alright, well, what's the backup strat here, right? What can we do? Because Looney had to release, they rezzed Roybin, so we have no battle races for another minute 20 here. They have to go back and get these Foragers. They're in the route. They don't want to be pulling any extra Echo Knights.
Like an Invoker or something? Yeah.
Crazy those are. Oh yeah, Looney, he respawned at Croth, so he had to run back from that direction. That's awkward. Okay, we're back with the group now. The Foragers are pulled. Wait, do they have a Ravager? Did I see a Ravager in that group?
Oh my god, there's a Ravager. Oh no.
Make it work. That's the call here. Make it work. Game.
I'm incredibly concerned about Sin Spellbook's ability to be able to live to this pull right now, Zyro. Oh my goodness gracious. Now, the advantage is they have a Death Knight and a Demon Hunter, which neither of them really require that much healing, and it is a 15. But there's a lot of overlaps from things like the Mana Bomb, things like the Ravager dot. If you end up ever getting any of those Surge dots, or the Drain Mana from the Elementals on you as well, it can actually cause a lot of problems here. And it looks like Sin Spellbook is going to be able to get this trash killed off momentarily.
Scary moment here for Cook is Gone as they start to gather this pull up. Maleo is sitting down for a sip to retop that mana bar on the priest.
Okay.
I think you had a lot of you had a lot of experience with that recently, haven't you?
Oh!
In the meantime, we have a death. A Surge goes off onto Fawny on the Boomkin there. That's a death. They have a battle res. They have two of them actually. End up using one of them here. a little bit unfortunate. I mean, that time is important, right? Since Spellbook had those issues, it cost him 30 seconds, but Cookisgon just gifted 15 of it back.
I think that death on Looney for Sin Spellbook was a minute or more. Like, I'm pretty sure that was the worst death I've seen in a while. Like, in terms of just time spent. Obviously, there's the 15 seconds, but the needing to re-pull the pack and then, like, drag it into the boss arena in this really awkward angle, that was a huge time loss.
And you have to remember, since Spellbook has to deal with an entire extra boss over Cookisgon, they still have to go back and deal with Overgrown Ancient. Now, they've dealt with all the trash in Veximus's area. They're 30% ahead on trash count, but Cookisgon is going to be dealing with that within a couple of pulls here. So, I mean, as long as Cookisgon can stay clean on these next couple of pulls, I think they're still right there in it against Sin Spellbook.
I'd rather be Sin Spellbook here, I think, still.
I think I would be too.
But
that AoE pull is disgusting.
Yeah, it is like, this is like ridiculous. Okay, so now Sin Spellbook, they have already killed off all the plants in the Overgrown Ancient room. They need to down the boss. It looks like they're going to be dragging this 3-pack, the 2 Battle Axes and the Mana Fiend, into the Overgrown Ancient, which, that makes sense. I think that just getting into a couple of additional mobs, it's going to be mostly tank damage. That Mana Fiend has some kicks that have to happen, that Surge cast. But if everybody's kicking it in, it allows Sky to pull the boss unimpeded, and then everything's going to get stacked up with this DK grip here momentarily.
Yeah. All right, super clean. We're on to Overgrown Ancient. Cookisgon just now finishing off the remainder of the trash in Veximus's room. AoECC has been good for them. What stop do we have for these Monotonous Lectures? It looks like it was a Breath of Eon stun.
Okay.
Textbooks will die before the next one goes off. Roar being used just in case to make sure nobody gets ticked for a little bit of time there. Yeah, super clean from Cookisgon. They've made up a majority of the trash count here, and they're going to be on Veximus shortly here, but you can see now the time differential, right? Since Spellbook, 35% ahead on the boss here. Cookisgon still has yet to pull Veximus. But since Spellbook is also just closer to the end of the dungeon, Cookisgon is going to have to spend about 30 seconds running just to get to the spot where Sin Spellbook is now.
I think Overgrown Ancient's a faster boss than Veximus is in an MDI situation, and they are, like you correctly pointed out, much closer to the Echo of Dorgosa room, which I think is like a really big deal here.
I think it's like way faster, right? Not only does it have less HP, but also this comp funnels like crazy, so all of these extra seedlings spawning just like helps their single target damage even more. So yeah, Overgrown Ancient going to be dying extremely quickly here for Sin Spellbook. They're going to be about 60% ahead of a boss HP bar, ahead of Cookisgon, plus the travel time. All they have to do is deal with a one last pull of Echo Knights onto Echo of Dorgosa, and that Bloodlust is prepped and ready for it too.
For the Cookisgon fans, what you are doing right here is you are hate watching. You are crafting up a hex. Voodoo has been called for Sin Spellbook if you are a Cookisgon fan. Sin Spellbook are minutes, 2 minutes maybe, even ahead of where Cookisgon are, even with that additional death. It looks like Sin Spellbook here, they're grabbing the Echo Knights. They're parrying one of the Invokers off to the side, and I suspect that the Bloodlust is going to be pressed on the boss here momentarily with all of these Echo Knights and all of this trash. And the moment of which the Echo Knights die, it is just going to be Sin Spellbook versus the Echo of Dorgosa solo, separating them for a 2-1 reverse sweep.
This is so safe here. They're playing this very, very clean. They're making sure they're line of sighting, not only to get the Invoker in, but it also line of sights the Arcane Smash damage, and they can set this pull up very nicely. Bloodlust popped and ready. They can start cleaving down these Echo Knights with their cooldowns, just now entering Void meta for Looney. The damage will start to ramp. But of course, they're in danger as long as these Echo Knights stay alive. This is very akin to that old Priory of the Sacred Flame pull, right? Every single smash doing a lot of AoE damage that Roybin's going to have to heal through. But the comp just does so much AoE damage. It only took them about 30 seconds to just destroy these Echo Knights.
I mean, dude, this is exactly what we were talking about. Like, why would they ban out their tanks? I think that the DPS was actually the most critical point. This Unholy DK, this Devoured Demon Hunter, and this Augavoker, they are able to do just so much damage to the point where you're like, you know what? I'm fine playing a Prot Warrior. My DPS will carry me.
That certainly seems to be the case. Bloodlust on Echo of Dorgosa gets the boss down to below half HP within the first minute of the boss being pulled all Sin Spellbook have to do to secure their spot on day 3 of the first MDI weekend of midnight is just dodgeballs for the next 30% of the boss, and they've made it through. Forget the mistakes that have happened today. Forget the wipe in Pit of Saren. Forget the wipes earlier in this series. All you have to do is deal with just one final boss.
Yeah, and 20% is all that they need, and there's no way they could wipe from here, as Dratnus always says. I think that there is literally no way that they can wipe from here.
We don't want to curse them. Our channel points, dude.
I'm just saying, there's no way to go away from here. Look at this, 10%. We were back in Void meta. Look at this, our Demon Hunter's bringing it home.
The collapsing stars, the basketballs bringing the boss home. One final Astral Blast is not going to be enough to kill off Scott. Because
Nice.
God do have 15 seconds because they're one death timer away, but it's certainly not going to be enough as Echo of Dorogosa is still way too healthy for them to have any chance of coming back in this series. It is Sin Spellbook that's going to be taking the series 2-1, and unfortunately, Hook is gone. We'll be going home.
You know, Sen Spellbook struggled to land clean runs there, but played aggressively enough that they were able to make up that time and clutch a victory from defeat. They will be moving on to play in our lower bracket tomorrow, but that does mean that Cook is done, is out of the competition for Season 1. Everybody, if you can, give them a little thank you, chef, in chat to see them off. Now, if this is the road to BlizzCon, this series was a little bit of a bumpy part of the road. So what were your takeaways from our final map of the series, Zyro?
I mean, this is definitely more how I want to see Sin Spellbook play. There still are hiccups, right? Like Tettles was saying, that death on their Demon Hunter certainly wasn't ideal, probably cost them upwards of a minute. But if they're able to clean that up, their runs are fast. They can compete with Polish Mountain. They can compete with Mandatory. It's the end of the day for them. They'll have a little bit of time to relax, sleep, think on it, practice a little bit more tomorrow, and get ready for the final push. They're going to have to win 2 more series to have a chance of qualifying for the Grand Finals and, of course, later on BlizzCon. But, I mean, that's not out of the question for them. I think they can do it.
I sure hope they can, honestly. I think they always have that potential. We've got such amazing players on there. I always love seeing Robin play. Shelly as well, that duo is so strong. And I always want to see them bring it home. But Makes, with this map, you know, as you were watching through, what were some of the things you want to share with the viewers?
I have a lot of stuff I have prepared for you guys. So let's start off with this little min-maxing that you're seeing from Sen Spellbook here. So the lashers are dragged towards that launch pad, and then we're even utilizing that rescue to save down on walk time as much as we can, because we all know we're in fight after those lashers just takes a couple of seconds to get there, and the fact that you cannot mount just means you need to be as quick as possible. Well done by them. Another thing that they did really well is how they melted this boss. Haste plus damage buff plus CDs all lined up. No lust, no problem for Sen Spellbook as they annihilate Krath in absolute record times lost spell in 2 minutes here. Super quick. But then it all went a little bit awry for a second. So first, they do this big pull onto the Veximus area, and then they're going to grab some more of this trash to pull into the actual Veximus fight. And something a little bit unfortunate happens. So Royben dies at the same time as Looney dies. We use a rest because we only have one of those immediately on our healer, because duh, that's our healer. And so Looney has to release, and he spawns at Croth, meaning he needs to take the long way home to get back into this Veximus area. And it's a whole ordeal. It cost him so much time, like you guys were calling out. A really unfortunate situation. There it is, that Vicious Lung. And then he had to go all the way back there. I like that he chose the Yak as his mount of choice for the long journey, but yeah, it's just not ideal. I do like their route. I think without those 2 oopsies, they are really strong in this Algathar Academy. There's one more tiny thing that I wanted to showcase here, and that is how they skipped this part here. So I think we've seen this in like the old MDIs as well, this little skip around the stone. Very cool tech to see once again here from Sen Spellbook to try and avoid the pack that is standing on that staircase.
I love it. It's always so great when the map is happening. I think so many of us were just in the moment, and then getting that moment afterwards to actually go, oh yeah, that's all the stuff that happened, always feels really good. So thank you, Makes. And of course, a lot has brought us to this moment in the competition. We are only one series away from the end of day 2, but let's look at our bracket here as we near the end of the day. Now, Makes, I know you just gave us an excellent replay, but can you also give us an excellent breakdown of the bracket as it stands?
Oh, absolutely, because we have one more game for y'all tonight, which is I Do It versus Almost Fine. That is going to be coming up in just a moment, but we have even more action tomorrow, so mark your calendars already, because we're going to be seeing Mandatory go up against Polish Mountain. Those are two powerhouse teams, and then we have Send Spellbook against whoever wins tonight, so that is going to be super exciting.
Honestly, I'd like to petition for Power Horse to become a new phrase. I feel like that's legit. I'm like, yeah, I totally understand exactly what you're trying to say with that.
Basically the same word.
Pretty much. I love it. But really, truly, fam, we have an amazing rest of the day ahead of us. And tomorrow is proving to be our Group A finals with some teams that are going to just keep you on the edge of your seat all day long. But before we get there, we have one last series. This is going to be I Do It versus Almost Fine. You don't want to miss the end of the day and our final elimination of day 2. So sit tight or go grab a little drink, but be back here in a few minutes when we see it all go down. we've made it to the final series of the day, and it's going to be a good one. It's I Do It versus Almost Fine, chat, so make your predictions now. Now, these two teams have both shown moments that really have proven that even our mid to lower seeded teams are playing at a really high skill level this season. And Dratnos, while we haven't seen I Do It in Pit of Saron, which is going to be our first dungeon, we have seen Almost Fine in it earlier. So I was curious if you have any expectations of how the teams are going to handle the dungeons this series.
Yeah, I mean, this is a vital series. This is going into the weekend. We had 3 teams that we thought would make it to Sunday, right? And those 3 teams are making it through to Sunday, and this match is going to determine who will be the 4th team to join them. I Do It are coming in with a bit of an advantage in the time trials performance that they put up relative to Almost Fine, but both teams have had some really strong moments across the series that we've seen so far. So this is going to be, I think, a very close series, especially given the fact that both teams have already, they've already been in the lower bracket. They've already had the game.
They have.
Listen,
I mean, honestly.
Look at this. It is so cute. I love this team logo. I just have to talk about it. I love the artist that's doing all of our team logos, and this frog is probably one of their best work yet. It's so good.
I hear this in my head and see this little frog. Like when I have to do something, I'm like, I do it. And I just imagine the little frowny frog. But, Zyro, both of these teams, I Do It and Almost Fine. I think they have really proven that they have some great plays and some great players as well. So, rapid fire. If you had to convince chat of why they should cheer for both of them, tell us why they should. Start with I Do It.
Well, if you're an NA fan, I Do It. Bang. America. Eagles. Cheer for them.
America.
America.
Almost Fine has played well too. I think something that's important to look at for this series as well is I Do It has had both kind of a blessing and a curse today. They were on first, and now they're on last. That's a lot of time to be sitting there thinking about the next matchup. Now, if you use that time well, if you're practicing all day, you can be in a position where you're pretty well prepared for the series, but it's been, 5 hours since they played? That's a long time to be sitting there practicing the same 3 maps, so maybe they could be fatigued by that too? I'm interested to see how they play this series, because I feel like you should be in a good spot due to that. Like, Almost Fine, they just got off a match an hour ago. Less than an hour ago, as a matter of fact, right? So they haven't had time to prep for this series as much as I Do It. So I think I Do It does have a little bit of an advantage here.
I feel like it always kind of depends on the players. If they find it to be like more relaxing to have that time and to prep, or if they just want to like get locked in and stay locked in. But we'll definitely have to keep an eye on how they perform in their first dungeon. We're going to do a rapid fire round of predictions here on the desk on what we think is going to pan out between these two. I'll kick it off. I'm going to say Almost Fine. They surprised me earlier, so I think I'm going to go for Almost Fine 2-1. How about you, Makes?
I'm going to say I Do It 2-0. Zyro convinced me with his Freedom Eagles talk. I'm just all for it,
Wow. That's all it took this season? That's okay. All right. Welcome to America,
Maybe also the
Makes.
team logo. What can I say?
It's true. How about you, Zyro?
I actually think this is really close, because Almost Fine played really well earlier. I Do It
See? That's what I'm saying.
has had time to practice. I think I'm going to go... I think I predicted 2-0 every single match so far. I'm going to break off and go 2-1 for I Do It.
Okay. All right. And Dratnos?
Yeah, I think 2-1 is pretty likely here. These teams have looked pretty evenly matched, but, sometimes that still turns into a 2-0 that's closer than it looks. I'm still going to go 2-1. I'm going to go 2-1 in favor of I Do It as well.
Okay. Sounds good. And chat, it looks like you are leaning that way as well. We see I Do It with 83% leaning in their favor. Almost Fine. I think earlier today, like at the start of today, I would have been right on board with all of you. But after seeing Almost Fine play earlier, I think they did amazing. I want them to keep going, and I want them to like rebrand for next season and just be like perfection or something. Like surpassing expectations or whatever will fit within the character limit. But we'll definitely see how they measure up. Zyro, how are you feeling about them?
Listen, I still think I Do It's going to win, but 4-1 odds for Almost Fine on the channel points, that's a little too nice to pass up. I might throw some of the points onto Almost Fine. I'm going to hedge my bet.
Haven't you learned your lesson? How much did you lose on this last one?
he has not.
I won
This man
points.
loves
I was
gambling.
correct.
You won?
Yeah.
Okay, won.
Yeah.
Okay, well, no wonder it's encouraging you. All right. Well, I hope you win again. But everybody, we're going to see who is actually able to take it and move on here. This is our last series of the day. I Do It versus This Is Almost Fine. They are going to be in the Pit of Saran to start, and reminder, the elimination is hanging over their heads. If they want to make it to BlizzCon, they're going to need to make it through this lower bracket and to our group finals tomorrow. Will I do it, or will This Is Almost Fine be able to land it and go, you know what, that was fine, we nailed it? We'll find out. Let's go into it right now, Makes.
Yes, let's do it. I was looking at our teams in this dungeon before, and we've only seen Almost Fine in here. I've been comparing their comp, and it was exactly what we saw. So we know their timer with one death was 16-14 as they entered the Pit of Zaron earlier today. For I Do It, the question is, how are they going to fare? And it looks like, at least for this team, we have protected the tank on the Druid side for the next map. So I'm curious on how their game plan in the Pit of Saran is going to look like. Both of our teams are already into their first big pull with Lust, like we've seen from all the teams in the Pit of Saran, doing pretty well here. But we know this pull can go awry quite quickly.
Yeah, lots of things that you have to look out for here. The cadavers, the arcanists, those ones you really have to be careful of with their big AoE boom cast. But it is the plunge grip from the gargoyles that can also really catch you off guard if you don't have a good plan for it, or if somebody gets targeted when they're unsuspecting and far away from the pull. Looks like I Do It maybe pulled a little bit more trash here than Almost Fine, but it is taking them a little bit longer to clear it as well, as Almost Fine already done and moving forward. And in fact, it's only very slightly more count for I Do It. So I think Almost Fine got a better start of the dungeon than I Do It, but both teams on a pretty similar pace here. In cap on the cadaver on the Arcanist over there, so that it can pretty harmlessly die when the Necromancer animating it goes down. And one cadaver is inside the pull for I Do It. Meanwhile, Almost Fine gathering a pretty similar pull, but they've got that Warlock Gateway there that they can use to extend this further forward into the dungeon.
Yeah, with those gargoyles, you need to make sure you're not standing too far away from the team. I'm looking towards Shindig, actually a little bit. He was standing quite outside there for a second, but should hopefully be fine as he's not looking to get targeted by that. For now, they are able to get on through. The plunge break has been cast and has been avoided by I Do It. We're looking to see something similar on the right-hand side by Almost Fine as well, as they are also chewing through that gargoyle pack that we have been seeing by other teams. A little bit of different pathing on where we are in the dungeon. You can see that I Do It, as they're currently finishing out, is going to sit around 42.3 after this pack. So let's see where Almost Fine is going to be landing.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting dungeon because we have to see how these two compositions handle things differently. On the face of it, I think the bear should be doing more AoE damage, especially in those incarnation pulls. But the warlock should be nice for the single target. On the other hand, I think I Do It. I don't know. I feel like that should be a good comp, just sort of for consistent damage throughout the entire dungeon. Both teams do have access to that Augmentation Evoker, which facilitates Wernstone, which we actually haven't seen all of the teams in our tournament use, but most of them have opted to use that in some way or another, particularly at the very end of the dungeon. You can use it to, like, jump off the last boss platform, grab some mobs, Wernstone back up, and they'll climb the mountain and join you up there later. We'll see if either of these teams opt to use that strategy. An interesting thing about the spec variety rule is, even though we have teams that'll run the same dungeons, they don't always run the same comp in each dungeon each time they do it, because sometimes they're just in different places around that spec variety rule. Those tanks in particular, tanks and healers, we see teams are pretty willing to swap between, the Brewmaster and the Bear, the Mistweaver and the Resto Druid, and then some other comfort picks depending on the team, and not change their route too much. But if a team has to change their DPS around in dungeon to dungeon, that can be a really huge change in what sorts of pulls are even possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are also seeing Almost Fine already on to Forge Master Garfrost, whereas I Do It is just doing a break. We're just sitting there waiting for, I assume, a defensive to come up. I'm not really sure why we're standing there for just a second, as they were trying to get ready for this pull. Might have been a at, but I'm not sure. It definitely lost a couple of seconds for them here, as Almost Fine is certainly pulling ahead here on overall dungeon progression.
Yeah, this is definitely looking good, although both teams are still within 1% of each other on the enemy forces count. We are going to have to look out for the boss going down timer. That's going to be our first big way to compare the two teams. I do think I like Almost Fine's position here. There is still a lot of trash under the boss for I Do It, so maybe they'll be able to get ahead on enemy forces. I feel like both teams are going to be at a pretty similar spot there, though. So I think, yeah, Almost Fine, maybe something like 30 seconds of an advantage for them at the start of this dungeon. Maybe a bit less. I don't know. This is very, very close.
Yep, and we know this dungeon is a little bit on the lengthier side, so we'll need to get through all of that to actually pull any conclusions here. I'm also curious on how the rest of the pacing is going to look like with how they pull. You can see that now I Do It has pulled ahead in the overall trash count, and they still have that Grave Blade and the Cold Wrapper in here as well. A little bit of a scary spawn on the stone.
For I Do It, yeah, it's not like super lethal, but it's inefficient, the movement that they've had to do here. We lost a couple globals getting everybody into that position and safely navigating the boss over here. It's not the end of the world, but these little damage losses can add up. So I think that was probably something that they'd rather have positioned that one slightly differently, or maybe the person who was placing that Rock of Serenite was assuming it would be the one that got blown up, and they'd be hiding behind the other one. So we do see the boss go down here for Almost Fine at 614. Now they do only have 61% count, whereas I Do It are actually going to be advancing here up to 67.3. So, you know, a little bit more count. I don't think it's going to be worth the extra time loss here, but it depends on what they can do with it. Almost Fine, though, are setting up a big pull here. One of the nice things about having the DK in this dungeon is the grip for these cold wraiths, so that you can gather this pull together a little bit more easily, although you can see, actually, it looks like Almost Fine are just kind of letting that cold wraith over on the side there free cast a little bit, letting Snow get over to kick it so it can get in range of that grip even.
Yeah, would you say it's 67 or 67 count that they currently have?
It's 67.34% is the...
Thank you, Dratos.
I would say, yeah.
I appreciate that.
It says so right
Getting
there.
added in our production chat. Hello. Almost Fine are on their next hack pull here already, and they're nearly finished with it too, making quick work of it as they're on their way to Ick and Crick, which we've seen time and time again be a little bit of a pain point in this dungeon, so I'm curious on what they're actually electing to pull into that boss as well. Quick check-in on Mickey here, who is making sure that they are actually getting all of those workers talked to enable them to move on in the overall dungeon. But we are seeing both teams make sure they have that next pack going and grouping everything up right now.
Yeah, the grips coming together for I Do It. Meanwhile, Almost Fine getting into boss combat already, so quite far ahead. You can see at the bottom of the screen, 1 minute and 15 seconds was the advantage they generated on the first boss at the cost of 6% enemy forces, which is certainly a good trade. It's in favor of Almost Fine, but there is still a lot of time left in the dungeon. They are working on that second boss now. And actually, we have a first death of the series coming out. Shindig going down for I Do It. The B-Res is going to be expended here to try and recover that. Nearly a Death Knight death to follow there. But a good recovery is going to prevent this from spiraling out of control for I Do It. Nevertheless, that's 15 extra seconds plus some Devourer Demon Hunter damage. Now, when we talk about Devourer Demon Hunters, they are flexible in terms of when they can press their cooldowns, but whenever they die, it's bad. It's not one of those cases where if you die outside your cooldowns, it's okay, because you lose all those souls. It's gonna really decelerate you as you're progressing through your specs. Interesting, unique cooldown builder spender playstyle.
That's right. And in the meantime, Almost Fine has arrived at Ick and Crick already. We are into that fixate phase as well. Lumbering fixation is going out on Ick. We have dealt with the first shades, and I'm curious on how they're going to be handling that next set of additional shades that is going to be spawning, because out of all of our teams, only one of them was brave enough to tunnel Ick and Crick and leave the shades off. I'm not sure any of the other teams will be following to do just that, but it is a possibility that we'll need to keep in mind. For now, Almost Fine will be doing one more set for sure. That's the one you're seeing on right now. And the one after that, the one where we could see a little bit of variance. Make sure that Deathbolt and the back there is interrupted towards the end of the cast, buying you as much time as possible. In the meantime, those shades have died off. We are moving back into that fixation phase. The left-hand side, I Do It has arrived as well, and we are back on equalizing trash percentages. So that 6% that we were talking about earlier certainly doesn't seem to have helped them on the overall dungeon curve.
Yeah, that decision to commit to boss damage and try and beat... It's actually this cast right now of Get 'em Ick, and then when this would finish for Almost Fine, about 5 seconds from now, it would wipe you if there were still Shades of Crick out. So you could see they're actually really close to that DPS check having been possible, especially if they'd committed, if they hadn't wasted any damage on those Shades. They might have just had enough to do it. Only Mandatory have been brave enough to commit to that, because you basically have to make that decision when the boss is still at like 50% HP. You're deciding, okay, we think we have enough to do this. And if you're wrong, it's very costly or impossible to adjust course, at 10% HP, try and nuke down those Shades. It's not happening. So no other team, including Polish Mountain, have decided to go for that full commit. Let's see it for I Do It. And I Do It also going to be taking the boss around and killing the second spawn of Shades of Crick. So only Mandatory are going to be the team that decide that they can make that commitment. The good news for these teams is you don't have to beat Mandatory to make it out of this group, but you do have to beat everybody else. So adopting those strategies, finding those time saves, can be a way to do that. It's just very high risk for very low reward.
Yeah, we also saw Almost Fine working on their skip, which is something we've seen from a lot of teams already, utilizing Mickey's Shadow Meld actually to try and get around that. That means Norsk was able to run on up and start that pull already, letting them have a little bit of a quicker setup in this hallway of ice, this gauntlet of ice that we're seeing on the right-hand side for Almost Fine. I Do It will be following swiftly. They're now also finishing out this boss. However, there is a gargoyle that they also still need to deal with.
Yeah, still a little bit of work for them to take care of here. And this is going to be a little bit awkward because that gargoyle has quite a bit of health. I think they do need it for count, but they're not really doing anything useful while they're killing this. It doesn't move particularly fast. Yeah, this is it's a little unfortunate. They are going to Death Grip to take it forwards a little bit. They have now taken care of it, and we're going to see them executing their version of this skip. They have 4 Night Elves on their team, so they're going to be doing the Mandatory version of this skip, where 4 players are going to hit that Shadow Meld, and 1 player, the Evoker, is going to activate the Wernstone instead to rejoin the group, although... Yeah, it looks like those melds are coming out. We can see at the top of the screen there, a curse is on the tank. And the Shadow Bolt actually going to come out as well. And it looks like our healer is also not able to leave combat, nor is our DK, nor is our DH. And for the full team of I Do It, it's only the Evoker who's looking at that Wernstone and being like, you know what? I'll wait on activating this. I'll hang out down here. You guys just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, it's like, huh...
But now nobody has
I'm pretty glad
TV,
that I'm
so...
not currently up there. Yeah, it's now it's ruined, right? We do have Quasi who still has it, I think.
So,
maybe they identified that something was going wrong and he didn't use it, but he is back in fight and once again dying. There we go.
They're going to res up past here. Okay, because they got the B-res off up here. So the combination of res and Wernstone will get them all past this. The good news is this doesn't affect whether they were going to win this map. The bad news is it's because they were already going to lose this map. So good news, bad news. If you're an optimist, you can look at this in a way that keeps the morale high for the rest of the series, because they certainly aren't out of it just yet. But Almost Fine have done such a great job in this map. 0 deaths, 0 messed up, skips, anything like that. They are already on this Army of the Dead phase, which is really the only dangerous part of this boss fight, and it looks like they've got it pretty quickly under control. All of these enemies grouped up, that Plague Spreader being interrupted and being killed before it causes too many problems for them. Looking absolutely fantastic on the right-hand side of the screen here. Even though they had a little bit less time in the day to prep for this series, it looks like they are really firing on all cylinders here. Just 45% of the boss, as they are at 100% count. So everything that they need here. I Do It are struggling forward. They are making their way to that boss fight, but I don't think they're even going to get to pull this boss before Almost Fine stop the clock here.
Okay, Chad, I'm going to level with you. you don't want to do the skip that I do is just it. That's not something you wanna take note of. That's not something you want to memorize. We're not going to be learning on this skip, okay? I'm seeing some people say great skip. No, we're not going to be doing that. Right hand side is where it's at. Almost Fine is on the finish line as they're inching closer towards getting that 1-0 done, but that is not determination just yet. There's one more dungeon run at least, and potentially 2 more dungeon runs as we see these two phenomenal teams go up against each other. And Almost Fine is going to be taking that very first map, Pit of Sauron. For now, I'm curious on how their band's going to be shaking out after this.
There it goes, the kill coming in, and Almost Fine doing great things for my predictions here, coming in and taking this first map, putting them 1-0 over I Do It. I mean, it just goes to show, you have one cascading mistake, and that time costs you the run. Any hope you had, you're going, okay, how can we make it up? Maybe they've got mistakes. It just makes it seem like it's going to slip from your fingers that much faster. Now, in this matchup, I mean, we'll look over it, we'll think about it now that we're out of it, but Dratnos, what are your thoughts on map 1?
Yeah, again, great performance from Almost Fine. I Do It, a little bit of small problems, and then one messed up skip, and nothing huge though, right? Like, you look at the size of these spikes, the placement throughout the dungeon. Almost Fine did a really good job of getting a bigger second pull put together. I think their composition maybe facilitated that being possible in a way that it wasn't for I Do It, but definitely not looking horrible for I Do It by any stretch here. So I think that we're going to be in for a really exciting series.
I know, I mean, honestly, I think these two teams are very well matched in a lot of regards, and it makes me excited to see who's going to break through or who's just going to be able to have the cleaner runs. Now, Zyro, you were watching map 1, and what were your observations of it?
Listen, I'm trying to find interesting things to talk about, but this was honestly just a super solid run from Almost Fine. I'm not actually sure why their name is Almost Fine. Like, their play today has been more than fine. It's been great, as a matter of fact. They've been super clean, and they continued with the super clean gameplay in this dungeon. You know, one of the questions that we had, that I was talking about before this matchup, was how is I Do It going to play after that 5-hour break from the first matchup of the day where they faced off against Mandatory? And honestly, it looks like they really weren't locked in. I wouldn't say the gameplay was really sloppy for the most part. There was a spot death here and there, and then of course the Shadow Meld skip failed, but I feel like the match was already over at that point, so that's not really something I'm too worried about. They were just in general a little bit slower throughout the entire dungeon compared to Almost Fine, and there were some spots of the gameplay that looked a little weird, like for instance they had a couple sketchy spots on Forge Master where they could have died. They almost didn't have a place to stand for one of the overloads. That was a little spooky. But in general, like we've been talking about the entire day, lower bracket gameplay is generally speaking just a game of not dying. And Almost Fine has been doing that better than pretty much anybody. If they keep doing that, I don't really see a way for I Do It to come back into this series.
You know, I'm sure I Do It is trying to formulate, how do we make sure that we come through this or we come back? How can we rally from this? But you're right, when Almost Fine is just putting up such a solid wall of performance, and today I feel like has just escalated their play even from what we saw yesterday. It definitely makes that feel a little bit less achievable. Now, of course, we will be looking at a new map for them. We'll also have our teams putting through bans as well. So when those first bans come in, we'll be keeping an eye out for them. But next up, we'll be heading over towards Nexus Point Zenus. And given what we've seen from these teams, not just in this series, but throughout the day, we were kind of speculating. Does the break help or hurt? Does one team have an advantage? But Dratnos, what do you think it looks like coming in? Where do you think that these teams are kind of standing right now?
Yeah, Zenus is a very short dungeon in terms of the total number of pulls. It pivots on this big pull over on the left-hand side of the dungeon you can do. The end of the dungeon, we've seen that be kind of the sketchiest for some of our teams. And the right-hand side in particular, whether you're able to one phase or not, the boss over there, it's something that can save you a lot of time, although if you're molding your entire comp to make that happen, the juice might not be worth the squeeze, especially if you're trying to move the lust to make that happen as well. It can be pretty awkward to figure out where you're going to get the other one. So It's an interesting dungeon for sure. I'm curious to see what composition our teams are going to decide to use here. Both teams opting to keep the Og Evoker as an option. We have Elemental Shaman as an option for both as well. Those are specialists at dealing with that phase, trying to one phase. I'm curious what the other choices they're going to have will be.
Unholy going
Zyro.
to do it. Oh,
There you go.
I don't like that at all. That's great
Yeah.
in this dungeon.
You had such a look on your face. I was just like, Zyro's thinking about something
The
with
other
that.
options would be Devourer or Og, right? Both of which are also really, really compelling.
I think the bigger issue is the Guardian Druid being gone for almost fine. I feel like the Guardian Druid enables you to do so much in this dungeon. I'm a little bit hesitant on how that is going to work out for almost fine. I love their Warlock ban though. I think that was really smart to play that Warlock and Pit, making sure you can take that one out and just not need to worry about one more ban that's on your side. You can always flex around the healer a little bit. I feel like that Guardian Druid is becoming more and more important to those teams.
It is for sure. This will be our map 2 I Do It versus Almost Fine. How they play around these specs we will find out, but we have a look at it as they jump into the dungeon now, Dratnos.
All right, so we are going to see that Guardian Druid combined with the Resto Shaman and the Ret Paladin for I Do It. Now, this is a really nice combination. That Ret Paladin is very sad if they don't have a Shaman in the group, so extremely powerful synergy with that Sky Fury buff and the Ret Pally, the way their auto attacks work. So I like this composition that we're seeing out of I Do It, and they are running down the left-hand side, not to mention the freedom that you see there on the Devourer and the Ret Pally. That actually removes the massive red or damaging circles that exist on this side of the dungeon, so extremely well suited to making this pull go from being super duper dangerous to only being super dangerous. Meanwhile, on the side of Almost Fine, we have access to basically all of the kind of big meta specs, except for that Guardian Druid, but that Brewmaster Monk absolutely counts as one of them as well.
So we did see I Do It in this dungeon before, and they were also playing around that Shaman. However, they didn't have that Ret Pally or that Guardian Druid when they were back in here on day 1. Their timer was 15:57 with 2 deaths, so certainly something they can innovate on a little bit if they stay clean here and get a quick run. I'm a little bit upset both of these teams went left. I don't know how you feel about it, Dratnos, but ever since I've seen a team go right, I just want them all to do it. I think it's so cool to just pull the entire wing of the dungeon, but I also understand why we're going here, just making it a little bit safer and also utilizing that Bloodlust to the max to try and get through the harder trash. I would say the trash that really can kill you. Those Arcanists are no joke.
Yeah, the burst profile that you need to make that 2-phase work on the right-hand side, or the 1-phase rather, is...
Explosion?
I think it's pretty restrictive, the specs that can do it. I do think if you're not playing the Elemental Shaman, I don't know, I mean, maybe there's some other specs that'll be really good at it, but like the Arcane Mage was another one that I was a pretty big believer in. Even Ret Pally, like you think of Ret Pally as a spec that doesn't have that much burst, but if you do most of your burst within that 10-15 second window, that works out really well against the Light Scar Flare. So that's a pretty nice time, you know, for an execution sentence for a Wings Press to do good damage. So I'm curious to see what it'll look like from either team, but my initial guess would be that neither team is able to kill it or get it like sub 5% during that Light Scar Flare. We do have a little bit of time before we get there, though. It is I Do It who are in boss combat well ahead of Almost Fine. So this start of the dungeon, at least, has worked out really nicely for them. It's not like there have been any deaths for Almost Fine either, but this might be some of that strength of the Guardian Druid, just being able to get those pulls done a little bit more quickly, gathered, and having a huge set of enemies safely in combat at the same time without your tank being in a huge danger of dying.
Yeah, I think that's precisely it. Like I mentioned, that Guardian Druid just being so good for those big pulls. I also like what you're seeing here from I Do It, just sitting out on that beam to try and get the damage out first. They know they don't need to kill it immediately. Quick communication between healer and DPS saying, you got me, I got you. Okay, I'll send my cooldowns first, and then I'm gonna paddle out and try to clear those beams for you. Just making sure that everything is aligned, just min-maxing that communication. Love to see it, and also love to see Hazreth already sub 30% for I Do It. You're right, they are really fast here. The boss split we have locked for them is 423, and they look to be well beneath that.
Yeah, this is a nice pace that they are on. In the meantime, though, Almost Fine, have really accelerated on boss damage here. That single target that they're able to pump out is pretty impressive here, and I do think that is one of the weaknesses of actually the Ret Paladin, is your pure single target, especially in situations where you can't pull some trash onto the boss, does hurt a little bit compared to some of the other specs that the teams are using. That being said, though, I Do It are going to be able to get this down. Yeah, 418. Looks like it's going to be their
a little bit
419.
slowing down there towards the end.
Yeah, that does
I
happen.
thought we might be at like 4-5, but it's okay. We take it back to the middle for the team. Differential between the two of them, 25% of boss HP on Kazreth. Quick note though, we see a trash differential between the two teams as well, so almost fine having round about 1.8 more count of trash, so probably one more mob that they tagged in, hopefully not something that I Do It missed.
Yeah, I think that it probably won't change too much here. It's, you know, one extra mob from one of the side packs or something, a little bit more that you need to do at the very end, but a little bit less than a 2% difference probably isn't going to change too much strategically in the dungeon, unless it is missed count. If it is missed count, then that is a huge problem that hopefully a team will notice before getting to the last boss, rather than after, which is when I typically do.
Ozzy?
The tank in a lot of danger here for I Do It. That's going to be Sack. That's going to be Bubble Sack, actually, from the Ret Pally to try and keep him alive through the Incarn and the Barkskin as well. Spirit Link Totem dropped also on top of that. So a lot of defensives overlapped here to try and keep the tank alive for I Do It. It's going to work, but are they going to regret using all of those resources at once there in the next couple of minutes when they don't have them available?
Yeah, that was a lot just used for that. The Arcanist is still going to be casting. We'll still need to get through this pack. And of course, there is still that image that does those frontals as well that they need to be dodging. We've seen players die to that in previous runs, so it's a big area denial. It's something they need to be aware of, and they've been doing well so far. Here it is one more time coming in the flare, but everybody is safe, and that lingering image is down. To how big can we go now? It is the Guardian Druid. They have the possibility to just say, yes, I'll take everything else that is here, but given how much we just used for that pack, I'm not sure we're feeling too confident about that. I'm a little bit worried, as Quasi is just flooring it, and the answer seems to be yes. Everything into boss room. Make sure you start that RP to spawn Zara in the first place, to spawn the trash that enables her to come into this boss area. They need to lift this. This is not an easy trash pack.
Yeah, no Incarn available here. That's the last charge of Survival Instincts being sent right now. Barkskin is going to be up in 5 seconds. Incarn not long after. So hopefully once those buttons get pressed, yeah, you can see Barkskin comes off CD, and Incarn is now available, immediately pressed. That is a huge amount of defensive power that should keep I Do It alive through the rest of this pull. Very important. You know, this side of the dungeon is a little bit less lethal for tanks than the other side typically, but without those cooldowns, with this many mobs pulled, it absolutely can still be quite scary. That last charge of Barkskin needs to be carefully planned out when it's going to get used here as the next spawn of enemies. And the ping goes out, the skull marker goes out on this Duskbright Herald. So this is going to be the mob in combination with the smaller health Voidlings that actually dictates when the next pack spawns. So it's important that they get that marker on it so that they can make sure that they are focusing down the correct target here. And the other mobs don't actually have to die until much later.
Yep, that's right. You want to get through that vent as quickly as possible. And somebody that wants to be quick too is almost fine, as they have arrived in the same spot in the dungeon, but snow does go down. One of the nullwork blasts does take him to the floor here. Quite unfortunate moment for the team. They do have that battle res, are immediately sending it back out. That is going to be 15 seconds against the clock for almost fine. Mickey fighting for his life for just a second, able to stabilize here. But you can just see how even a pull that looks as small as this right now can become a problem.
Absolutely, yeah, so almost fine. They were already a little bit slower on that first boss split. They have the count in this area. They should be able to get to about the same count. Again, maybe 1 or 2% even ahead of I Do It when all is said and done here. But with the combination of that death, I think they're going to end up being something like a minute slower on the boss 2 split than I Do It, if the two teams take the same amount of time actually in boss combat, which is a big question mark. So this is going to be our first chance to see. It'll be I Do It grabbing these 6 Hollow Soul Scroungers that hang out over on the sides, tagging them in. They'll teleport forwards and then join combat here. And going into the Core Warden herself, this is quite an important boss to optimize that damage for. We'll see just how many cooldowns they're able to take into that Light Scar Flare.
Anytime this healing absorb goes out and a player just drops down to like 10%, 20% of their HP bar, I'm so scared for them. But the healers are doing a phenomenal job of keeping that up on top. Left-hand side, we need to make sure that the interrupts are coming in on those nullifiers, a big part of this boss fight, as we are waiting for the buff that we've been talking about to come in. Here it is. Lothraxion is joining the battlefield. Here comes the buff rate. Does a lot of damage, but also lets you do a lot of damage as well. How low can they get, Zara?
All right, there's that Light Scar Flare. Big damage going into the Core Warden, but it looks like I Do It. And this is something I expected. With the composition that they have here, they are not going to be getting particularly close to killing off that boss during this Light Scar Flare. So the question bounces over to Almost Fine. Will they be able to make up some of the disadvantage that that death and their overall slightly slower pathing through the dungeon have caused? They're missing the Elemental Shaman and the Power Infusion, for instance, that have been the hallmarks of successful one-phase pushes that we've seen so far. But they do have a lot of damage still across their specs here. And the Resto Druid burst even is worth mentioning. It is one of the highest burst damage healers currently in the game.
Yep, that's right, but we're not even in fight just yet, and I Do It, despite taking longer here, is now on the back of this flare, going to be able to finish out a boss fight. Of course, a couple of extra seconds used. It comes back down to whether or not Almost Fine is able to one-phase this boss. We'll need to see once it happens. In the meantime, I Do It on their way to the middle of the dungeon. They can be happy, no further death, but we've seen a lot of trouble come on in on this bridge segment. They still need to do the center part of the dungeon as well. There's one more lingering image that usually you see those teams grab as well to just get the overall count to 100 as they are finishing out the Arcane Power Core. And on to the races they are, but right hand side, Lothraxion should be spawning in now. Let's see if they can one face.
All right, here it goes, that Light Scar Flare. How much damage are they going to be able to do during this? The Zephyr comes out. That should facilitate even more healer DPS being possible right now. But even with every single cooldown rolling into this burn, it is still going to be 19% at the end, which means that they are basically going to be waiting for that second Light Scar Flare. This boss has a really interesting damage profile, where if you can't kill it in one burn phase or get it, 10% or lower, it kind of doesn't matter whether the boss is at 15% or 30% after that Light Scar Flare, because either way, it's going to die within a few seconds because it'll be during that second Light Scar Flare.
Yep, that's right, and that's exactly what is happening here as well for Almost Fine. They will need to spend a lot of extra time here on this boss, means they are pretty equal in terms of damage timing. However, I Do It. All gas, no brakes. We're on to Lothraxion. We still have the lingering image. We still have a couple of flare bats. Hopefully all of those have been purged. You've seen a little bit of a mishap earlier on for one of the teams, but they should be good. And Lothraxion is dropping lower and lower. Bloodlust is also available to be pressed once cooldowns are available to the team. So let's see if they can close it out and tie back in with a 1-1.
All right, Lothraxion already being in combat here for quite a bit of time for I Do It, although not a lot of offensive cooldowns used on pull, which makes sense. On pull, you often have this other trash that you're fighting, and you're often waiting for the end of that Divine Guile cast to know that you're going to have the ability to just press your cooldowns and not worry about it for a little while. So you can see even that Void meta being held here, the Wings in addition. Boss only going to get to about 80% before this Divine Guile cast comes out. And now they need to identify which of these images does not have horns. very quickly able to see it there, as it was one of the ones that wasn't in the group. That's the scary part, is when there's a bunch stacked on top of each other, if the true one is hiding in that stack, it can be pretty hard to see. It can take you quite a bit of time to identify it. But this time around, I Do It, we're very quickly able to find the real Lothraxian, and now we have cooldowns going out. We have a bunch of extra trash being pulled. This is going to be a little bit scary for a while, though. 2 of these light rot casters in here are going to be pumping out a lot of damage and debuffs with their holy bolts if they are not kept under control. You can see those debuffs starting to go out now. No Spirit Link is available either, so they won't have that huge get out of jail free card. Darkness also already having been committed.
Yeah, they used that darkness right as they were going into that pack. A little bit unfortunate because the beams crossed right over that darkness, not allowing them to utilize it to the full extent. But they were able to finish out that trash. We're now adding the final percentages onto the boss as Divine Guile comes in one more time. Let's see how quickly they can find the right image here for the team.
Oh, it's another easy one. Yeah, it's the one they're right in front of.
But it's right in the front. Yeah, I love those ones. Those are the best ones. Right at the front, you can see immediately.
Oh, and we have a death coming out for Almost Fine. Sort of like last map, though. The good news for Almost Fine is that it wasn't going to matter. They were already toast here, unless I Do It fumble at the finish line here. But they've already got a 100% count. They've already been fighting trash with this boss. Tank going down for Almost Fine as they try and stabilize this pull. Only a little bit of health left on these images, so they should be able to at least survive. But again, 23% on Lothraxian and falling for I Do It. Another round of Void Meta and Wings being used here to deal those final points of damage. It is going to be a clean 0-death run. I Do It are going to be able to equalize this series, which means we are going to get to go to a decisive Game 3 to decide which of these teams will survive to tomorrow and which will be eliminated.
Have a big series to go out on, and I Do It is giving us exactly that. They have brought the scoreboard to 1-1 and will be taking us indeed to that map 3 here at the end of the day. Now, watching these two, I mean, coming in again, it feels like we said at the start, these two teams really have a lot of strengths and I think some weaknesses that kind of leave them on a very even place as they come into these matchups. But Mix, give us your overview of the run that we saw here with them.
I mean, I think this was just a really clean run from I Do It. We knew they had a good timer in this dungeon already. They had 2 deaths prior. This time around, a little bit of a different comp. The deaths were not coming in, but they were able to keep it clean, and that's the most important part. Able to punch this one out and tie back in with Almost Fine. However, that means 6 bans are now on the plate for each of those teams. And that just causes chaos. We've seen it time and time again. It's very chaotic when teams are not able to have 6 of the main specs that they've been running prior. And we're going to be seeing how it turns out in our last dungeon, which is going to be the Mazara's Cavern.
We are indeed, but as we continue thinking about the one that we just saw here and how we have had this back and forth of clean play from either of the teams, Zyra, what were you seeing in their back and forth over the course of this map?
Did you guys smell that? It smells like a reverse sweep.
Mm.
Listen, I am convinced Guardian Druid is the diff. It was the diff in map 1, it was the diff in map 2. But also, again, this trend of just whichever team has the least deaths wins the map. I mean, I Do It was able to clean it up. And I had an inkling of a suspicion that this is going to be the map that they practiced more because we saw them lose, well, they won this map against Cook Is Gone, but really they shouldn't have won it. They were behind the entire time, and Cook Is Gone kind of just threw it at the last moment. We had that bridge incident, wipes on the lingering images at the end of the dungeon. So I Do It can't have been happy with their performance in this key yesterday, and I feel like they would have spent a lot of their practice time in between the matches today working on this dungeon in particular, and it looked like it, right? This was a really clean dungeon for them, and a 0-death dungeon, that's what you need in the lower bracket to move on, and they pulled it off. Neither of the teams had a particularly good damage push. They both got the boss to 20%. But Almost Fine had to use their Bloodlust here, and they didn't get the boss below 20% in the first damage amp. So it's a little bit of a questionable damage push for a comp that I feel like should have had better boss damage at this section of the dungeon. This could have been like a key moment for them to catch up a little bit. At this point in the dungeon, they were like 40 seconds behind, so getting the boss dead in the damage amp would have been huge for them. But didn't end up being enough. I do it had the Bloodlust for Lothraxion to get extra boss damage off in one of those phases. And they were able to close out the dungeon. So once again, we're going to a game 3. We're going to Mysara Caverns. And only one of the teams has the Guardian Druid available, right? So, well, unless I do it bans it out, but I feel like that would be a massive mistake. I feel like Guardian Druids in that dungeon is so good.
They could, but should they?
Out
They
their
left
Guardian.
it open. Okay.
Oh,
that's big.
Okay. There we go. Okay, looking over it, what are we seeing from these spec bands? Zyro, what do you think?
Neither team has Og, though. So we're not going to see any
They
Warstone
both
skips.
played it twice.
Right, they both played it twice, yeah.
Okay. All right.
still think
Dratnos, what are you
Arcane is so
thinking?
good, though.
Losing the Unholy DK. They're both losing that Mistweaver, as one was banned already earlier on. So we'll see how that goes. It should be very interesting.
Yeah, it's like we have the Guardian Druid still available for I Do It. We have the Devourer still available for Almost Fine. I think I'd rather be on the Guardian Druid side of that myself as well, but I do think it's close. Devourer is really quite strong, and it's strong defensively as well if you're trying to make these big pulls work. I am curious how well pathed they have this dungeon without that Og Evoker. The way that these teams have often been playing is play Og Evoker in maps 1 and 2, and then if you get to a map 3, well, you can't play it there, so you got to figure something out, but often it's something that you have a little bit less planned out.
True. I mean, again, it's always kind of a toss-up whether or not you think, are we going to make it to that final map? And of course, that is really, really where we start to see these spec bans, I think, take their biggest toll. But it's also when our teams, I think, have the chance to get the most creative or just pick out some niche thing that they're like, yeah, we can make this work, or we're going to run it. We'll see what we can pull off with this. And thankfully, both teams are in the same position. So they all have 6 currently off the table, which I think kind of evens it up as well. Now, we have a little reminder, everybody, our prediction. A lot of folks were leaning towards I Do It as we came into this series. Almost Fine pulling behind. They're almost with less than half the support, or roughly half the support. But seeing them play now, I mean, Zyro, are you changing your mind, or do you think you're sticking with your original prediction?
Listen, I've hedged my bets, right? So I predicted that I Do It would win 2-1, but I put channel points on Almost Fine, so whoever wins, I win. I also lose, but, let's not talk about that.
We could have a draw.
You don't trust yourself?
Hedging your bets is smart. It's not that I don't trust myself, it's just that I always want to win.
We also can't have a draw.
It's true. I was going to say.
No, they're drawing right now.
They're drawing that on the screen.
A very good
I do
draw,
love the little animated art time lapses that we have this time around for our team rosters. But I mean, of course, it is going to come down to this last dungeon because no, there is no draw in a best of 3. Whoever takes this one is going to emerge our victor and continue on to our group finals tomorrow. And whoever is just not able to land that clean run, that back and forth that we've been seeing between them, is going to be eliminated from the competition today. I mean, Zyro said, oh, hey, I'm making sure that I win either way, but Dratnos, have you been surprised at all by how this is played out with these two teams?
This is exactly how I expected it to go. I had this all planned out, and I expect to be unsurprised by the Mysara Caverns as well. I think you guys will be surprised by what happens at 7 minutes. I think it's going to be pretty cool. I had this all planned out, and I expect to be unsurprised by the Mysara Caverns as well. I think you guys will be surprised by what happens at 7 minutes. I think it's going to be pretty cool.
Dratnos has future vision. We've been meaning to tell you all this. But we thought it would take away from the competition. So, everybody just forget what you heard. Don't worry about it. But also, keep an eye out around 7 minutes, and we'll see what happens.
Dude, if something happens at 7 minutes, this is going to get clipped and shipped and will be torn into just because Dratnos needs to make stuff up. That's crazy.
We have to remember.
So good.
Ratnos moved, right? So he's like 14 hours into the future now, so that it makes sense that he knows what happens.
Oh, it's all making sense now. Okay, you have the power to curse, but also perhaps the power to see the future and bless by extension. So it's a lot of power for Dratnos to have. We'll see how it sways the balance here in our final map of the day. I Do It versus Almost Fine. All you, Dratnos.
Another new spec to check off the list here. It's the Frost Death Knight for I Do It. So that's pretty exciting. that we're getting to see here. We also have the Serve Hunter coming out for Almost Fine alongside a Prot Warrior. I actually really like Prot Warrior in this dungeon. I think that it's going to do a little bit less overall than the Guardian Druid, but it should be able to absolutely survive these massive pulls just as well. And there's a couple of nice spell reflects, not as many as in a dungeon like Seed of the Triumvirate, but there's a few still in here.
And that's not the only cool thing that we're seeing, because thus far we thought the Enhanced Shaman to be a FIRMAWAND special, but Hina on Almost Fine is also running the Enhanced. It's not an elemental on the right-hand side, so they're really going, well, in my heart, the Devour Demon Hunter is still a melee. So they're going full melee on the right-hand side of your screen, really playing around that close-knit comp. But look at that, the damage going out here. Mickey dropping really low for just a second, able to top the group back up as these Juggernaut counts cast. They're not a joke. Both teams finishing out their trash pull. And I mean, look at that. Frosty K looking pretty good as well.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of almost deaths, but no actual deaths for either team. We didn't even see the AMS overlapped with the Death Pact to keep Skilly DK alive there for I Do It. Meanwhile, we have the healers retreating to free those prisoners before rejoining the rest of the party here. Now, it looks like we actually have a little bit of a difference in pathing here. I Do It are heading over to the left-hand side. This is, I think, one of the easy ways to do this dungeon. Just run left, grab a bunch of mobs, and you'll find 8 prisoners along the way. Almost Fine, on the other hand, are running over to the right-hand side, which this area actually, it does contain, there's like a bowl of soup in one of the buildings that you can interact with if you want. I'm not sure it's worth the time, but there are also prisoners over here that can be freed. Looks like Norskin is going to be surviving using the Avatar and the shield wall for a little bit. No, he's not. He's going to go down as the healer out of range for a little while, and Almost Fine are going to be in a huge problem only a minute and a half, 2 minutes into this dungeon.
Yeah, that's not what you want to have happen. Another death here coming on in as they're trying to get this pull back under their control. Left-hand side, Shindig also proc cheat death. So a little bit of a dangerous moment for them as well, but able to live on the back of that. Right-hand side, Almost Fine, able to rein it back in from the looks of it. But 4 deaths against the clock is going to hurt you tremendously. That means you need to make up about a minute in your overall dungeon timer, which in the MDI is not impossible, but it is pretty rare.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those cases where Almost Fine, it's going to be very hard to make up the gap alone. They probably need some help from I Do It. They need I Do It to have a pull also go wrong, but that is always something that can happen. You can see Evasion being popped by Shindig to try and survive there, followed by the Cloak of Shadows as well. The rare Cloak plus Evasion, basically full immunity out of the Rogue, although there's still some stuff that can kill you. Meanwhile, we have other defensives being popped there by I Do It to stay alive as they gather a huge set of enemies at the top of the stairs here. That Frostworm's Fury going to be going out and then returning in a couple of seconds here for Skilly. Meanwhile, we have another death for Almost Fine, another almost death for I Do It. But they are managing to avoid converting these almost deaths into deaths in a way that Almost Fine are not.
Yeah, that's right. Living up to the team name. Unfortunately, you do not want to see this here, but at least that poll is still alive. At least there's still a chance. Mazar's Caravan has a lot of pulls towards the tail end of the dungeon, that ghost spiritual gauntlet that they're going to be going towards. Almost Fine can always pray for an oopsie to happen to I Do It. We've seen that before in our tournament throughout today as teams come closer to the end of the dungeon. There's always a chance. There's always a chance that our hate watchers get a glimpse of ray of hope as I Do It has entered boss battle with Morgan and Necrax already. The remaining trash on there.
All right, this big pull underway onto the boss for I Do It is definitely one of the scarier boss plus trash combos in this dungeon. A lot of those defensives have already been committed. You can see Cheat Death as well, not going to be available for the next few minutes for I Do It. So there is some danger, but they do have that safety net of the Battle Res, the Reincarnation as well, both available. Almost Fine also getting into boss combat here. Now, the good news for Almost Fine is they pulled the boss only slightly behind I Do It. The bad news is they've lost a minute and a half of death timers, although the good news is they've now had a death on the opposite team to help make up for that, and the battle res as well going to be committed to recover it. So a glimmer of hope for Almost Fine. The other bad news for Almost Fine is they do need quite a bit more count. Even with all the trash that they have on the boss here, they are still going to be a bit behind I Do It's total enemy forces count when the boss does go down.
So I think chat is making a great point here, Dratnos. You were talking about the 7 minutes.
Oh, it's
7 minutes
coming.
have been reached for Almost Fine because of the death timer that they've accrued. Did you counter that one in, or?
No, the thing I'm
Scary, no?
referencing hasn't happened yet. It's coming.
Okay, all right. So we'll wait for the 7 minutes to hit on I Do It side. Is that it?
The 7:15 even, because they have 15 seconds of death timer now as well. I was just going with raw dungeon timer, not adding the deaths in.
Right, because you didn't know the deaths would happen, right?
Well, I just wanted it to be consistent, real time. I knew when the deaths would happen as well.
Right. Well, I Do It is certainly making it through. Something cool that we saw there on the right-hand side by Almost Fine is the team basically electing to sacrifice their healer. Healer steps into the trap, and the person with the arrow just steps behind them,
Nice.
allowing them, you'll see it here again, to free cast to still do damage. Ooh, Timmy did take a little bit of a jump there, but able to get back with the chain. And that's just really cool. Allows your DPSs to free cast. Mickey doesn't need to do much there anyway. Despite being a Resto Druid that has good damage, you'd always rather have the DPS free casting here. And I Do It, finishing out on their boss right now. 5% still to go, but this is looking good.
Yeah, boss going to go down. They'll be mounting up and heading towards the mini boss up next. Down it goes. Both bosses simultaneously as well, so great even cleave between the two for full efficiency. And look at that tank damage as well on that pull. Almost doing DPS levels of damage is the Guardian Druid, whereas compared to the side of Almost Fine, their actual total DPS on this pull was a little bit higher than I Do It. But they have now lost a DPS player, which is not good. And also their tank damage contribution was, of course, a little bit lower as they were missing that Guardian Druid. All right, I Do It heading over now to this mini-boss pull. It's Almost Fine. I see the word offline rather than the word dead under their hunter.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
not good.
not good at all. Looks like they're going to continue with 4 and hope that he's able to reconnect soon. That is always a really unfortunate thing if that happens to you during the competition, but Almost Fine doing a good job of just keeping the pull going, keeping their chances alive.
We get some love.
And look, he's
for
back.
Almost
All right,
Fine in
it's
the
changed from
chat.
offline
Yeah,
to
he's
dead.
back.
Yeah, no problem.
Oh my goodness. They just cannot catch a break in this Mazara's Cavern. It's just tragedy after tragedy. We're Almost Fine. I don't know who they angered, but it must have been severe. I Do It moving on forward through this as they are dealing with that Tormented Shade Guardian pack right now. And after that, we should be seeing them go pretty big here. Let's see how much they're actually electing to pull, as I assume we're going to be seeing them go all the way, take that defender, run out of the area as well as soon as that Guardian is looking to be dropping, and that's exactly it. Quasi is on the way already.
In the meantime, Almost Fine in basically the same spot in the dungeon, despite all the adversity that they've had to overcome. They really aren't far behind I Do It. There's a little bit of a problem with the death timers. We can deal with that one later, though. You have until the end of the dungeon to make up that time. So I Do It, going to be taking this pull forward. A lot of Grim Skirmishers involved in this pull. And you have to watch out for as those shields start breaking, each one will cause a huge raid-wide damage explosion here. That's going to be a great opportunity for something like the Tranquility, something like those defensives being pressed on everybody. But if you pop all those shields at the same time, Tranquility is not going to save you. You are all going to die.
That's right, and as he says it, it happens. Norskin goes to the floor, the rest of the team quick to follow. No tank inside as everything just unravels, farming deaths left, right, and center. Nothing happened at the 7-minute marker. Tragedy was still unbound. Dratnos, you cannot convince me that you didn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah, that was the thing. That was the 7-minute surprise, was the hit offline on the Survival Hunter.
That was crazy.
Yeah, sorry about that. I saw it coming. I couldn't warn anybody. Another death coming out for Almost Fine, though. So the Dread Slash is going to take out their DH. And actually, we're going to have a reanimated warrior reanimate, which is not the end of the world, but it is going to slow things down even further for Almost Fine. The second battle res has become available for both teams, but Almost Fine are going to elect not to use it and instead just have their DH run back here. Meanwhile, I Do It have dealt with almost all of the trash here, and a timely Typhoon is going to remove those last couple of reanimating warriors. They head down to the next, what will almost certainly be quite large pull here. Grim Skirmishers getting single dispels on a few of them.
Might just be...
get rid of that shield right away. Handle that damage while they can. And Convoke is going to top everybody nice and easily here.
Might just be their last pull, because of course we have the drummer up there that gives a couple of extra percentages. So if they can go big here... Where was Gilly going? If they can go big here, then that means they might just make this their final boss. You can see they're just kind of dragging, or their final pack, they're just kind of dragging everything into the boss fight here. Let's see if they're actually willing to go all the way. And it looks like Shindig for sure going to be starting that RP. And Quasi's also moving closer and closer to it. Yeah, I think we take this into boss. I like it.
Yeah, good kick on the Soul Render. Very important to kick these Soul Renders, but we have another death coming out for Almost Fine, and I think this might lead to more. Indeed, it will. It's another wipe for Almost Fine. Meanwhile, I Do It. Going to be grabbing this boss and starting it off. You got to make sure that Soul Render stays kicked. Otherwise, it's just going to stay down far away at the bottom of those stairs and spam cast at you. But I Do It have done a great job of bringing that into the boss. Incapacitating Roar is going to come out to handle a few of those reanimations. Another 3 reanimating in the back here. Let's see if they're going to be able to stop those. A lot is going on right now, so they might just let them reanimate.
I think Skilly ran over.
Yep, they got him.
I think Skilly ran over to try and deal with them. So
Blinding Sleep, probably, yeah.
Should be fine that the sleep... Yeah, I mean, one was still alive, so it might be that the sleep didn't hit fully and then he had to, like, grip or interrupt. But, hey, he managed it. That's all that matters, as they're able to take those reanimates down and are also able to get Verdaza all the way down on the right-hand side. I don't even want to mention it. It's just continuing to be an absolute tragedy for Almost Fine, but tragedy for I Do It as well. Shindig drops down, drops even lower, is rest back to 5 HP. Cloak comes in to try and keep him alive. Norco is on top of it, but Shindig cannot survive here. Frost Nova does come in. No more Bataras for the team. The last 30% on this boss and the remainder of the trash will need to be done by just 2 DPS. Is this the moment that Almost Fine has been waiting for?
Almost Fine hit a big 3-pointer to cut the lead to 41 here. Let's see if they're going to be able to capitalize on some more. Ooh, actually more things going wrong for I Do It. So 2 dead with no B-res. This boss would take a really long time to kill. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually reset this boss. With 34% on the boss HP and 2 DPS dead, it effectively is going to take as long as starting it from scratch, especially with the fact that it's going to keep re-shielding in the intermission here. So I think it's probably correct to just take this boss outside of this arena, reset it, let you get your reses. You're not going to get a B-res for another 7 minutes here. It looks like I Do It have made the opposite call here. They're going to just be finishing off the boss, but this is going to take quite a while, Makes, and it's going to get another intermission phase. It's going to get another huge shield, and that does not get reduced if you have people dead. So actually another death here, and now the choice has been made for them.
Oh, no! More goes also down. I think you're just trying to finish out the defender for now. Quasi and Norco, the only remaining players. When are we going to reset this boss? The call has been made. Quasi is running. Norco is hiding. We're going to be seeing them try to reset Verdaza, but I don't want one more cast happening as the boss does respawn finally. Now, I'm a level with you, chat, okay? 1-to-1 caster to chat. That does not make up for 28 deaths. But it makes up for part of it. The gap has just been shrunk, one could say, just a tiny bit.
Yeah, it's certainly something. So if we look at the total death timer differential between these two teams, it is still 5 minutes and 45 seconds in favor of I Do It. But if they were to wipe to this boss again, then all of a sudden we'd be at a very, very close spot between the two teams. Almost Fine are going to be getting into boss combat as well. So the two teams in very similar dungeon positions. Small problem being, again, those 5 minutes and also the 30% count that Almost Fine still need to grab. Although some of that they do have on top of the boss right now, so they will be collecting almost for free while doing this boss fight if they can avoid any similar catastrophes to what happened to I Do It.
It's insane. The last series of the day, and this is what happens. It's been a long day for the teams too, right? You have to keep that in mind. For the European teams, it's 2 a.m. by now. It's been a really long MDI Saturday as well, but this is just tragic. Zara's Caverns taken no prisoner as I Do It is working away on that Verdaza once again. We're back at the moment of crime in terms of boss percentage. And I fully agree with you, Drados. I think as soon as you saw those 2 deaths, you should have immediately called it, just walked out, reset, finish, res, try again. It's so much faster with those additional DPSs if you can muster it, and that's exactly what I Do It is doing. One more shield break that they will need to live, but they got this one.
Yeah, the math on it is, if your boss is like 30%, you do have a DPS, so a third of your DPS, plus you have more from your tank and your healer, so you probably still have something like 40% of your group's DPS. As long as that number is higher than the boss's HP, it can make sense to stay in combat, but what complicates things is if the boss does have a shield, which this boss does, each time that applies that new shield, which is going to happen more and more as your DPS gets slower and slower, then you start getting to a point where it just becomes worth resetting instead. Either way, it was a close decision, and then it ended up being made for them as the third DPS did go down, but they are able to recover to take care of the boss, and it's a lot easier when you don't have all that trash on top of it the second time. The Shroud of Concealment's going to come out for I Do It, an option that they have access to by virtue of having that rogue, which Almost Fine will not have. Almost Fine do need more count, so maybe they'll be just doing a pull on the bridge, whereas I Do It are just going to be sneaking past Zybion here on those ritual drums, saying, you know what? It's a nice performance, Zybion. We'll be back to deal with you later, but right now, Rock Tool, if we just pull him far enough away, we can outrange, right? The sound waves, they get a little bit less intense the farther away you go.
Yeah, you don't take damage, but you can still jam to it if that's what you're into.
Yeah.
I Do It certainly seems to be of the opinion that that is the case. And then once they're actually going to be going into that spirit phase, they will pull Raktul back to the wall where that drummer sits, allowing their tank to actually mostly deal with that drummer. We might even see a Morksham try and cleave a little bit onto it, as both of these will be very near to each other. And that will be the final percentage that they're missing right now. So don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. That is all well and fine. And just a quick mention to those of you that have done a couple of 15s, and I assume there's plenty of y'all in chat right now, there might be 30 deaths on that timer, but they're still going to time this 15. Chapeau to that. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, Raktul now 55%, about to be casting that soul-rending roar. And they're actually just going to leave it up at the front here. It is going to run back a little bit before getting stunned for that soul expulsion, but yeah, we'll see if Kazi stays behind to deal with that drummer, while the rest of the group just handling these souls running past. You can see those defenders there, but those are in a different phase, so those aren't going to pull, nor are those hands going to hit them. And yeah, up they are, hitting those drums a little bit, and yeah, okay, it is going to be the tank running behind to deal with it, because he can deal with that ticking damage from being inside the death realm over there, whereas the rest of the group is going to avoid that and just focus on Raktul here.
Can you imagine Almost Fine being on Raktul with 30 deaths and they still haven't received the message that a team has ended? It must be insane, but I Do It has done it just now. This is the 2-1 victory for them, and they're going to be moving on in their lower bracket.
Congratulations to I Do It. Our favorite frogs focused up, pulled through, and they did it. They pried that series out of Almost Fine's hands and managed to land it 2-1. They will move ahead tomorrow to face Sense Spellbook in the lower semis, but chat, show some love to Almost Fine. Although they were eliminated, we still got to see them pull off some great runs too. Now, Dratnos, this last run ended the day with like a bang, but just one that ended up killing a lot of people on both teams. No doubt they would have wanted to end on a better note. But do you have any final thoughts on this map?
Yeah, look, sometimes things go wrong. Things went a little bit wrong for both teams, and credit to I Do It is they were able to prevent things going a little bit wrong from turning into things going a lot wrong. Now, if they want to survive through the rest of the weekend, they probably need to avoid things even going a little bit wrong, but it is a credit to their skill that they were able to prevent things going really, really wrong in a way that unfortunately Almost Fine were not able to do. The wheels really just fell off their run at the start there, and they never were able to recover it.
You know, I honestly do have to give props when the teams just keep pushing, when they're like, we're going to keep at it, we're going to try to the very end. It is so impressive. And you know what? You make the best of any situation, especially in a competitive scenario like this. So you're totally right, Dratnos. And Zyro, now, of course, there was a lot that happened in this one, but what was your kind of overview of what we saw in this map?
Yeah, listen, I don't want to harp on anyone making mistakes. It's been a long day, right? We're 7 hours into competition. I think the teams have been playing. They probably practiced for a couple hours beforehand. I don't think anyone has their best dungeon runs 9 hours into gameplay. That being said, it does help a lot to have a 4th DPS in the group when you're doing these mass AoE pulls at the start of the dungeon. We saw this from Mandatory in the very first matchup of the weekend. We're seeing it again from I Do It here. That Guardian Druid is so disgustingly good. Just all the time, but in general, for all of these pulls at the start of the dungeon, having Incarn available for some of these mass pulls, you do so much damage. I'll get one death clip in there. Timmy being too close to the crystal there and dying into a DC on this boss, that was just kind of mean from the boss, a little unfortunate. Being too close to the boss for that and getting knocked. Look at his dead body midair there. That's a little unfortunate to happen to him. But yeah, I Do It was able to pull it together. They were able to finish off the dungeon. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't the best run we've seen, but they qualified through to Sunday, and now we find ourselves in a position. 4 teams left on the weekend. 4 teams eliminated. Only 2 can make it through to the grand finals. Mandatory and Polish Mountain, I feel like, from the way they've played this weekend, are head and shoulders above the rest. But one of them is going to make it through and qualify in that first match tomorrow. One of them is going to join Sin Spellbook and I Do It in the lower bracket tomorrow. So I feel like all 4 teams are still in it, but we're going to have to see a lot cleaner play than that if I Do It want to be one of those top 2 teams.
Yeah, we definitely will. I mean, especially when you look at that competition, like you were saying in the upper bracket, Mandatory and Polish Mountain. I mean, looking over it all here makes, what do you kind of feel at our top 4 teams? We've got some really good ones in the mix for tomorrow.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I mean, looking forward to that Mandatory Polish Mountain matchup. I'm kind of biased. I think Mandatory looked absolutely insane, but I am so curious on what Polish Mountain will throw their way. If any of the teams of this weekend will be able to do something against Mandatory, I think it will be Polish Mountain for sure. And then, of course, our lower bracket is going to get real interesting. First, we get Sen Spellbook against I Do It. Both of these teams took 2 maps, or well, 3 maps to actually make their way to the lower bracket match that we're seeing them in. So that should be an interesting one as well. And whoever wins goes up against a loser of Mandatory Polish Mountain. And of course, we'll know who our 2 teams are that will be moving on to our season finals, which that is the big thing. That's what we're all here for. We want to see the teams that will go to BlizzCon.
We definitely do, and the teams want to see that as well. It's the big prize at the end of this gauntlet, but the teams are taking those first steps to get there here and now in our first group weekend. Now, we've seen a lot of different specs played over the course of the weekend, and Dratnos, with everything that we've had thus far in the competition, you know, what's the range looking like, and what are you expecting for tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, this has been pretty awesome as well. We've got the Frost DK just getting added to this as well in that last map. So we've seen a lot of specs already. I think if anybody has any comfort on one of these other specs as well, there are specs like Windwalker, specs like Fury Warrior, Destro Lock as well that can be played in some of these dungeons, and it can be a reasonable call to make depending on the situation. But you know, a lot of these are being played because of the spec variety rule. But a lot of them actually have some really strong strengths that are being revealed because the spec variety rule is forcing teams to broaden their horizons a little bit. So I've been really excited to see all of them. In particular, I've really liked watching like the Arms Warrior, Rat Pally, what you can do with those specs in the MDI in particular when you can pull trash onto almost every boss is actually really impressive. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more teams switching into those ones as the routes get more and more refined.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see just how these all have come into play and how the teams have kind of structured those strats. I know I really enjoyed watching some of the rogue head-to-heads and other picks we've had pop out. So tomorrow we'll have even more. But before we go, Makes, I know you're fluent in a couple languages, and most importantly that you're fluent in chat. So can you tell chat why they should watch the Group A finals tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow, Hoggers. That's all you need to know. We'll see you guys there.
Okay,
It'll be great.
thank you.
Fantastic.
Your mastery of language is incredible to me. So chat, hopefully you got that, you understand, it's translated. But yes, tomorrow is going to be incredible, so don't miss it. And you know, here today, we already had some amazing competition. Day 2 really upped the stakes for all of our teams, sending 4 of them home and leaving the remaining 4 ready to fight for a place in the Season 1 finals. With BlizzCon in their sights, every team wants to go the distance. We have a group champion to crown tomorrow, so be here at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET on the Warcraft channels for even more speedrunning in the Mythic Dungeon International.